Welcome to drboycetv.com, the home for intelligent Black people. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. Hold on. Hey, what's going on, everybody? I hope you guys are doing well. Welcome to drboycetv.com, the home for intelligent Black people. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins, and I want to say hello to everybody as you come in. Today, I want to talk a little bit about something that I put up on Twitter earlier that involved stallions and glorrillas, and basically kind of talking about the image of the Black female in hip hop and whether or not we are getting to the point where we are sort of allowing or even contributing to certain racial stereotypes that are ultimately unhealthy for the community, unhealthy for the Black family, and really add to the racism that we complain about. And so do me a favor, hit that thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, make sure you subscribe. We're going to get started on drboycetv.com right now.
Here we are, clan the isms, cataclysm, great. Our people out here struggling, trying to make it in this state. Everybody out here doing it, but we the ones too late. Now family, we the ones who gotta delegate. Get that money in the power, never be fake. Stick to cosign for 3. What did he say? Create jobs, support our own. Educate the same and buy back your home. Got 3 degrees, triple 10. 3 PhDs, now we on the CNN. DBTV, let's talk about negligence. Ignorance is bliss, but we can turn it to intelligence. Believe none of what you hear, half of what you see. Let's break it down here on Dr. Boyce TV. Here we are.
Hey, what's going on, guys? Welcome to drboycetv.com, the home for intelligent Black people. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins, and I hope everybody's doing well. I hope that you're having a great night. Sometimes on Saturday night or Friday night, I will just go live and I will talk about some of the more interesting things that I see in the Black community. You guys know my background is I'm a finance professor, but also I love to talk about things that relate to economics. This is something that I love to do, and I love to pick topics. That's a fun challenge for me, is to find a topic that you think has nothing to do with economics and to show you that it's always about the money. Now, do me a favor, hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe, shout out what city you're from, put a B1 in the chat, B1 if you're Black first. Black first means we put our community at the top of the priority list. I want to say hello to my name is Corey and DDS, brother. Thank you for watching the chat. I appreciate you. Let's see. Kashif says, love this guy. You are greatly appreciated. Dot man, you are greatly appreciated too. Thank you so much. Trey J, Phil X, good to see everybody. And feel free to put the name of your city and the name of your business. Yoshika, the wonderful Yoshika Garner. I love seeing your name in the chat too. It boosts me up with confidence, girl. All right, so here we go. Let's jump into this conversation. I'm gonna jump right into it. I had a little bit of a debate on Twitter. My Twitter is Dr. Boyce Watkins 1, Dr. Boyce Watkins and the number 1. And I hope that if you have a Twitter, you will follow me on Twitter so that we can participate in these conversations, because I think they need to be had. So here was the conversation we had today. This had to do with a question I asked. I just asked the question, and of course it drew a reaction. I knew that it would, and it was about rappers. It was kind of about this idea that I can't help it, but I see these rappers, 2 beautiful women. One is called Megan the Stallion, and the other one's called Glorilla. And I thought about, well, what is a stallion and what is a gorilla? A gorilla is a big, brutish, hairy, hyper strong animal. And a stallion is actually, in case y'all don't know, how many of y'all knew this? Give me a yes or no if you knew that a stallion is an adult male uncastrated horse. Did y'all know that? How many of y'all knew that? How many of y'all know that a stallion is an adult male uncastrated horse? Did y'all know that? And so it's not just a horse, which that's bad enough. A horse is a horse, of course, right? It's not just that it's a horse. It's that it's an adult male uncastrated horse. That means it's big, strong, masculine. And also it is hypersexual. It wants to, right? That's what an adult male horse does. So it's not just a male horse, Sarah. It's an adult male uncastrated horse. So apparently from the definition I've seen, and maybe I'm wrong, tell me where I'm wrong, but if you are castrated, you're no longer a stallion, right? Stallions, if you think about Rocky Balboa, he was called the Stallion because the stallion was like, the alpha male. So I wanted to dig down this rabbit hole, and I knew that my comments were going to offend some people. And because there are people who, unfortunately, we will worship anything that white people put on TV. We will look up to anything, no matter how toxic, no matter how unhealthy it is, no matter how embarrassing or how bad the racial stereotype is, no matter how insulting it is to our people or to our women. We just love it anyway because of money. It's all about money and fame. Right. So when people have money and we say, okay, white folks paid them money to do this, it must be good. And this is a problem that we have. This is a problem that it's my job to kind of bring up as a finance guy, that all money ain't good money. Making money to embarrass yourself or embarrass your community ain't good money. Now, this is no disrespect to these rappers. They're very, very talented. I listen to their music. I think it's fine. There's no problem in terms of the talent level. But I think that you really want to process this because you're working against yourself in so many ways. Now, let me start with a simple question. I'm going to ask y'all a simple question. Give me a yes or no. How many of you dislike racism? Give me a yes in the chat if you dislike racism. Give me a yes in the chat if you dislike racial stereotypes. How many of you dislike racial stereotypes? Give me a yes in the chat if racial stereotypes bother you, if you don't think that they're fair, if you don't like it when white folks do that to you. You go in as a black woman and they think that you automatically know how to twerk. How many of you think that that's a terrible thing? Or you go in as a black woman, everybody assumes that you're strong. You a strong black woman. I'm a strong. Come over here, no. I'm a strong black woman. I'm a bend you over, boy. I'm a whoop your ass, oh no. Right? How many of y'all are a little offended by that? Anybody offended by this whole idea that black women are just, kind of these hypersexualized brutes? That are going to bend you over and take your booty like Diddy allegedly did, right? Does anybody kind of, have a problem with that? I do. Maybe you are okay with that. Maybe that's comfortable for you. Maybe you enjoy this, in which case we should probably talk. I don't enjoy these things because the black women I know don't necessarily need to carry around all that weight. In fact, with my wife, if I see her carrying something heavy up the steps, I say, look, I know you're strong, but I'm stronger. I know you are capable, but in this regard, I, as the man, feel that it is important for me to allow you to feel your softer side. I want you to get a chance to sit back and just know, babe, I got this. I got the suitcase. And she lets me do it. But it's hard though. It's hard because the world has kind of abandoned the black woman. That not all black women are able to have someone they can depend on. And that's why I challenge all black men who care about black women to really assert yourself in terms of making sure that you're there. Make sure you're present, you're emotionally strong, you're able to be that consistent, solid rock for the black women that you care about. Give me a yes in the chat if you are a man, if you understand that this is important. I need y'all to really internalize this, okay? So here's what I knew was going to occur. I knew that by sort of saying something that questions the status quo, I knew that I would have people that would come in and not necessarily be able to debate me on the issue. I get it. Maybe I'm intimidating for some people, but they don't debate you. What they do is they'll say something mean to you. They like one guy came in and said, he said that was a granddad comment. And I said, yeah, I am 52 and I am a granddad, but maybe your granddaddy knew something. Maybe your granddaddy wasn't a dumbass. Maybe your granddaddy actually knows a couple of things that you need to listen to. Maybe if you listen to your granddaddy more, you wouldn't be in the situation that you're in. I don't know. I'm not judging. I'm just saying that maybe we need to listen to our granddaddies and grandmothers. And I said, look, if you don't hold it against me that I am a grandfather, then I won't hold it against you that you're 25 years old who don't know shit. How about that? How about this? You don't hold it against me that I'm a 52-year-old man who knows a couple things, and I won't hold it against you that you are 29 years old with horrible credit, or that you or with no money in the bank, where you're not happy with your woman and your life ain't right. I'm not making fun of you. I'm saying that maybe part of the reason that you're struggling is because you don't listen to your granddaddy. Okay, so here's the deal. I think that in these conversations, one of the things we got to stop doing is making them into ignorant discussions. What do I mean by that? An ignorant discussion is where we don't actually debate. We don't sort of express free ideas. We don't go back and forth and kind of lay out our point of view. We just come back with these simple-minded, teenager-like responses. Because you got a lot of 40-year-old teenagers on the internet. You be hating, dog. You be hating. Is that all you got? Come on, man. You need to give me more than that. My brain needs something to chew on. And you be hating. That's a three-word response that indicates to me that you don't have you don't have a legitimate reply, that you can't defend your position. That makes me not respect you. Now I want to respect you, which means that if you come to me and you say, hey doc, I think that another way to look at it is like this, that's fine. So the reason that this rapper calls herself a stallion is because she means this and this and this. And here's the thing. Here's what you got to deal with. Here's what you got to understand. The racism that we complain about so much, a lot of it is really a two-way street. It really is. Racism is it's a two-person tango. A lot of y'all think racism is simply in the hands of white people. That if white people simply change their behavior, then everything will get better. Or if white folks just stop being mean to us, then everything will get better. Well, what I'm saying to you is that sometimes maybe you're mean to yourself. Sometimes because of money, there's that word money. You guys know I'm a financial scientist. So when I see money impeding on your ability to be a free thinking, liberated Black person, I jump in. That's when I go I have to come in and say, wait a minute, what are you talking about, man? So what I'm saying to you is that when you fight against those, like the Frances Cress Welsings and the others who have been consistent. Let's give a shout out to Frances Cress Welsing. Let's bring her into the room. Give me a yes if you know who Frances Cress Welsing is. Do you know who Frances Cress Welsing is? She's a woman who's far greater than me. She's an amazing woman. She's not the kind of woman you're ever going to see celebrated by the music industry. Frances Cress Welsing is not the kind of woman that you're ever going to see celebrated by corporate America. Frances Cress Welsing is not the kind of woman you're ever going to see celebrated at major, even HBCUs. Howard University fired this woman. Why? Well, why would you fire a woman who wanted Black people to have dignity and to be dignified? Well, a lot of it's because they weren't ready for what she had to say. And she's the kind of person who spoke consistently on these issues. I ain't the first one. And so I appreciate y'all giving me credit for speaking on this issue. But just know I am not the alpha of this conversation. I'm not the omega. I'm none of this. I'm not the first. I'm not the last. I'm somewhere in the middle. I'm just one of a lineage of people who have said, wait a minute, just because white folks is putting money behind it, don't make it right. Just because they got some Negro on stage don't mean that's a successful Black person. Just because that person was on your favorite TV show, that does not mean that what they're doing is okay. And so really, if you dig into this, here's what I'm going to show you. I'm going to lay out some pieces to this conversation that I hope you will consider so that you'll just kind of understand that everything that glitters ain't gold. And just because it's twerking, that don't mean it's working. Just because it's twerking don't mean it's working. So let's start here. But before I do that, do me a favor. Please hit the thumbs up button. Thumbs up, share, subscribe. You're watching drboycetv.com, the home for intelligent Black people. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. This podcast is on Spotify, and I have a few podcasts on Spotify. I actually do a daily update on the stock market. So if you look up Dr. Boyce Daily Stock Market, you'll find that. Also, I have another one called the Dr. Boyce Breakdown. So feel free to go to Spotify, and you can find my name. And also, my website is BoyceWatkins.com. So if you want to look at some of the stuff that I have in my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, you can go to BoyceWatkins.com. Okay, so we were talking about Megan Thee Stallion and Glorilla in particular, but not because I want to pick on these two rappers, right? What we really want to talk about is hip-hop and the continuous stereotyping of Black women and where these stereotypes may come from. So when you see imagery of women that are in a position where they are forced to be masculine and hypersexualized, the thing that you have to understand is that this is a phenomenon that is particularly preserved for Black women. Now, let's go through some of this. I'd like to bring my wife in on the conversation at some point as well, because she has done some extensive work on the stereotypes of Black females that make it hard for all Black women. So here's a short list of some of the stereotypes they have of Black women. First, there's the angry Black woman. This is a stereotype that portrays Black women as naturally aggressive, angry, and confrontational, disregarding their legitimate emotions and concerns. There's the image of the strong Black woman, the stallion. I'm a strong Black woman. I'm a strong Black. Come over here, boy. I'm a strong Black woman. There's that stereotype that Black women are super strong, that Black women don't feel pain, that Black women are just that they can lift tall buildings in a single bound. There is also the stereotype of Black women as being hypersexual. They call it the horse stereotype. And so this is the stereotype that Black women are definitely, that they're down to sleep with whoever. If you got $10 in a bag of Cheetos, she's going to give you access to the good stuff. And this is another stereotype that we have to confront and deal with as Black people. This is one that we claim that we're against. Now I'm going to ask y'all a quick question as we go forward. Give me a yes if you agree that these stereotypes are bad. Give me a yes if you agree that it's wrong to have a stereotype that Black women are angry. Put a yes in the chat. Give me a yes if you agree that it's wrong to have a stereotype that Black women are hyper masculine, that they're super resilient and endure limitless hardship without support, often leading to the emotional and physical needs being overlooked. Yeah, how many of y'all think that that's a good stereotype, or that that's a bad stereotype? Give me a yes if you think it's bad. Yes means bad. All right, and then give me a yes if you think that the hypersexuality stereotype that Black women are twerking and licking and chewing on any body part that you want, and no matter what you offer them, and ready to just drop it like it's hot, all this other stuff. How many of y'all think that that is not that is a problem? Or am I the only one? And does that make me old-fashioned, that I'm looking at this with some sort of concern? Does that mean that I should be ignored because they're paying you money to degrade your community and embarrass yourself this way? Does that make me old-fashioned? If that does make me old-fashioned, then screw you. Because I'll tell you what, maybe I am old-fashioned. Maybe I do remember a time where there was work to try to protect our women. Maybe I think it's maybe that makes me old-fashioned to kind of think, gosh, man, why y'all just acting like our women are just these big muscular hoes? Like that's what we kind of get, right? You're like hypersexual, but you're also like this big brute that can whoop anybody's ass. What else? There's another stereotype. Another stereotype is the welfare queen. This was something that was heavily leaned on during the Reagan administration. They put an image of a black woman getting welfare, and everybody thought Black women were taking all the welfare money. There's the image of the gold digger. And then there's another one, the image of the mammy. And the mammy image is more of an Aunt Jemima-ish kind of image. It's like, okay, I be birthing these babies, and I be out here just, taking care of the youngins, and I be breastfeeding your chillums, that kind of thing, right? And actually what a lot of people would say is that Oprah Winfrey made $1 billion fulfilling the mammy stereotype. And that's just the reality, that Oprah was kind of seen as everybody's mama. And then you have, movies like The Help. If you remember The Help, did anybody give me a yes if you remember that movie, The Help? Did you see The Help in terms of like what that looked like? And that was, two Black women who played maids, and they were serving white females. And that was, kind of the whole premise of the movie, right? And you have Driving Miss Daisy and movies like that, right? So there's an image of the Black woman as kind of the ultimate mammy, the mommy substitute. And these are images that can be rode to the tune of billions of dollars. One of the things that's interesting about money, and you guys know I'm all about money. I talk about money every single day. In fact, we do financial awareness training every single morning at 10 a.m. That's a free class for anybody that thinks that you have to pay money to be in the Black Business School. You do not have to pay money. This is a 100% free class. And in financial awareness training, one of the things that I try to do is to help you understand how money moves your society, how money shapes your life, and to be conscious of money, to understand the difference between good money and bad money, to understand where the money's at so you can get it, to help you see the money. If you can't see the money, you'll never be the money. And so really, when you look at these stereotypes, one of the most dangerous things about these stereotypes that I think as Black people we have to understand is that these stereotypes are really harmful for all of us. These stereotypes are harmful for the rest of us, but profitable for those who are willing to fulfill those stereotypes. If you get in front of that audience of non-Black people, and you behave in the way that they expect you to behave, then they are going to pay you well for that. And if you make the mistake of believing that because you're being paid well, that means that what you're doing is working, that what you're doing is good, then you're going to be contributing to the demise and the embarrassment of your own community. Do you understand that? Give me a yes if you follow that argument, that money is a deceiver. Money is not evil, but money can be evil. Money is very powerful. Money can incentivize you to do things that you would not normally do. Money can put you in a situation where you embarrass your whole family, but and you go full throttle with it because you think you're winning. Megan Thee Stallion thinks that she's a successful Black woman, and I'm happy for her. I'm happy she was quote unquote successful, but she also got shot in the foot by her boyfriend. Like that. That's not, to me, that's not success. That's not a good life. She's probably traumatized and terrorized and scared half to death, and I don't blame her. It's very, very sad to me to see these things. Glorilla, sure, you're on stage, but look at what you have to do to get up there. You can't do what the white females do. You can't go up like Adele and just sing and show your talent. You can't go up and do what that white lady, what's the girl's name who made Taylor Swift. You can't do a Taylor Swift. They would never let you go and do what Taylor Swift does. You got to go twerk. You got to stick your tongue out. You got to tell everybody about your sex life. You have to go be above and beyond in this, what I would define as a type of minstrel show that we are pushed to pursue, that Lizzo participates at full throttle. Lizzo's interesting. Lizzo's special. Let me tell you why Lizzo is special. I'm going to give you at least 3 reasons why Lizzo is a very special woman. Let me break this down. I'm not even being sarcastic here, but maybe I am. Okay, let me just stop lying about that. Lizzo is special because Lizzo fulfills multiple stereotypes at the same time. That's just, I mean, that's amazing. That I really am impressed that Lizzo is able to fulfill multiple stereotypes at once. Lizzo fulfills the mammy stereotype because she's the big black woman who all the white girls love. They always love that big, loving black mammy type. She fulfills the hypersexual stereotype. Every time you see Lizzo, she's always twerking. She's always doing something sexual. And it's very unfortunate because it's getting her sued. Did anybody see that? How many of y'all, give me a yes or no if you saw Lizzo's big lawsuit? Did y'all see that lawsuit? Lizzo's being sued for a lot of money because apparently they pay her to pursue these insane shenanigans. And the bigger of a clown, the bigger of a buffoon that she is, the more money she makes. But the problem is that you can't do those things in a workplace. When you read that lawsuit, it's really disturbing. They talked about women on the job. Imagine going to work and your boss tells you to go and push a banana out of your hootie hoo. Like literally, she literally, allegedly, this is what they were kind of saying that she was doing, was they said that she was telling her employees to spit a banana out of their private part and all kinds of other stuff, right? So this is not something that you would expect on the job. This is something that you probably could take to HR. How many of you got a job? How many of you, if you went to work at Walmart or Google or Target or wherever you might work, or UPS, how many of you would go to HR if your boss said, I'm going to give you a raise if you stick this peanut into your coochie cooch, right? A lot of you would probably do that, right? So this is what Lizzo's dealing with, and this is quite predictable. It's unfortunate because it reminds me a little bit of what's happening with Diddy. The reason it reminds me of Diddy is because what happens in this industry, by the way, this industry is not owned by black people. Y'all do understand hip hop is not owned and run by people that look like us. Do y'all know that? How many of y'all know that? How many of y'all know that hip hop is this industry where we are the props? Hip hop is an industry where we are the commodities. Hip hop is an industry where we are not the owners of anything. The owners are people that look like that. They're people that, and in fact, there's an article here I'm looking at in the LA Times, and they said that top music industry executives are still overwhelmingly white and male, according to a report at USC. So according to this report at USC, the hip-hop music industry is run by a lot of white males. And it says here, after a year of public displays of introspection concerning diversity and inclusivity in the entertainment industry, a new study from USC tracking the race and gender of top executives in the music business shows how much work is yet to be done. The study from USC's Annenberg Inclusion Initiative, released Tuesday morning, spells out just how stratified the music industry remains in its executive and professional ranks. This is in stark contrast to the popular music's leading streaming and airplay charts, which are regularly topped by black and female artists. The study surveyed a broad range of 4,060 executives at 119 music groups, record labels, music publishers, live promoters, radio companies, streaming services, and other major and independent music firms. It found that the top executives at 70 leading music companies, 86% were men, 86% were white. Did y'all hear that? Let me absorb it. Give me a yes. Sometimes I get excited. When stuff gets me going, I talk really fast. How many of you are concerned by this? Process this. These are the people that are running the industry. Give me a yes if you agree with this statement, that while they're telling our women to call themselves gorillas and horses, right? Remember, a gorilla is a big, hairy, brutish, super strong animal. And a stallion is an uncastrated adult male horse. So while they got black women running around here, looking like animals or calling themselves animals, do you think that they're doing this to their children? What do y'all think? Do you think that they are putting their girls, their daughters out here, having them look crazy like that? You say, baby, you ain't nothing but a big old glorilla. You an angry woman. You a mammy. We want you to be the ultimate hoe. We want you to be the gold digger and the welfare queen. We want you to fulfill every negative stereotype there is, and we want you to embarrass our community. Do you think that they're doing that with their kids? I'm going to answer. I'm going to say the answer is no, and the reason the answer is no is because I want y'all to give me a yes or no. Give me a yes or no. Can you name the white female version of Lizzo? Can you name one single white female? There's more white. Now, pay attention. Now, there's more white females in America than there are black people. Do we agree on that? So, if there are more white females than black females, then you would expect that there would be 10 or 20 Lizzos. If the ratio is about 8-1, white to black, you would expect there to be 8 Lizzos for every white Lizzos for every one black Lizzo. So I'm not asking you to give me 8. I'm asking you give me one. Just give me one white female who is just as famous as Lizzo, who is obese, shows up to Laker games with a booty out, wearing a thong, and twerks in public at every chance she gets. I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna do the Jeopardy countdown and wait for a moment and allow you to tell me. I'm gonna give you time to think about it. Tell me one person who is the white female Lizzo. Give me a yes or no. Can you think of anybody? Okay, so you can't think of anybody. All right, so let's do another test then, because I clearly must be out of my mind. I mean, on my Twitter, somebody told me I was out of touch and I was a grandpa, and I don't know what I'm talking about, because what they do is they get mad. They'll be like, "You're a so-called doctor, and you think you're better than everybody else. You're a so-called doctor, and yet you're stupid." I'm like, "No, I'm not a so-called doctor. I'm not a medical doctor, but I'm a PhD doctor. And my PhD, you can look it up. It's from The Ohio State University. So no, I'm not a so-called PhD. I'm an actual PhD. So just so you know, and I'm not a financial influencer. I'm a finance professor. There's a difference. Financial influencers just talk a lot. I do talk a lot, but also I've got 20 years of I got my PhD 20 years ago. So please shut up. Just shut up and listen. All right. So let me ask you this. Can y'all name who is the white female version of Glorilla? Glorilla, let's do Glorilla and Megan at the same time. So can you, and also I want you to give me a yes or no. Is there a single picture anywhere on the internet of Taylor Swift doing a pose like that? Give me a yes or no. I mean, seriously, there's got to be one, right? Because apparently the racism ain't got nothing to do with it. I'm making things up. I'm being delusional. So can you think of one image of Taylor Swift? This is Megan Thee Stallion. She made a guest appearance on a Marvel show. Now, and she was teaching the She-Hulk how to twerk. Is there, I mean, can you name, like, who's the white female version of Megan Thee Stallion? Who's the white female that has a name that is similar to an adult uncastrated male horse, that twerks at every available opportunity, constantly takes pictures with her tongue out. Who is the white female Cardi B? There's her album cover. What's it called? Gangsta Bitch Music Volume 1. Is that the name of the? Yeah, and she's sitting there. She got her legs spread wide open, and she's sucking on a liquor bottle. Would you say that's just a glowing image of the black female? Like, would you say that this, and again, remember the people that are running the industry, you ain't seeing no pictures of their daughters out here like this. They're like, no, we don't do that sort of thing. That's for the Negroes. they like this sort of thing. They like to be seen this way. And I want you to just kind of think about this. I want you to just really kind of process this. This is what they're doing to the image of the black woman. And then I got to go on Twitter, and first people that argue with me are not even the white folks. Even the white folks look at it and they're like, what the hell are y'all doing? There's lots of non-black people who look at this and say, why would you let people misrepresent your community this way? And I'm going to tell you why it happens. It happens because many of us are financially desperate. That's what it's just financial desperation. That's what that is. When you're economically desperate, you will do anything in order to get money. And so one of the things that I think allows people like myself to make a contribution is that I like to train you on how to make sure that your children understand wealth and money, so they don't have to embarrass themselves to get money. I don't want my girls out there doing stuff like that just so they can get a nickel. I don't want them telling struggle stories, and this is really where it's all of our responsibility, right? It's not me beating up on the black women who do these things. It's more so all of us talking about just what's required for us to fix this. It's me challenging even black men to say, come on, man, we got to stand up and defend ourselves and defend our women. We can't have them out here desperate like this. And in fact, I'm gonna read some stats to you that will help you to connect the dots in terms of the imagery of the black female in hip hop and what's going on with the black female in society. But before I do that, do me a favor. If you could, please hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. You're watching drboycetv.com, the home for intelligent black people. As you guys may or may not know, every single morning I have a free class. It is called Economic Awareness Training, EAT. And so what I do is I teach you how to eat because I want you to eat. I want you to eat, and I want you to eat healthy food. That means I want you to make your money in a way that is good. I don't want you to have to do desperate things for money. I'm a finance PhD. That's my profession. And so if you'd like to join us, the class is 100% free. You can text the word morning to 87948. Text morning to 87948. You can also go to drboyceelevate.com if you live out of the country. If you live out of the country, go to drboyceelevate.com. If you're in the country, just text the word morning to 87948. I'll send you an invitation to our economic awareness training because this is what's going on, right? What's going on, the reason that we are embarrassing ourselves in this way and the reason that we're cheering this on is because we don't always know exactly what's really happening. I'm going to tell you like this. When we talk about economic awareness and financial consciousness, I'm going to tell you who's very much economically aware. The people who promote these images are extremely economically conscious. Cardi B is economically conscious in her own way in one particular sense. For a Cardi B, if you notice, most of her lyrics, most of her music is about money. Like, in fact, I think she has a whole song about money. So as a finance professor, of course, that perks my ears up. When you're rapping about money, it's like, okay, you love money, you want to get money. So my question then becomes, how are you getting your money? Because all money ain't good money. So what Cardi B does, unfortunately, and this is not her fault, because I think she's actually a smart lady. I respect talented lyricists, and I consider her to be a talented lyricist. They have a level of intelligence, and you actually see, believe it or not, just to give her credit, Cardi B's really evolving. If you notice, she allowed them to use her in the last presidential election, where I guess Biden did an interview with her and she endorsed him. Well, this time around, she said she's not voting for anybody, and that shows me that she spent time processing and thinking about what she wants to do politically and how she wants to use her power. So I have nothing against her, but if you listen to her songs and listen to the lyrics carefully, and this is something that I do, when I was on the Breakfast Club 4 times, I didn't go in there blind. I don't go in not knowing about the culture that I'm speaking about. A lot of people that think that because I'm 52, I don't know what's happening in hip hop. You're silly. I've followed hip hop for 30 something years, so I know everything that's happening in the space for the most part. I follow these things very closely. The difference is, though, that I process it very carefully. I listen to the lyrics. I listen to the messages, because remember, these are the messages that are being given to our little girls. And whether you like it or not, with great power comes great responsibility. Whether you like it or not, these images do matter. Whether you like it or not, the way we portray the black woman around the world is the way people are going to view the black woman around the world. Am I right or am I right? Do you agree? What do you think? If you're portraying images of the black female in a way that is highly inappropriate, then people are going to meet black women and assume that this is who you are. This is the stereotype that you fit. And so with this pursuit of money, because that's all, it's all about money. That's why I'm talking about it as a finance professor, because this is all about money. When you're pursuing money in this way, in this reckless, irresponsible way, it's a little bit of a contradiction for you in one hand to say, I hate racial stereotypes. And then to say, I don't want to be mistreated, or to say, I don't want you to see me as a stereotype. But yet at the same time, you're making all this money promoting the stereotype. Do you follow what I'm saying? I hope let me know if you follow what I'm saying, because sometimes I don't want to get too deep on people, but it's true. So if you think about the images of the black woman, let's go through them really quickly. The stereotypes. You've got the angry black woman, the black woman who's just pissed off at everybody and everything all the time, who is this unlovable creature that nobody wants to get close to because she's angry, and that's one stereotype. You've got the mammy stereotype. That would be the Oprah Winfrey. That's the one who be birthing all the babies and breastfeeding all the kids and all that. You've got the hypersexualized whore stereotype, which is that black women are just all about breeding with no accountability. They just want to be babies' mamas, and that's it. And then you have the gold digger and the gold digger / welfare queen stereotype, right? All she wants you for is your money, and all she wants to do is pick up a welfare check so she can take care of her babies all by herself. Now, let me let me throw in one thing that does happen with this, and this is unfortunate, is that when you have these images of the Black female that are sort of perpetuated through society, I think that it does give this horrible, highly inaccurate image of the Black woman as being this unlovable, unwanted creature. That, you know, that okay, she's not really a person. She is a stallion and a glorilla. And gorillas, nobody wants to love a gorilla. Like if you look at a stallion is an adult castrated or an adult uncastrated male horse, a big strong male horse that wants to have sex with everything, and a big hairy gorilla. Nobody wants to cuddle up with that big hairy ass muscular gorilla, which is the connection I made when you call yourself Glorilla. It's like, why would you want to be a gorilla? I don't get that. And then you have the stallion. Nobody cuddles up with a stallion because the stallion is going to screw you. That's what stallions do, right? So ultimately, these stereotypes all connect, and these stereotypes are promoted by people who run the music industry who do not look like us. And so to me, the enemy is not the Lizzos. Lizzo got really mad at me, and Lizzo made comments and started getting into fights with me. But the thing is, I'm conscious of these things because I'm a little bit older than her. I understand the game. The game is that people like this pit people like me against the Lizzos of the world. So when I come along and say, come on, sweetheart, you're beautiful, you're talented, you can play the flute, why you got to twerk while you're doing it? Why you got to simulate sucking a man's penis in order to get attention? Why do you have to humiliate yourself that way? Why are you showing up at a Lakers game with your booty out where little children got to go sit on these seats with your juices all over the seats? Like, why do you have to do all that? Why the clown show? Why the circus? When I say these things, then what they do is these people get in her ear and they say, oh, there goes the patriarchy. There goes. They use one stereotype against the other. They pit the Black man and the Black woman against each other. Give me a yes if you agree. They do that. They'll come in and because they control the media. They don't just control the music industry. Pay attention now. This is all financial. This is a financial lesson you will never forget. This is a financial class right now that we're having. I hope you understand how this is a financial conversation. It is their control of wealth and money that allows them to do this. So what they'll do is they'll use media. So when Lizzo got mad because I basically said, I don't understand why this lady's got to be out here humiliating herself in this way. So what the media then did, pay attention now, this is a true fact. They then perpetuated this image all throughout media, through the entire Associated Press. Thousands of publications pretty much wrote up the article as Lizzo tells off sexist Black male professor, or they didn't say Black male professor, but she tells off sexist patriarch professor when he says blah, 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 right? So they're pitting me against her when I'm the one who's protecting you from all the nonsense. I'm the one who's warning you that, look, if you keep acting like this, you're going to get sued, girl. They're going to take everything you got. They're going to do a Diddy and a Bill Cosby on you. They pit us against each other when I'm the one who says, no, come on, you're better than that. They pit us against each other when I say, I know they're telling you to go twerk and sexualize yourself, but I think that you can do more than that. I think you can sing. You should be able to do what Adele does. Adele ain't got to twerk. Adele ain't out here putting stuff in her mouth. Adele ain't out here sticking her tongue out. Adele just shows up and sings. That white lady, Taylor Swift, she ain't not one single thing that Lizzo has done on stage that Taylor Swift has also done. Taylor Swift does not have to do those things. Taylor Swift can go and just be a human being and make $1 billion. Now, is it wrong for me to want that? Does that make me the villain? Or are we dealing with a world where people, because they have their money and their power and they control the music industry on one hand and the media on the other? I think that what happens here, I know. They pit the Black male against the Black female. So when the Black male shows up, this is why sometimes it's hard for brothers to step up and show support and protection. It's hard because then you get people in your ear that will tell you that I'm the enemy or that we're the enemy, when really we're the ally. Really, I mean, you really think Russ Weisenberg or whoever runs the music industry label, you really think he cares about your best interest? You really think that these people are sitting around saying, golly, I really want to see strong Black families? What do y'all think? Do you think these people sit around and think, and they have conspiracies at some point? They're planning something. They're conscious of something. They're thinking about something. When they have their meetings, they're talking about something. So do you think that in their meetings, I want to ask y'all this question. This is a consciousness exercise. Do you think that when they're sitting down, when Rothenstein and Heiselberg get together and have a meeting, do you think that they're sitting around saying, gosh, how do we reduce violence in Black communities? Yes or no? Do you think that when they get together, they sit and they say, gosh, we really want to make sure we really rejoin the black family because these children really need a father in the house? Do you think that that's what's happening? Do you think that they sit and they say, gosh, Bob, I was looking at these statistics on black wealth, Bob, and I noticed that African-American wealth has been on the decline, and that's a problem. We've got to fix that. Do you think they're thinking about that? You think they're thinking about ways to create financial security for black people, stronger families, better neighborhoods? What do you think? Or do you think that they're sitting around saying, okay, how do we get so-and-so to twerk a little more so we can make it a little extra money? Oh, people loved it when you got on top of the table and was shaking your booty and we really we want to put you on TV so that you can be as outrageous as possible. So you can go out here and really outsell your last album, because we want to make money. We don't really give a damn what the societal implications are of your behavior. We just want that we want your stereotypes to show up, to work every day, so that we can profit from those stereotypes, and the negative externalities and the negative outcomes or the negative side effects of your behavior. That belongs to you. That belongs to you people. You people have to figure it out, because we're not doing that with our kids. We're not going to let our girls go out here and act like this, but we'll let your girls do it all day. I don't know if people, I know this offends people, and I know people don't want to hear this, but whatever. Hate me if you want to. I don't give a damn if you hate me. I don't care if you hate me. If you hate me, that ain't going to affect me. What the only way you can affect me is if you prove me wrong. Can you prove me wrong? Can you prove me wrong that I just made a bunch of points and I laid it out very carefully and very clearly? You can't prove me wrong. That's why you get mad. You're not used to accountability. You're not used to somebody saying all money ain't good money. You're used to a world where it's money over everything, money over hoes, money. I'll die for money. I'll kill for money. Money, power, respect. I get money. I get money. Get money. That's literally the mindset. And my thing is, like, it's okay to get money. I mean, shoot, I'm a financial scientist. All I've done was study money for 30 years. But at the same time, money can turn you into something that you're not supposed to be. Money can destroy you as quickly as it can build you up. And I don't know if we think about that enough. And that's one of the reasons we have so many challenges. That's why these stereotypes persist. That's why your son might get shot by the cops, because a lot of times the cops have a negative perception of black males and they're scared of him before they meet him. Maybe that's why if you look at the stats, let's go through some quick stats, because I want to make these points really quick. If you look at unmarried rates, as of the recent data, 48% of black women in America, adult age, are unmarried. In the 1960s, before integration, only 28% of black women aged 25 and older had never been married. By 1980, this percentage rose to 40%. By the 2000s, it was 42%, and in the 2010s, it was 45%, and the number has continued to go up. So now it's up to 48%. So every decade in the last 50 years, the percentage of black women that are unmarried has consistently grown. There are studies that show that this also links to things like the Biden mass incarceration epidemic. When they put so many of your men in prison, it broke down your families in twofold. One, because your men were in prison, so they can't marry you if they're locked up. But then number two, these men that are supposed to be raising your sons are not there to raise your sons, so your sons are not growing up to become men. Let me know if you're following that. I need yes confirmations to let me know that you're getting what I'm saying, because I don't want to talk too fast. I don't want you to gloss over that point. When you don't have the fathers around, when the fathers are not raising your boys, that's when you get these she-males out here. That's when you get these bearded babies out here. That's when you get these 45-year-old teenagers from. That's where they come from. They come from the fact that they never had a father that was kicking them in the ass and forcing them to be men. That's the reality. That's something, for whatever reason, people don't want to talk about it. Maybe it's politically incorrect. Maybe it's not a warm, fuzzy conversation that you're looking for, but the world ain't warm and fuzzy. And so, generally speaking, the breakdown of the family is directly connected to the breakdown of the African-American male. A lot of this occurred through hip hop. I believe, as Ice Cube has alluded to and others, that there was a conspiracy in the 80s and the 90s to take out opportunities from the black community and replace it with drugs and guns. And then they have music that glorified the drugs and guns, which caused your men to lose who they're supposed to be, to the point where they became butt naked, crazy, ignorant and crazy and violent and ridiculous in terms of the things that we celebrated. You should not be looking up to the drug dealer more than you look up to the scientist. You should not be looking up to the hustler and the thug more than you're looking up to the person who takes care of his kids. There's nothing about Russell Wilson, who's taking care of baby Future. If you know, Russell Wilson married the singer Sierra. There's nothing about Russell Wilson that on any planet would make him into some sort of a simp, except for a culture that has been bastardized to the point where you celebrate extreme amounts of black male irresponsibility. Give me a yes if you're following what I'm saying. Give me a yes if you've seen this. Give me a yes if you've noticed any of this. So effectively, what has happened is that both the black male and the black female, in terms of our self-image, our image of each other, and the image that is seen by the world, has been just chopped up and poisoned in so many ways. Poisoned through poisonous, toxic culture that is not controlled by you. It is run by people that run companies like Paramount Global, people that run Universal Music Group, people that run these other record labels. It's the people that run the media, and they will. And the reason you can't see it, pay attention now. The reason you can't see what is being done to you and what's being done to your family, done to your culture, done to your community, is because it's all covered with money. Money is this crazy thing that I meditate on it a lot in terms of understanding what it does and where it's at and how it works. Money has a way of putting perfume on a pig. You understand what I'm saying? Money is where they take a piece of crap and they put it and they tell you that it's chocolate cake. They take a big pile of doo-doo and they put icing on it and they put little candles on it, and you will bite into that big pile of doo-doo like it's a delicious chocolate cake. And because that's what somebody told you, and you'll be like, damn, this thing stinks, it's nasty. But damn, but then the person next to you says, this chocolate cake is so good. And you will literally sit there and eat a big pile of doo-doo that's chocolate cake because you see everybody else eating the doo-doo thinking that it's chocolate cake. But that doo-doo that they're serving you, that's not your birthday cake, bro. That's not your the delicious cake that you think that it is. That's really doo-doo. That's what it stinks and it's nasty because that's what it is. And so when you look at the culture, that's what they did with the culture. They call it the culture. And I keep telling you, I've been saying this for 20 years. I said, that is not our culture. That is not who we are. We ain't all growing up trying to be like Rick Ross and these immature, really immature, baseless, weak men with no substance. Like, that's kind of what hip hop produces. The Diddy's of the world. I've been saying stuff like that about the Diddy's long before the world decided that Diddy was a bad guy. I said, what in the world makes you look up to this guy? He talks a lot, doesn't get anything done, really, not for the black community. He's not even really the leader of anything. He's a guy who works for these people where they sell this vodka and you somehow think that that's some sort of model of black success. And now that model of black success is the same guy that you're vilifying now and saying, oh, he's a terrible person, isn't it? I'm like, well, why? You couldn't see that before? Oh, I get it. Oh, that's right. You were hypnotized by the money because you think all money is good money. So anyway, I'm going to make my final point on this. If you could do me a favor, please hit the thumbs up button. Thumbs up, share, subscribe. My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. You're watching drboycetv.com, the home for intelligent black people. And yes, Mashawn, I am live right now. Sometimes I don't go live. Sometimes it is a recording, but right now I am live. But then again, you may be looking at the recording and then think that I'm in the recording saying that it's live, because sometimes I'll play it again. But also, if you want to get started on your economic journey in the Black Business School, we have 176,000 students worldwide. A lot of our classes are low cost or free. We are the Black wealth experts of America and the world. We're better at Black wealth than any other group in the country. We partner with scientists and thinkers from all walks of life in our community to solve our problems. And I believe this is more effective than any politician. It's more effective than any public policy. It's more effective than any entertainer. We're getting it done. So if you'd like to get started on your journey, you can go to blackmoney101.com. That's blackmoney101.com. I wrote my dissertation on the stock market. That's where wealth is being built. I can help you get started there. We have people that can do real estate. We have people that can do entrepreneurship. Whatever you want to do, we got you. We also are the only institution out here that's really aggressively educating Black children on wealth. One of the secrets to wealth that a lot of people don't know, and this keeps your kids off the stripper pole and keeps them out of the streets and out of the silly situations, is that if you teach your children about wealth, or you do things like the Black Wealth Master Plan, where you invest just $5 a day for that newborn baby, well, then what happens is that your child gets to a point where by the time they're 25 years old, they are financially secure. By the time they're 25 or 30 years old, they're not out here desperate for money. They're not signing bad record deals because they can't pay the rent. They're not out here doing things that are going to embarrass themselves because they don't have enough money. The Black Wealth Master Plan, which is 100% free, is free to the community. And I keep repeating that because I know that there are people who don't believe that we can solve this problem. There are people who don't support anything that's Black. There are people who will go along with bad ideas from the white community, but will ignore good ideas from the Black community. But I can tell you it's 100% free. It's Black Wealth Master blackwealthmasterplan.com. I made an ebook on a $5 a day investing plan. And what I explained to you is that if you do this for your newborn child, if you love your child enough to invest for them from birth, if you care enough to prepare a plan for them, then by the time your child's 25 years old, they've got a couple $100,000 in the bank. So I want you to think about this. So let's go back. Let's talk about this topic. And the URL is blackwealthmasterplan.com. So feel free to go take a look. If you go back and you look at some of this ridiculous imagery of the black female that's being pushed throughout hip hop, I want you to ask this basic question. Do you think, give me a yes or no, do you think that Megan Thee Stallion would be, exploiting herself in this way and doing just anything to make a dollar if she was financially secure, if her parents had made a plan for her? I read Megan Thee Stallion's whole bio. I read her whole life story. I don't think her daddy was around. I think her mama was a rapper. I think that there was financial struggle. She signed a bad contract. She ended up suing the record label because she said she got exploited. But the reality is that they didn't make her sign that contract. So what made her sign it? Somebody made her sign it. What made her sign it? It was financial desperation. That's what made her sign it. That's what made her do it. The devil made you do it. The devil made you do it. The devil is in the struggle. The devil is in the poverty. The devil is in the scarcity. That's where the devil's at. Y'all got to understand. And so you got rappers that are out here listening to the devil. They're being driven by the devil. And I'm not talking about this from a religious standpoint. I'm talking about when you got beautiful young women like Glorilla taking pictures like this. I mean, literally booty cheeks spread out just so I can get attention. There's very rarely a black child that's raised with financial security who is not struggling to pay the rent, who will go to such desperate means to get attention and to get a couple dollars in their pocket. There's rarely a child with economic intelligence and financial security who will sign a record deal that basically becomes a deal with the devil, where they're stuck and they're locked into a terrible contract like Megan was, and they find themselves humiliating themselves in order to get paid. So I need y'all to kind of help me with this. Give me a quick yes, if you can, to let me know that you understand the connection here. Let me know if you understand why economics is one of the solutions to this problem. That if our children are raised in a way where they can make money the right way, they can make money in a safe way, they can make money in a way that's going to benefit them, they don't have to go sign horrible, imbalanced, exploitative, racist contracts from people who look like this. They don't have to go to these people. Because I'm going to tell you like this. Here's what I want you to understand. Pay attention now. I need y'all to listen. All the people that are in this picture, these music industry executives, who are mostly non-black, mostly male, I bet every nickel in your bank account and mine that not one of these individuals has a daughter who is out here twerking for money. Not one of these individuals in this picture tells their child that if you go sign this horrible, lopsided, exploitative deal with the devil contract with Universal, that's going to get you out the hood. Not one of them is having those conversations with their kids. But we think that is part of being black. We think that we're supposed to be in the struggle. We think that Cardi B, I like Cardi B, actually. There's a part of me that really likes her. Sometimes she gets on my nerves, but there's a part of me that really likes her. And here's what I like about Cardi B. You know what I like about Cardi B? This is a moment of honesty. I like Cardi B because she's honest. I appreciate the honesty. Because the honesty really is where she really tells you the things that she did for money when money was dry. She talks about how she used to do Bill Cosby's on men. She used to take advantage of men's lack of sexual discipline. And so a man comes in the club, he's trying to get some. She would lure him into a hotel room, and then they would drug him, and they would take all his money and maybe take some things that money should not buy. They would take his money, and she would get a guy to come in, and if she didn't like the guy, she'd have the guy come in and do a ditty on this man. That's what she used to do to get money. She talks about this, which is fascinating to me. I'm really fascinated by the fact that no one ever really thought to say, okay, she should probably be prosecuted or held accountable, or she should be canceled for this. Isn't that interesting though? Let's pause in that moment. Doesn't anybody else think that that's so strange? That, like, imagine if a guy said that. Like, imagine if Diddy was like, yeah, I went and I drugged and raped somebody and took all their money. Like, do you really think that would just be overlooked? Like, oh, well, that's okay. He was just doing what he had to do to survive. Or do you think that people would say, okay, let's do a deeper investigation? So I want to just point that out to you in terms of looking at some of the biases that do exist in our society. I find that really fascinating that people just overlooked that statement And no one sort of said, okay, wait a minute, that's worse than what Cosby did. But nobody said that, right? But anyway, with Cardi, if you listen to her music carefully, which I've done, she raps about money. She got a whole song about money. Money, I need money. I like money, right? And how does she know to get money? Well, she basically gets money by offering her good stuff, right? You know, I know, again, call me old fashioned. I sound, you know, somebody on Twitter said I sound like a grandpa earlier, and that made me feel kind of bad because I am a grandpa, and I'm like, dang, what's wrong with being a grandpa? Is that bad? I thought grandpas were wise. I thought grandpas know a couple things, and I'm gonna just tell you like this. I kind of feel like when you talk about money, that there are some things that really just should not be for sale. I don't know if that makes me weird or old fashioned or makes me uppity, but I kind of get concerned when I hear a person who's rapping, who's like this role model for young Black girls, who's considered to be Black excellence, Black girl magic. And she's literally rapping and saying that if you want access to the bag, just take your clothes off and go catch STDs from random nasty ass men and unwanted pregnancy. I really kind of think that maybe as a community, we may want to reconsider that public policy if we ever want to be successful as a people, if we ever want to have the stable families we deserve. And it's very unfortunate because, again, because I am a father of daughters, when I see desperate women, unfortunately, being forced to do desperate things to make money and being told to do these things by people who control their finances, that makes me say, gosh, where's your daddy at? Because I think your daddy is supposed to protect you. So this isn't just a problem for white folks. It's not just a problem for Black women. It's a problem for all of us. It's really a problem that all of us have to think about and all of us have to address in our own way. So anyway, that's my 2 cents on the topic. I'm sure I offended somebody. I always do. If I offended you, that's good. That means that I got you to think. And I hope that we can agree that that even if we disagree, we can still be friends. So give me a yes if that's okay. If you didn't like everything I said, that's okay. Chalk it up to the fact that I'm not perfect and not everybody's going to agree. I just think that we need to have conversations about this because this ain't the way. This is not going to get us where we want to get to. Everything we talk about eliminating racism and creating freedom in the community, there's nothing free about selling our little girls' bodies, so they can make a couple dollars. There's nothing liberating about having people embarrass themselves from our community just so they can pay the rent. There's nothing good about any of this. And I really personally think that these should not be seen as models of Black success. What these are is when you see these degrading images of our people, those are examples of epic amounts of failure. That is the failure of the community to protect our girls. That is the failure of society to do what is right. That is a failure of the family, the Black family. When the family fails, that's when you get people saying, okay, I'm going to go twerk for whoever can help me pay a bill because my daddy ain't around to help me. And that's what I generally see when I see these kinds of things. Remember, Megan Thee Stallion, again, think about this, process this for a minute now. I need y'all to really be conscious on this with me. She's supposed to be living the dream. Like, this is the example of extreme success. This is what all the rappers aspire to. And I know a lot of rappers. I had a conversation with a rapper. He was very good friends with a rapper in LA named PNB Rock. And PNB Rock, do y'all remember PNB Rock? Give me a yes if you remember him. PNB Rock got shot, I think, in the middle of a Denny's or something. It was a Denny's or Roscoe's or something like that. And he was in this restaurant and somebody just somehow, I think his girlfriend tweeted his location or something from what I read. And next thing I know, this brother got shot in front of everybody. He got shot in this restaurant. And I was talking to a young rapper about this. And I said, it was Jay Ortiz. I don't think he minds me saying his name. Jay Ortiz right now is on tour with a rapper named Kevin Gates. And I talked to Jay and I said, are you sure you want to go in this industry? I said, because, most people I know who are successful as rappers in certain genres are not happy people. They're not safe. Megan Thee Stallion achieved all the success a rapper could achieve, but she got shot in the foot by her man. Like, that is traumatic as shit. I know I'd be traumatized if my wife shot me in the foot and I gotta keep on going like nothing happened. Oh my God. Now, again, it's controversial, right? There are people debating whether or not he did it and all that. Well, I know he went to prison for it. And then you go into there's another rapper. She actually got discovered on my page. I'm not making this up. There's a rapper named, y'all know Young M.A.? Young M.A. is out of New York. Young M.A. literally got discovered on my Facebook page. And she's and I'm not making this up. She actually said this in interviews. And I'm very happy for her because she's super talented. But I feel so bad for her because if you listen to her music and you see the headlines on this poor young lady, she's going through extreme problems when it comes to her mental and physical health. She, you know, and the thing is, and the reason that I believe this is happening is because you've got a lot of undiagnosed, untreated trauma in the Black community. You also have a lack of guidance for these young people. When these record labels get a hold of them and they start paying them any amount of money to do any ridiculous thing that will embarrass their family and their community, there's nobody from our community who's in their ear saying, come on, man, you don't really need to do this to make money. Or no, you don't want to completely sell your soul. So in Hollywood, people go off to Hollywood and LA and they have these big dreams about making money. There's that word money again. I keep bringing it up because in case you're wondering why a finance professor talks about these things, and because they dangle a couple of dollars in front of you, they get you to do things that lead to lifelong regret. And this is offensive to me because I think that the impression that others have of Black people is these people will do anything for $1. And I'm gonna tell you like this: every community ain't like that. Their community, these people in this picture, I bet you anything that there are some things they will not do for money. They will not abandon Israel for money, for example. There are certain things they will not do for $1. So the question I want to ask you is, what do you have in your community that is not for sale? I think that's the question I leave you with today as we finish up this conversation. What do you have in your community that nobody can buy? Or is everything for sale? Are your daughters for sale? Is her body for sale? Is your dignity for sale? Like, what do you have in your community that is not for sale? And if you can't think of that, if you can't answer that question, then you're always going to be a slave to money, because money can either liberate you or it can turn you into a slave. And this is what you're dealing with. All right. So anyway, guys, I'm going to get out of here. Hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. This podcast is on Spotify. So if you want to listen on Spotify, just go to Spotify, look up Boyce Watkins. I do have several podcasts on Spotify. One's called the Dr. Boyce Breakdown. The other is called How to Make Money Without Working. And I'm also creating something called Dr. Boyce Daily Stock Market, where I'm going to give daily assessments of what's happening in the stock market and stuff like that for those of you that are interested in pure investing topics. And as you know, I like to talk about culture. In my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, that I talk extensively about what a good economic culture looks like, specific steps on how you can establish that in your family, and ways that you can break generational curses financially. So if you'd like to take a look at that book, I can even autograph it and send it to you. One of my girls is going to actually mail it to you. So we do have a family business with my wife. You can just go to drboycebooks.com. That's drboycebooks.com. Also, I want to remind everybody that October 25th through the 27th, we have the All Black National Convention that's going to be held in Lombard, Illinois, which is right outside of Chicago. The All Black National Convention is the largest gathering on earth of intelligent Black people designed specifically for us to solve our problems as a community. So we welcome all families. We welcome all intelligent people from all walks of life. We welcome all the therapists and the teachers and the activists and the attorneys and the doctors and the professors and all the people that care about our community, that want to solve this problem, that are sick of this shit, that want to make us better. So if you want to join us in Chicago, or it's outside of Chicago, it's right outside Chicago. So Lombard's a really nice place. Feel free to go to and Chicago is too. I'm not saying Chicago's not, but Chicago's a little bit mixed. I ain't gonna lie. Feel free to go to allblacknationalconvention.com. That's allblacknationalconvention.com. Okay, guys. So I'm gonna get out of here, and God bless you. Thank you guys for listening. Also, tomorrow morning we are gonna get up at 10 a.m. Eastern. We do this every single morning, 7 days a week, because we're serious about this. We are not playing, and this is 100% free. And it's called Economic Awareness Training. If you'd like to be invited, just text the word morning, MORNING, to the number 87948, and I will invite you to our financial awareness training. Text morning to 87948. Or if you live out of the country, you can go to drboyceelevate.com. So thank you so much for listening. I appreciate y'all 100%. And I just love intelligent Black people, because y'all let us have the conversations that need to be had. And I appreciate y'all putting up with my outrageousness, because I know sometimes I might say things that may sound radical, but just know that my heart's in the right place, and I want to say it in a way that's going to make our lives better. So take care. I'll talk to you soon. Love you. Peace.
Here we are, clan the isms, cataclysm great. Our people out here struggling, trying to make it in this state. Everybody out here doing it, but we the ones who late. Now family, we the ones who gotta delegate. Get that money in the power, never be fake. Stick to co-sign for 3. What did he say? Create jobs, support our own. Educate the same and buy back your home. Got 3 degrees, triple 10. 3 PhDs, now we on the CNN. DBTV, let's talk about negligence. Ignorance is bliss, but we can turn it to intelligence. Believe none of what you hear, half of what you see. Let's break it down here on Dr. Boyce TV. Here we are.
Demons through life and how you can work through these things. Remember when I was mentioning to you all that undiagnosed, untreated trauma is, in my view, the greatest impediment to Black wealth, because to build economies, you need trust, and traumatized people traumatized people cannot trust very well. Traumatized people also can't even trust themselves. They don't come through for themselves as well as they could otherwise, because when you have all these extra emotions you're carrying around, this extra baggage, it really makes it difficult for you to reach your fullest potential and become the person that you're supposed to be. So this is one of the reasons why I think even with our kids, we want to work very, very hard to help them shape their identities and at an early age, so that they don't have these impediments that keep them from becoming their very best selves, right? So I personally think even things like racism, I know that racism in Kentucky, growing up as a Black kid in Kentucky, really sort of gave me a weird inferiority complex that I was constantly fighting, where I would be shadow boxing. I'd be fighting battles that didn't even exist, because I was so traumatized by this idea that I was going to be treated differently just because I was Black, and I know that even as I got older, there would be situations I would walk into where I didn't feel comfortable, or I was dealing with all these excess emotions that kind of blocked me from being able to really just do my thing and to react to things in the right way, in a measured way. It's like when I was teaching at Syracuse University, I remember dealing with white kids, and it sometimes conflicts would emerge because maybe I'd get offended by something somebody said or whatever, instead of me just dealing with the issue. Now, I think that we might have, speaking of dealing with the issue, are we back? Do we have audio?
Yes, I have audio. I figured it out.
Okay, great. All right, very awesome, very awesome.
Okay.
All right, so babe, why don't you tell them who you are, what you do? I assume most of you all know this is my wife, Dr. Alicia Watkins, and I'm going to mention this really quickly. My wife is not just a therapist. She is a therapist that trains other therapists, so she's really good at what she does. Also, she is, and I got to give props to the Black woman next to me. I hope that's okay. She is one of the few, a very small percentage of PhDs. First of all, only less than 1% of the population has a PhD, and that percentage is even lower when you talk about people that look like us. But then even beyond that, a small percentage of PhDs become full professors at a university, right? So she's really rare in her field. She's one of the best around. I watch her every day in terms of the fact that she listens to therapy trainings just for fun. I've seen her read books hundreds of pages long on the subconscious mind. So she's really a great partner in terms of being able to understand what's really happening with our mindset and our money. So with me saying all that, babe, why don't you tell them who you are, what you do, and everything else? Because I have to lay it out there. I want to lay it out there because I don't want people, because there are a lot of people on the internet who sound good but don't know what the hell they're talking about. And I know you put in 20 years of work, 30 years of work into this stuff, right? So to me, I think there's a difference between somebody who has been studying something for 20 or 30 years versus somebody who just got it one morning and decided to start a podcast, and so because it really can cause you, it makes the difference between getting good information and bad information, or scientifically proven information, versus just something that came off somebody's hip. So anyway, I'll let you go ahead and take over from here. Why don't you tell them about what you do and everything else?
Yeah, my name is Dr. Alicia, and I am a social worker. I like to present myself as a social worker first because that's my background in my training, and I work as a professor in the Department of Social Work at a nice institution. So that's what I do. I do train other adults who want to change their career and become a social worker, many of them, and I also do a lot of supervision for individuals who want to get their license. So I'm a licensed therapist, and so I help sign off on other individuals who have completed their degree and they also want to become a therapist, a licensed therapist as well. So that's some of the things that I do. And I also have my own private practice, and I do a lot of work, particularly with a lot of your students, Boyce, but also some other people as well. So I work with families, I work with couples, I work with individuals who have these demons attached to them. I love this whole, what is it? You said financial demons
Yeah,
that you're going
financial
to talk
demons.
about today.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
So,
yeah. Go ahead,
mhm.
please. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I think I love that whole concept. And, I'm not going to say demon in my practice, but I mean, that's essentially what we're doing. How do you get rid of demons? Like, what is it? The exorcist? I
Mhm.
should be like the priest and the exorcist to get rid of the demons inside of you. So, I love
Yeah,
that. I love that whole
yeah. Well,
concept.
yeah. Well, let me lay this out. I don't think I've never seen that term financial demons used in any other setting in any textbook or anything. But but that's the goal of the Black Business School and our financial therapy department is we're not here to just simply replicate what's already been studied. We want to go deeper. We want, we're the black wealth, the black wealth surgeons, of America in the sense that, to solve a serious problem like the racial wealth gap, you really need to do that surgery. You need to do that specialist focal, very, very deep focused specialization that's going to allow you to figure out from a nuanced fashion, like what's really happening here, right? So the term financial demons is basically something, or you can call them money demons, either one, whatever you want to call them. It basically comes from any fears or anxieties or negative beliefs about money that can really undermine and sabotage your financial thinking. Now, I want you guys to give me a yes or no. Would you say that there are money demons in the Black community? Do you think that there are fears when it comes to money that plague us, anxieties, just stress that comes when it comes to money? Are there negative beliefs that hold us back? And also, the thing about these psychological barriers is that they might come from past experiences. I want you to think about the past experiences that you've had or that you've seen other people have that may affect their decisions when it comes to money. Social pressures like keeping up with the Joneses, following whatever you saw them do on BET, ingrained beliefs. Do you think that there are any money demons that relate to ingrained beliefs, maybe cultural baggage or social norms or generational curses that relate to money that keep us broke, that keep us struggling? And the thing is that here's the thing about a money demon. A money demon, it can show itself in the form of stress, poor financial decisions, or maybe even avoidance of financial responsibility, right? For example, maybe the guy who would love to get married and have children, but he doesn't because he's afraid that he cannot provide for anybody other than himself. Hey, give me a guess if you've seen that before, right? So I want to kind of dig in what's in just a point of confession. I know my wife she always goes too deep into stuff like that. So I don't want you talking about me, but I'm gonna confess a financial demon I had about marriage. When I was 28, I met a nice lady who was older than me, who was financially secure, and I did not pursue the relationship because I said I'm broke. I only I only make $1,000 a month, and she was making probably $10,000 a month, and it made me feel very awkward. She had her own house and a nice car and all that, and it made me just feel like, gosh, this is not cool. And I don't think that was her at all. That was really me. Now, mind you, I'm glad I didn't marry her or date her or anything because I got to marry you. But still, like I think little financial demons like that are things that we kind of overlook in terms of sort of seeing how our relationship with money shapes how we make decisions. So let me ask you this, babe. Based on what I said about financial demons, in your practice as a therapist, do you see a lot of money demons pop up in terms of maybe fears or anxieties or negative beliefs about money that may sabotage the thinking of the clients that you see and things like that? Or what in your experience as a therapist? I know you can talk about individual cases, and I don't want you to do that, but how often does that come up?
Well, financial demons is what, and other types of demons, we can take it in terms of your thoughts. That's what gets you into my office.
Mm.
It's the results, it's how it shows itself. And that's when people tend to be like, okay, I need to seek some help because I can't function every day. The stress is so overwhelming that I can't continue on with what's happening in my life. And so when it starts to become overwhelming, it's the consequences of attaching yourself to these financial demons. It's an attachment that you have to them, and it's a thought process. And the more, and it's interesting because with financial demons, the more you feed it, the bigger it gets. And you feed it in two ways. The first way you feed your financial demons is by avoiding it, is by just saying, you know, you need to open up your credit card bill and you need to look at what you spent last month, which is what we're going to do after the month of May. It's crazy, right? You know that you have all of these issues that you need to deal with and you're avoiding them and you're not addressing them. And so what happens is that short term, you feel a relief, but long term, it ends up getting worse. So that's how the financial demons grow. Number one, by avoiding. And the second way financial demons grow is by fixating yourself on what you don't have and comparing yourself to others and say, I don't have this, I can't do this. It's this rumination that you have in your head about what you can and cannot get, what you think that you think. It's what you think that you cannot have. And that's the second way you feed these demons. These demons actually are energy that lives off of you. It attaches itself to you and it grows based on your fears.
Okay.
It's like the movie It. You ever see the movie? I love the movie It because really it is a perfect dramatization of what happens inside of us. You have to remember, ain't no devil in terms of how I see it in my work and how I see life in general. There is nothing outside of you. There is no devil. There is no demon. The real demon is your thoughts. And if you look at the movie It is a representation of what happens inside of all of us when we start feeding this demon. And that clown, it got bigger and better. It fed into their insecurities and it grew until one point in this movie. And it's when they stop and they turn around and they face that clown and they start beating that clown up and they start attacking it. And that's when the clown shrinks down into nothing and just goes away. It's the same horror film. All the horror films that we have is nothing about how it's nothing but how something gets attached to you. But Hollywood makes it seem like these scary people are doing something to you. There's nothing outside of you that's against you, really, other than your mind. And I really do mean it in terms of racism, white supremacy, believing that the white man is all that and they got everything and they're the desirable people. That's mind control. That's them feeding us the demons of this other thing is better than we.
Wow. Okay. So, so one of the things I'm gonna lay out a theory here is one of the theories I have is that based on what you're saying and based on, movies like It and stuff like that, or maybe the movie Smile. You and I saw the
Smile,
movie
yeah.
Smile, which Smile's a really creepy movie where basically people you would witness somebody like doing something crazy like cutting their own throat with a big smile on their face and they'd be doing this. And it was a real creepy thing. And what we realized when we saw this movie was we said, oh, this movie is really about trauma. It's about how trauma is contagious and how that causes us to, that traumatized people can traumatize other people, and it becomes almost like a virus, right? So it almost seems like with money demons, one aspect of the money demon concept is that you're really also talking about, in my opinion, these preconceived beliefs that people have that really come from these generational curses that are passed down, right? Or perhaps a money demon might be a trauma that you experience because somebody financially traumatized you. Let me give you an example. I talk about this a lot in my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. When you loan money to somebody that you trust and it's your cousin and you give them your last few dollars that you had stacked up to pay the rent or the mortgage, and your cousin just, ghosts you or disappears and doesn't want to pay you back. And then every conversation becomes awkward, after that. They yell at you and cut you out when you ask for your money back. And then so at the end, you lose your money and you lose a loved one. That's very traumatic. And I think that can become a demon because the way I see that demon manifest is people, they transform. It's like the demon possesses you now. Right. You used to be Mr. Loving and trusting, and I want to help everybody. Then you become, this is why I don't loan money to relatives. I don't care. I don't care what's going on with you. I almost feel like that's a transformation, right? Almost like a demon possessing you. I mean, what do you think, babe?
Yeah, well, I mean, I just don't recommend people loan money to anybody, really. I think that you should, if someone is in a dire situation and they really need money, you probably should just think about what you're comfortable parting ways with. What's an amount? All of us right now should think about, okay, what amount of money can I part ways with where it's not going to make a big difference to me? And that's how you need to think about um, working with people who are close to you in terms of money. Just give them the money. Just say, enjoy yourself. I hope everything is okay, because listen, when you start on, you loan somebody money and you see them walk around with a new pair of shoes on, it's always going to create a dynamic. It's going to be like, okay, so this person can't give me back my money, but they can buy a new pair of shoes. Just, it's always, I recommend just try to avoid loaning somebody money anyway. But think about that. Think about how you feel when you have worked hard and you have been successful, and there's other people in your family who's not been successful. I mean, that's also a money demon as well, because there's this guilt that comes that you feel like survivor guilt, and you have made decisions and you have decided to structure your life in a way where you have success, but you don't understand that you worked really hard for it. It's not luck that got you where you are. It's, for many of us, it's hard work. And you start looking around at everybody else and you're successful and other people aren't successful. I mean, that's exactly, those thought process is also can be a financial demon as well, because you think, why me? Why am I so successful and other people aren't? So that, and you see it with a lot of celebrities, and definitely you see it with a lot of, especially when you talk about athletes who grew up in the neighborhood where it was a lot of poverty, and they become successful and they bring all their friends along. Now, it's okay to deal with it that way as long as you have good boundaries there. But it's other people who need to work just as hard as you. And they also need to, also show and prove that they have this, this ability to be able to come up with you. So I think it's beautiful to come up, bring everybody who's available and who's willing to do the work, but you still have to do the work, and there's no substitute for that.
Well, it's funny, and I think this is a good opportunity for you and I to see things from different perspectives. First off, when you use that word recommend, like I recommend people do this. One thing I always
that's just my recommendation.
One thing I always tell everybody is I don't give financial advice. I don't, because you have to have a license for that. But then also, I don't want to tell you what to do. I'd rather establish a framework for you to use to make decisions. And I want you to just make sure when it comes to taking risk, because everything's risky. Money's risky, love is risky, trusting people is risky. And where I find that people tend to be the most upset, at least I am. I know the times I'm most upset is when I was taking a risk I didn't know I was taking a risk with. I was going into something where I didn't know what it was. It's like if you're dating and you're expecting a relationship to lead to marriage, and the other party thinks it's a one night stand, then the problem is not so much whether or not a one night stand is better than a long term relationship. The problem is that there was a misunderstanding. People didn't know what they were getting into, and I bring that up because when I think about loaning money is an important part of a functioning economy. You have to loan money for an economy. If the banks all stop loaning money tomorrow, the entire U.S. economy would crash in a way that was permanently damaging for the next 40, 50 years. Like if all the banks just said, we quit, we scared, we don't want to loan money to nobody because y'all don't be paying nobody back, the economy would not function anymore. You have to have lending. Whenever you look at wealthy families, when we were talking about that segment of India where they own all the hotels, 40% of the hotels in America, they loan each other money. They do. The difference is that they have a code of conduct where they have a process that they go through. If you don't pay somebody back, you don't pay back cousin so-and-so, oh, they're going to come get you for that. You're going to have to deal with that. And so to me, when I think about loaning money, I look at it as obviously you shouldn't loan money to everybody. And then also you have to know what you're getting into, right?
Because that's not a personal loan. What you're talking, I'm referring to personal loans. What you're referring to is like business loans, and I think that's different. You should make a different.
I do agree with that. I agree with that. You're right. You're right. But
Yeah.
what I will say too, though, is here's where I'm gonna definitely agree with you about loaning money. Why you should be skeptical about it. Remember this: most of us are pretty much products of our habits. Our life is a manifestation of the choices you make, the habits you have, and the way that you think. Like if I weigh 400 pounds, you can look at me and pretty much guess what my eating habits probably are, right? Most of the time, right? It doesn't make, I'm not dissing anybody, but that's just true. Or if I'm in really great shape, you can look at me and see, or if I live in a big mansion, you can see that I probably did something financially that got me in that mansion. So when you see a person, and how many of y'all, give me a yes or no, give me a yes in the chat if you can think of a relative who always has financial problems. Give me a yes if you think, I want you to think about that cousin who always is behind on the rent,
And
who's always
don't go up to them and say you got financial demons or money
no, no,
demons.
no, no,
Don't
no. I'm
say
not
that
saying
to
that. No, no, no.
people.
But let me finish this. Let me finish this in that. Let me finish this
Uh-huh.
analogy. Then I'm gonna hand the ball back to you, babe. I want you to give me a yes if you can think of that cousin who's always behind on the rent, who's always an inch away from being evicted, who's always got a trauma story, a scary story, who's all and doesn't even know that their role in the process. It's always somebody else's fault. It's always temporary. It's always just this one time, right? And so really, to your point about not loaning money to people, you got to understand that it was their bad financial habits and choices that got them to where they are right now. So, by definition, to some extent, at least 8 times out of 10, when you make that loan to that cousin who's always struggling financially, that is a bad loan because that person in your mind should have bad credit because you can see that they're making bad choices. So your odds of really getting your money back are probably much lower than you think. But maybe you can't see that because they sound so convincing when they tell you it's just this one time. I'm gonna pay you as soon as I get my check on Tuesday, and it's really Uncle Rerun's fault. I don't have any money. So my point is to say that that's where I agree with you. That maybe in that situation, again, it's not me telling you not to do it. It's me saying make sure you know what you're getting into. So if I know I'm loaning money to a deadbeat or who doesn't know that they're deadbeat, I'm not going to tell them they're deadbeat. They're already feeling pretty bad. I don't want to make them feel worse. Then I might loan that money knowing that it's a gift. So you say, hey, I need $1,000 by Tuesday. I might say, okay, here's $150. Here's my contribution because I'm not prepared to give you $1,000 or $500 or some number that's really going to set me back. And I think that's where the trauma. And you can give me your thoughts on what I just said, babe. But I think that's where the trauma kicks in is where you loan that person an amount of money you're not comfortable giving away, and you need that money back, and then they don't deliver, and then you're scared. Now you're the one who's financially unstable because you were climbing up a ladder. You reached down to pull them up, and they pulled you off the ladder. So now you're freaking out because now both of y'all in financial trouble. That's what I've seen happen many times. What do you think about that?
Yeah, that's so fascinating that okay, so I'm gonna put my I'm gonna speak from the position of the lender, of the person who has seen the heartache in another individual. They've connected to that and they've decided that they need to be the hero in somebody else's story.
Mm.
They themselves feel like they need to be the hero in someone else's story. So in that sense, the loaner, the individual with the money, is in a up position. And then they feel like I can help this person out, not really to help that person out, maybe, but also it is a feel-good moment for them. So there's a lot of individuals who use their money and their position of power, not necessarily to help that person, because sometimes you cannot help somebody by opening up your checkbook. Sometimes when you look at situations and you see somebody in these dire situations, you cannot help them by opening up your checkbook and just writing a check. If you could write a check and help people out of their misery, it would be so much easier. It depends on how you look at the situation and how you assess the situation, because sometimes other people's sort of issues is a way where you can jump in and be the hero so that you can feel good. So you really do, it's a dynamic process. You really do need to think about what is driving your behavior, that you feel like you need to save everybody. And ultimately, Nobody can save anybody. And I hate to put it that way. As a therapist, I want to say that I can help save everybody, but I really don't think I can. I know that what I can do is I can help people. I can give them the map and I can give them the compass of how to have a successful relationship, how to be healthy in their interactions with other people. But it's up to them to use all the evidence-based practice that I know, because that's what I operate on as a therapist. They can use those things. They have to, outside of the sessions, do the work. They have to decide, okay, I'm going to make a change and I'm going to face this demon, because all demons are negative thoughts. I'm going to face my negative thoughts about this situation. I'm going to look at it directly and I'm going to shrink it down, face it directly. Someone wrote in the chat, the shadow side. They're spot on, whoever that person was. I can't remember their name, but that's the shadow side of you. And when you avoid and when you fixate on things, that is when that shadow grows. But when you start thinking about not what you don't have, but what you do have, and address that, that is what grows. I don't know, should we call it a financial angel? Maybe money angels. Money angels all around you. Abundance is around you, but you have to see it in your everyday life. And you have to empathize with other people who haven't quite gotten there. So I was saying that, interrupting you, I'm sorry, to say, you don't talk to somebody and say, you got a financial demon. That's not what you do to other people. Because the point of this on Sunday morning is not to save anybody else. The point of this is to use these tools that Boyce talks about every morning, is to use these concepts and incorporate it into your own life. That's the point. You can send people the link and ask them to join, but it's up to them if they're going to click on the link, if they're going to listen to this, if they're going to incorporate all of this into their life.
Well, okay. So, by the way, I want to mention to everybody that we're talking about money demons today, and money demons are pretty much any sorts of fears, anxieties, negative beliefs about money that sabotage your financial well-being. In fact, let's do a quick poll. I want everybody to give me a yes if you can think of at least one money demon that you may have that keeps you from reaching your goal. Give me a yes if you have one fear that's really held you back. Give me a yes if you have maybe some anxieties that hold you back. Give me a yes if you have some negative beliefs about money that were passed down to you that have held you back. Maybe, like, for example, you should go to college and give $200,000 away of your money so you can get a job that you hate. Again, I'm not saying that this happens to most people, but this is one belief that maybe should be adjusted a little bit, not because college is bad, because I don't think it's bad, but because maybe that isn't giving us what we want. Also, I want you to give me a yes if you have some sort of psychological barrier that maybe comes from a past experience that involved money, maybe a past trauma, maybe something related to society pressures, pressures in terms of what you do with your money, how to use your money. In fact, I'm gonna lay this out, babe, and I want you to kind of take this in the direction of one limiting belief about money that plagues a lot of people. Have y'all? I don't know if y'all have ever heard me talk about this, but I brought it up a long time ago. One time on SNL, they did a segment called Black Jeopardy. And my wife is laughing because she knows how it just irked me so bad. And they had Leslie Jones, the comedian, and she was on this show called Black Jeopardy. And in Black Jeopardy, I remember they had two black people and a white guy. I think the white guy was Tom Hanks. And so if you remember, in the show Jeopardy, what they do is they ask you the question and then you give the answer. So the question was something like, they give you the answer and then you state the question. That's what I meant to say. So the answer was, your boss wants to take $50 out of your check every week for your 401k. And I think Tom Hanks was, the white guy's like, you say absolutely or whatever, right? Like you put, you want to invest. And Leslie Jones goes, and she says, you better give me my money so I can buy me some scratch offs. And that was really, it didn't make me laugh, right? I'm sure people thought it was funny because they're like, yeah, that's what black people be doing. We be spending our money on scratch offs. Yeah, well, that's why you ain't got no money in your 401k, right? Because somebody told us that makes sense. But they're kind of positioning us for a lot of long-term financial anxiety I've seen people who become millionaires off their 401k, but by maxing it out at an early age. You max that thing out at 22, 23 years old. When you hit retirement, you're very wealthy. And remember that you don't just get the benefit when you retire. You're financially secure for a good 20 or 30 years even before retirement, because you've got hundreds of thousands of dollars sitting over to the side in case you lose your job, in case you really need the money, in case you want to buy a home, in case you want to quit your job, or in case something bad happens. So let me ask you about this, babe. So what is your assessment in terms of what I just said about that Black Jeopardy thing? I feel like that's kind of a money demon, that some parts of our culture, what we call the culture, it can be a little bit anti-wealth, because you don't see a lot of wealth coming from the culture. What do you say to that?
Yeah, I mean, there was a really sad display. And I know so many people that would do that, so that's why I would chuckle a little bit when I saw it. I was like, I chuckled initially, and then I was like, oh, that's pretty sad. That hurt. I mean, to me, it just really hurt, because she is representing Black women when she's on SNL. Any Black woman on media represents subconsciously all Black women. So for her to say that she's representing in the minds of other people, and in our minds as well, on a subconscious level, she's representing how we feel about ourselves, and a part of us that just want instant money. And a scratch off, that's exciting. I love going to the casino. That's exciting, quick money, but that's not long term. And it's sad when you think about it the second time. So your initial reaction is to giggle, but then you think about it more and you're like, dang, that hurts. It really hurts that that's what we put our nest egg in, spending our money at the track. I had an uncle who would be at the track all the time, spending his money. I mean, if he had invested, he would have, before he passed away, he could have left his kids some money, some actual money. And it's sad, because that is a money demon in our culture. And it's so fascinating how money demons are really just negative thoughts and beliefs about money, and thinking that we don't have enough, and thinking that we can't do enough. And money demons is also in how we spend. You see it in how we spend. We want to have social approval and respect of others. And unfortunately, we live in a culture where you are respected if you have, and not only if you have money, but if you spend it in this elaborate sort of way, you get this social approval and respect. And that's the thing where that's the sad part about it. Because I mean, I know millionaires that walk around and they just have on regular t-shirt and jeans. You wouldn't even know they were millionaires, but they walking around and they're just happy with themselves. They don't feel like they need to have to flaunt it, or go to the club, or go to VIP section and spend a ridiculous amount of money on the weekend. It's just insane what people do. And that's us running a program. We're running a program that's been given to us and reinforced by SNL. Thank you, SNL, for reinforcing that in us. It's terrible.
Well, it does create kind of this weird awkwardness where, when you start doing things that are healthy, you start doing things that are smart and savvy and embrace delayed gratification over instant gratification. And it's really unfortunate when you run into somebody who is so possessed by their own money demons that they literally accuse you of not acting Black, like you acting white, and and that happens a lot. You have people that make healthy choices, and then somebody says, "Oh, you think you white, or you think you better than everybody else," and I know I've gone through that. I don't know if anybody else has ever gone through that, but I've gone through that. If you
It's crazy.
yeah. Just even when I mean, just when I just think about, like, even when I created this platform to sort of do what we do, I remember I would say this is the home for intelligent Black people. And you remember when Kwame Brown, the NBA player, was like you uppity, you think you better than everybody else. And I'm like, well, what's wrong with being intelligent? Like, would you feel better if I said this is the platform for stupid Black people? You a sellout. What are you talking about? Like, that you don't like the word intelligent? Like, that was so strange to me. And I really would say that is a self-esteem issue. If you think that being Black means you're supposed to be ignorant, then just go sign yourself up for slavery. I mean, you would do well in 1702. Massa would love you. You would do quite well on the plantation because you are under all these constant threats. There are so many people that want to control you, that want to extract things from you, they want to harm you, they want to incarcerate you. They don't even they want your son dead. They want to own your entire family. So why would you go into a battlefield like that where threats are everywhere and then want to be ignorant, blind, deaf, dumb, and stupid? That don't even make no sense. That's completely illogical. And so circling back to just money demons, babe, when I see a money demon, I think of it like the movie The Exorcist, where the demon possesses you.
Yeah.
And in my view, when you have not healed, when you have experienced horrific amounts of trauma as a child, like lots of us do, and you're carrying all this with you, and you explain to me, by the way, my wife is a certified trauma specialist, right? By the way, she did get a certification. I remember you got the certification because she talks to me a lot, and I try my best to listen, and you were telling me things as you were learning them. I remember you telling me about how trauma like literally kills you, how traumatized people have all these physical health issues, mental health issues. And a lot of us, once you understand trauma, you can identify traumatized people when you see them. It's that person who's going to cut you out over a bowl of Cheerios. Maybe it's that person who sprints away every time they run into a healthy relationship, right? Just whatever. Or who takes a molehill and turns it into a mountain, whatever. And it's kind of like one of these things where um, these demons do possess us. And if you imagine me being possessed by a demon, I'm not really who God meant for me to be. I'm who Satan meant for me to be. I'm who the devil wants me to be. I'm showing up and I'm like, yeah, that demon may come from, some anxiety or some fear, or perhaps it comes from drugs and alcohol, some bad habits that I have. Maybe it comes from my failures of the past or things that haunt me. Maybe it comes from societal pressure. I was listening to my favorite rapper who told me that I'm supposed to disrespect women, stay high and drunk all the time, beat people up if they make me mad, and make poor decisions, right? But to me, that's what I see. I see the demons possessing us. And to me, to be healthy, you got to do an exorcism. You got to exercise. The more you exercise those demons out of your body, I think the better you are, like the healthier you are, and the better of a human being you are, not just for others, but also for yourself. What do you
Yeah,
think?
it's so crazy. You're talking about the financial demons. I remember going to college and I had this white boy in one of my classes, and he had on like dirty gym. He had on old gym shoes. And where I come from, like, why would you be wearing old shoes? And in my mind, I'm making fun of him because he got on these raggedy shoes. But as I got to talk to him, I'm like, this man is wealthy. And in my mind, it's like, why would you have all that money and still wear these? Like, you should get a brand new pair of shoes. I was like, you need to go now and get the shoes because I cannot understand. Like, in my mind, it was just like the first thing I would do if I had money or if I came from a family with a whole lot of money is I'd have on some nice shoes. I would not walk around like that. And I think like in white boy land, maybe that makes him feel more wholesome and more genuine. I have no idea, but I couldn't understand it for the life of me. And I'm just looking back on that. I'm like, what was wrong with me back then? But that was where I came from, And so I think the best way to get rid of the financial demons is number one, to recognize that it's there. Most people don't understand how they don't reflect on what they do and how they spend their money and what they feel like it's important. So I really do think that we need to reflect. We need to reflect on instances and become very self-aware, be able to connect the dots. Because listen, Boyce just talked about trauma, and I just want to say something about trauma. Trauma is not because a bad thing happened to you. That's not trauma. Trauma is when something happens to you and you disconnect from how you feel, and you disconnect and you can't connect your current behavior with what's happened to you in the past that's triggering you. You don't understand that. That's when it shows up as trauma. So the best way to get rid of the financial demons is self-awareness and insight. Is being able to understand. You can do the exorcism on yourself. Basically you do. I ask questions like, tell me what happened. Why did you react so strongly to this? What was it reminiscent of? And you have these conversations in a place to process all of these unfortunate things that happen to you so that you don't disconnect from it and you walk around as a traumatized person and spending your money impulsively on these things meant to cover up the pain that you feel inside.
Mm. Well, and it is that covering up the pain makes sense, particularly when you consider that money is a drug. Money, receiving money makes you feel good. Not having enough money can create anxiety, just like a drug.
Or the belief that you don't have enough money.
Say it again. Oh yeah,
The belief that you don't have enough money.
There we go. And it's like if you imagine how a crackhead must feel when they can't get no crack. There's a lot of anxiety attached to that, right?
Oh, but let me tell you, nobody is better at getting money than somebody who's on drugs. They are really good at manipulation.
Yeah.
At manipulation. They are. I mean, I have seen just remarkable performances from people who are on drugs, manipulate others to get money out of them. It's their entire life. As soon as they wake up in the morning, they're like, how am I going to get my next fix? Who am I going to call? What sad story am I going to tell so this person can give me some money? What do I need to do? And they execute. Nobody has more clear vision and execution than a drug addict. It is really remarkable what they do.
Well, I'll tell you, it's you are right. I mean, when I think about the financial crackhead, though, like just the person that that has various financial addictions where money is used as a way to ease certain pain, it makes you think about the study by Professor Andrew Lo at MIT, where he talked about how money affects the part of your brain that is also affected by cocaine. And so to me, I'm also thinking about it in terms of just this idea that that making certain choices that may not be healthy for me allows me to heal pain that exists because I'm carrying these demons around, and the demons have to be fed. So the demon might be a gambling addiction. The demon might be fear or anxiety. I think other demons, one demon that plagues a big part of the community I've noticed is scarcity. Scarcity, when you talk about scarcity thinking versus abundance thinking, a person who thinks in terms of scarcity is going to fight you over resources. They're going to compete with you when they could collaborate with you. They're going to hate on you when they should be congratulating you. Because why? Well, because they see whatever you're getting, whatever you have, whatever you're doing as a reflection of why they don't have what they want. Or you getting something means there's less of it for them. You get a good man, she's upset because she can't get the same thing you get, or you're doing well and making money. Well, now your success reflects on my lack of success. So to me, an abundance mindset might come from. I would argue that a less traumatized person is more likely to have an abundance mindset and to say, look, there's enough for everybody. I want to see you win. I'm happy for you. And I've seen this just even in terms of just even business. When I would think about collaborating with someone, it's mutually supporting each other. But then I see them and I'm like, wow, this person's really competing with me. Like they feel that they can only be successful if they tear me down or something. And I just think that to me, that's a demon. The scarcity mindset. Remember, Europeans brought that scarcity mindset to Africa. And you saw what they did to Africa. The Africans were open and trusting. They said, look, there's plenty of fruit. There's plenty of gold.
There's an abundance in Africa.
Right. There's plenty of lumber, whatever you want. We got it. And the Europeans.
And that becomes part of your culture. I mean, just think about how the Europeans came in and just invaded Africa. It's because, think about Europe. It's a cold rock. Nothing grows in Europe. Nothing's colder. I mean, I enjoy Europe for the culture and everything, but I just do not. That place is it's cloudy. It's always cold in my mind. Like I've never been to a beautiful tropical, beautiful vacation in Europe where the weather was great. Like the people are great and the culture and everything, but the weather is just not always. Take a jacket. You could be in, January. I mean, July, June. You're gonna need a jacket in Europe. So I mean, that part was just kind of unusual for me. And then I start thinking about the climate and how everything is just so nourishing, the soil, everything. Like you throw a seed somewhere, it's going to grow and there's an abundance. So that's what's put into our culture as Black people. And I really do think that we need to actively work on getting back to who we are as originals. I'm talking about as indigenous populations. You know, I spend a lot of time sitting with the indigenous mindset, and I love spending my time meditating and focusing on the music of indigenous people. Nothing is more uplifting than listening to music and sounds that heal the body, did not tear us down. So, you know, all day yesterday, sorry, boys, had to listen to my indigenous music that I had to play, but it's positive. It's beautiful. It tells you you can do it. And all of that has an effect. It all has an effect on how you see life. So I love taking out time in this westernized society and sitting with Native American tribes and listening to the indigenous, because I know that's who I am originally. I'm so connected to it that I know it. I'm getting
All
off
right.
into this woo-woo, boys.
So it's okay. It's okay. So if you have a question for Dr. Alicia, put your question inside the Q&A section, and we're gonna go through the question. Make the question short if you can. That way we can get everybody's question. Also, Alicia's website, she sees clients on an individual basis. She sees couples. She also sees families. So if you'd like to go take a look at what she does, you can go to coachingwithdralicia.com. That's coachingwithdralicia.com. And if you go to drboycebooks.com, she has workbooks on things like financial anxiety, and some other things that relate to relationships in particular. So if you go to drboycebooks.com, we have a whole section on love and money. We call it the Love and Money Lab. And you can go in there and dig in and find stuff that can help you not just have healthier relationships, but maybe deal with what's going on internally when it comes to your finances and all that stuff. Because you gotta fix it, you gotta heal if you want to grow, if you want to evolve and become a better person. So let me just sort of jump back to the guilt. I've heard you talk a lot about guilt and shame. And
Oh,
one thing I've noticed in terms of a money demon that can affect a lot of people is maybe guilt or shame about mistakes that were made, right? Give me a yes in the chat if you have financial mistakes that are just embarrassing. Give me a yes in the chat if you have come back from a terrible credit score, or you're trying to come back and you're just so ashamed of it, you don't even want to look at it. Or maybe you're so far behind on certain bills, you're just like, oh my God, I can't even, I'm not even gonna open it. Or maybe you have shame about maybe you're an investor and you have shame. I don't know about y'all, but I'm gonna tell you what. I'll start off by admitting my source of shame and embarrassment. I'm embarrassed by the fact that I didn't just hold on to my Bitcoin back in like 2014, 2015. I think I sold it and then I made all these adjustments, and I'm like, boys, all you do, all you do is sit on it. Just you were doing too much. Right? So I make mistakes. We all do, right? And that mistake I made was more so driven by some of the things that I talked to you all about, which was basically, I think as the market was moving, I said, okay, well, maybe this Bitcoin thing isn't going to work out. But I know people, starting with my wife, who literally bought the Bitcoin in like 2015 or 2016 and didn't even look at it for 6 or 7, 8 years. And then next thing you know, I think you made $100 investment. It turned into almost $1,000. And that is the best way to invest. So that's the source of shame and embarrassment I
no,
have.
I feel guilty because I couldn't find my password. I had to reset my password to go back into my account. It had been so long since I've been in there. That's
Yeah, yeah,
funny.
yeah, and I think that there's just a lot of there is a
Yeah.
lot of shame because you maybe for a lot of us you start off struggling financially, you don't always know what to do, you make mistakes for emotional reasons, maybe because you have a short-term temporary problem and you handled it in a way that had some long-term implications. Maybe your student loans leave you feeling a little bit guilty and angry because of whatever. So what about guilt and shame? How did tell me about that in your practice, and when you confront that when somebody's just feeling really guilty and bad about mistakes they made in the past that they can't go back and fix, how do you even approach that?
Yeah, I mean, well, guilt and shame are two different things. And from a clinical perspective, guilt is basically when you do something wrong and you feel bad about that particular act and you work to try to correct it. So suppose my scenario I like to give is, suppose you are there's an office building and you work at this office, and everybody parks, everybody's coming in and out of the parking lot and everyone's parking. So if you drive into this parking lot and you hit somebody's car as you're pulling in, you hit the side door, it's a little bit of a dent. It's, what are you going to do about that? So guilt says, you feel guilty, you say, you know what, I am going to go into the office, I did this, I'm going to go into the office and maybe talk to the receptionist and ask the receptionist, do you know whose car this is? And if they do, maybe they connect you to the person, the owner of the car, and you go up and you say, hey, I just hit your car. Here's my insurance information. I'm really sorry about that. Boom. That's guilt, right? Where shame is something where, shame is where you think, what is wrong with me? There's something wrong with me. Maybe that's the first time you've hit a car or something. Or maybe you've hit a bunch of different cars and then you're just like, oh my God, there's something wrong with me. Why am I getting to these car accidents? And it kind of can carry itself out in a sense where you don't necessarily feel guilty, but you may tell yourself, what do you tell yourself in the midst of that shame? Where some people can say, you know what? I'm not going to feel shame because I don't get into car accidents. This is a one-off. But shame happens when you say, you know what? Maybe I've been hitting people every time I pull into a parking lot. There's something wrong with me. I need to kind of fix it because I need to start learning how to drive better, or I need to figure out how to pull into this parking spot better. Now, the thing where unhealthy shame comes in, where I talk about it in my office, is where you feel shamed and what you do with it. You say, you know what? I think there's something wrong with this person. Why would they park their car that way? I wouldn't have hit them. You're not taking responsibility for what you've done. Okay. You say, you know what? I never would have hit them if they hadn't been parking their car sideways. So what's wrong with these people in the way they're parking? See, I wouldn't have done it. You take no accountability and no responsibility because you can't deal with the shame. It's too powerful for you to deal with that shame because it's tied to so much insecurities. And I see that a lot in my office, particularly with romantic relationships where you've done something to your partner and you shouldn't have done, and there's so much shame attached to it. You feel like such a terrible person that you cannot apologize to your loved one by something that you did. Your actions caused someone else to feel this way. You need to feel guilty about it. But some people come from such a place of shame in a clinical sense that they can't take responsibility for what they've done.
Okay, wow, that's giving me a lot to think about. Okay, so shame
No
is
accountability.
okay, so the shame might appear as me sort of creating a belief that something's wrong with me because I did something for which maybe I should feel some sort of guilt.
It's
So
your
it's almost like,
behavior. It's not being able to disconnect. You disconnect, I did something wrong with I am wrong. It's the behavior attached to that. And what you do if you feel level of shame, and a lot of it is parenting. That's just parenting that instilled in you, there's something wrong with you. Okay, you make all children make mistakes. And as parents, we need to correct their behavior and say, I love you dearly. You're a beautiful person who made this mistake. Let's see if we can fix it, right? That's what you want to give your children. But when you say, what's wrong with you? You must be stupid. People calling you names and putting you down. You have so much shame attached to that when you're an adult, you can't have relationships with anybody because you're making mistakes and you're not accountable to it. And some people call it narcissism and it is a narcissistic trait, but I don't want to put it in those words because that's a clinical word. All of us, we shouldn't be using that on a daily basis, but it's just not being able to say, I behaved in this way and I need to make it right.
Okay, so put that in the context of money and money demons. Like, so are you saying that my shame of mistakes I made for which I should feel guilty, that internalizing that shame can create a demon that might affect my choices going forward? That because I'm ashamed that I kept a bad credit score, I see myself as financially irresponsible, and because maybe I don't want to deal with the shame, maybe I avoid certain things. Like, because it almost sounds to me like you're saying the shame isn't required. Maybe guilt is okay, but shame is not required because shame is almost like that internalization of guilt to say something's wrong with me as opposed to something's wrong with what I did. And when you carry that shame, that becomes the demon that possesses you, that then causes you to engage in avoidant behavior because you don't want to confront the shame, or you don't want to confront the bad feelings that may come with that shame.
Yeah, because you feel so ashamed, you fall apart every time you make a mistake. No one expects you to be perfect, but you put that on yourself, this level of perfection that you have on yourself because you're too ashamed. You're too ashamed, and you make a catastrophe just because you had a bad month or something. It's not a catastrophe. Things ebb and flow all the time. That's a universal law, right? The Hermetic principles. You also study Hermetic principles. It's a law. What goes up is going to go down, and you have to be able to figure out how to ride the waves without internalizing it and thinking there's something wrong with you.
Mm-hmm. Now that's I think that's I get that concept. I know that professionally, kind of dealing with something that feels like shame is what allowed me to really do what I do. I remember when I would go on TV and do stuff, you're always so scared in the beginning that you're going to make a mistake or say something stupid or get something wrong. And I remember just kind of saying, just because I get something wrong doesn't mean I'm not qualified. Just because I make a mistake doesn't mean I don't know what I'm doing. Everybody makes mistakes. And nobody's any better than me. Other people make mistakes and they don't, it's not the end of their careers. They don't walk away in shame and give up. You just keep coming back, right? So that to me is really, I almost feel like what you're saying about guilt and shame is also connected to self-love. Like in my view, this was literally my processing. And again, I'm not a therapist, but I think that we are our own best therapist. So what gave me a lot of confidence, not fake confidence. I don't have to pretend to be confident. I really am confident in what I do and what I know. What gave me confidence was not this false belief that I'm perfect. What gave me confidence was having enough self-love to forgive myself when my imperfections show up. When my flaws pop out and I do something stupid and I say, oh man, dang, I really messed that up. It's all right. We're going to go right back at it because I love Boyce. And if you love something, you'll never give up on that thing. You'll never give up on that person.
And you apologize. You're good at apologizing too, Boyce. You can say, oh gosh, I'm so sorry. How can we make this right? How can we make this right? And let's just move on. That is beautiful. Nothing's worse than when somebody does something and they go into this place of shame and they never apologize. They say, well, I wouldn't have done it if you hadn't have done that. I wouldn't have done it if you hadn't done that. I wouldn't have done it. It wasn't just on me. If you hadn't done this, where you start to just in your mind, because the shame is so painful for you, because it's, of course, reminiscent of how you were treated when you were younger. And you start seeing that person as a parent. And you start saying, no, I wouldn't. And you feel like you need to defend yourself instead of just saying, yes, it was a mistake. I did it wrong. I feel sorry. Let's move on. And
I do agree, but I'm gonna tell you one area where I'm going to challenge that a little bit is sometimes I feel like I need to defend myself. There's some, like if someone comes up to, and I get it, I hear what you're saying. I want to hear your perspective on this, but if somebody comes up and says, you stole my purse and I didn't steal your purse, my first reaction is going to be like, no, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you think I stole your purse, but I didn't do it. Right. So go ahead. I want to hear your perspective, but I think defending yourself is okay too in some situations. Like, I don't think being defenseless works. Right. What do you think?
No, I mean, you asked them the question. You say, okay, wait, you think I stole your purse? The best thing, it's a reaction to be defensive. All of us get defensive, but you have to stop yourself and you have to say, okay, what information do you have that makes you think I stole your purse? What information did you gather to make you conclude that I stole your purse, and hear that person out? Because that is where a lot of problems can really be dissolved between individuals, is the other person doesn't feel like they've heard the other person out. So you hear the person out and you say, wait, you saw me on video? Show me the video. And then you look at the video, you'd be like, what day? I wasn't here on that day. I wasn't in the parking lot. Maybe it's a video of the park. You hit my car. Okay, well, there was cameras out there. Show me the camera of me hitting your car, because I really want to hear how you came to this conclusion. Do that instead of defensive, because it's these beautiful conversations that are never had between individuals, and they just start fighting each other and it escalates. It doesn't have to. And in the moment where you really feel defensive, that's a signal to yourself to stop and say, how did you come to that? What information did you gather? Because it could be that that person really did see a video of you stealing their purse, and then you can clearly say, yes, I totally understand why you thought it was me. But guess what? I wasn't even there. That was somebody else that looked like me. Let me show you. I totally get, let's work together and find out. I don't know. You don't have to work together with somebody to find out who stole their purse, but you can definitely give them some empathy.
Okay. Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
and it's funny. It reminds me when Oprah said a long time ago, where she said, everybody just wants to be heard.
Yeah.
And I think that was a really wise thing for her to say. And so I think that really that, all these emotions you mentioned, guilt and shame and everything else, sometimes can make us dismissive of other people, and that doesn't work. And then sort of circling that back around to the financial stuff, um, in terms of money demons, I really think that being able to have a healthy way to process those feelings that we may have, the guilt and the shame of bad financial choices and
Yeah.
just the outcomes, I think that goes a long way in being your best self and being able
Fix
to,
it.
yeah, being able to, right. So either you can fix the past or maybe you can't fix the past. But either way, I think self-love love is powerful. Love goes a long way. And I think, and I would encourage you to love yourself enough to say, God is not through with me yet. I ain't perfect. And y'all have heard me say that. Y'all have heard me say, look, hey, just chalk it up to my imperfections. Because I know I'm good at what I do, and I'm proud of that. I'm proud that I worked so hard to become good at this. But at the same time, that self-love is huge in that, because you never become perfect at anything. And so don't give up on yourself, so don't give up on yourself because you got a bad credit score. Don't give up on yourself because the student loans have buried you. Don't or you feel like they buried you. Don't give up on yourself because you don't know everything you need to know. Keep pouring into yourself. You are the best investment you will ever make. And then one of the other best investments you'll ever make is the people that you love and the people you care about. So you pour into them with knowledge and preparation and information and everything else. And then eventually that turns into resources. It turns into action. And that's how you succeed financially. That's how you get rid of those money demons, and you start operating on a higher frequency. And that's what economic awareness is all about. Economic awareness is partly driven by self-awareness, driven by consciousness, being aware and conscious of all the things that might keep you from getting to where you want to get to. So dealing with the money demons, I think, is something that we all have to do. So, babe, I want you to get the last word. I want to mention everybody, Dr. Alicia Watkins. Her website is coachingwithdralicia.com. So feel free to go to her site if you want to see what she does as a therapist, and she meets with couples, individuals, and families. So that's coachingwithdralicia.com. Also, I have this book called Financial Lovemaking, and she and I actually created this 5-day love challenge. If you guys want to take a look, if you go to
Okay.
boyceandalicia.com, remember that, babe? We
I
did that
do
about
remember
two,
that.
three, about 3, 4 years ago, but it's really good. So feel free to go to boyceandalicia.com. You get a free copy of my book, Financial Lovemaking. And also, if you want to get other resources from Dr. Alicia, you can actually text the word love to 87948. So she does a lot of good stuff on relationships, and in addition to financial therapy. So babe, why don't I'll let you get the last word. Any parting thoughts you want to share?
Yeah, I'm really thinking right now, even making a financial mistake doesn't make you a financial mistake, right?
Right.
And I think that when I say you can correct it, you can just say, "Oh, that was terrible. Let me fix it by adjusting things. Things need to be calibrated in your financial life all the time, and take out time to focus on your finances. It doesn't have to be every day, Boyce. Boyce talks about finances and focuses on it every day, but that's fine for him. Okay. But I really do think that you should schedule whatever's comfortable for you to just fix it and stop ruminating on the past. That rumination, and really get to the point where you can process things and you feel like you processed it out, these terrible things that have happened to you financially, and you can get to a place where you can have compassion for yourself and you can have grace for yourself, but you now know better and now you can do better going forward. Absolutely. So that's what I would tell people.
That's
Yeah.
right. All right. Awesome. All right. Let's do better, be better. Let's fight
Know
off the
better.
demons. The money demons hit all of us. And so if you want that, just sort of a quick summary of the money demons you may want to investigate. And maybe this is something we can go deeper into. Maybe we can develop
Yeah.
a class around this or something. But I would just to give you some ideas on where you might look for those money demons. One might be scarcity, having a scarcity mindset. They may cause you to have insecurities that they get in the way of progress, like jealousy and or competing with people that you should be collaborating with, guilt over spending or things like that, or maybe debt or mistakes that you made in the past. Guilt and shame are big factors. Also, maybe anxiety over things like debt or income or financial instability. Financial anxiety is very big. If you go to drboycebooks.com, Dr. Alicia has a workbook to help you work through and analyze and become aware of any financial anxiety you may have. She did a whole financial anxiety workbook. So feel free to go to drboycebooks.com and you can scroll down to the love and money section. Maybe a fear of failure. Anybody got a fear of failure? Just I'm good. I'm scared to go start this business because I'm scared this business is not going to work. Well, I get that. Everybody feels that way, and it's really hard to imagine putting a lot of time and money into something and having not work out. It's tough. It's embarrassing, and you don't get a lot of support. You don't have a lot of people in the family saying go go go. You have a lot of people sitting back saying I can't. I'm just waiting for that Negro to fail. When they fail, I'm gonna sit back and I'm gonna tell them why they did. And it's always the people that ain't doing nothing that do the most talking. So having a process to sort of get to that point is, I think, a really big deal. And actually, if you want to look into like a business that you can start that doesn't fail, again, go to drboyceprime.com. Those are a lot of Prime members are in this class right now, and you could say something in the chat. Drboyceprime.com. I think that whole idea of starting your business by selling stock options is really, in my view, the most effective, most superior way to starting a business, or the most superior method I've ever seen, because the business is highly liquid. It doesn't require any work, and you start making income from day one. You just need a capital base. So if you want to go take a look at that, feel free to go to drboyceprime.com, or if you text the word money to 87948, I'll send you a free training called How to Make Money Without Working. It is highly, highly efficient. It is literally how I make my money. Errol's, and I see Errol, James, I see you all. So yeah, so feel free to just talk to the other students that are in the class. I like that better than the other method, because the other method was you throw a bunch of money at it, you work your butt off, you wait a year or two, and then maybe you make some money, right? And that's really a hard way to get ahead. So to me, I was like, oh gosh, I should have been doing this when I was 20. So teach this stuff to your kids so they can do it when they're 20 instead of wasting 20 or 30 years like the rest of us did. Other areas where a financial demon or money demon might show up might be maybe you avoid making plans because you're having trouble dealing with instant gratification versus delayed gratification. Instant gratification and the dopamine release, the good feelings that you get from sleeping and chilling when you could have been working a little bit, or eating the wrong foods when you could have been eating healthy, or just making unhealthy choices when you really want to sort of think about the long term. I think that's a demon too. That instant gratification is another type of demon that really affects so many of us in our lives. It affects all of us. It's a demon that I fight every single day. Do I eat a salad, or do I put my hand in that bag of chips? And my wife will tell you right now, I got a bag of chips next to the bed. So some of these demons don't ever really go away. It's a daily fight. So literally, sometimes that inability to focus on the long term, to have that higher level of consciousness required for you to focus on the long term, to me, that's a demon. That's another type of demon. And I know I'm saying too much, and I don't know if my wife has something to say in response to that, but
I probably do.
literally all of us we have our higher selves and we have our ghetto self. You know what I'm talking about? Like, you got the higher level of you where you're just doing everything right. You're getting up in the morning, you're handling your business, you're making plans, you're getting it done. And then you have the other side that's just lazy and don't want to focus and doesn't want to do the right things, doesn't want to even eat right, doesn't want to save, wants to spend, right? So really, this is why I actually started doing this money in the morning financial consciousness thing, because what I realized is, I said, if we wake up every morning and we commit ourselves to being our best selves, that gives us a much higher probability of success. Because remember, being the best does not always mean that you're always at your best. Like I'm pretty good at this financial thing. Some people would say that I'm one of the best, but I ain't always at my best, and neither are you. None of us are. So my goal is every morning to convince you to find the best version of you and make sure that person shows up for work every day. And that's how you're going to win. That's how you're going to succeed. That's how you're going to overcome all the demons, the cultural demons, the psychological demons, the emotional demons. That's how you're going to fight the battle. And the battle never ends, but you will win because you're built for this. Babe, did you have something else you want to say before? Because I know I said a lot. Did you have something you wanted to?
Well, we'll save it for next time.
Okay, all right.
I don't want to get into a loop with you.
All right. Well, I hope that you will give Dr. Alicia a digital round of applause, digital thank you. I know she's my wife, but I'm sorry. I'd like to give my wife props for how hard she works. She elevates me because she's super disciplined. She's in that. She got me to join the 5 a.m. club. And we get up every morning and go work out, and and I'm inspired by her work ethic. And I always tell people, some of these sisters out here just kicking butt, taking names, and so you're a wonderful ally in this game of life. So thank you very much for joining me, babe. I really appreciate your time. And also her website, one more time, is coachingwithdralicia.com. And so if you want to see what she does as a therapist, feel free to go there. And or if you want to get some free material from her, you can actually just text the word love to the number 87948, and there's some stuff that we can send you out that way as well. All right, so have a good day, everybody. I'll see you all tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. Eastern. Every single day, 7 days a week, we do money awareness, financial consciousness training each morning. So make sure you're on the text list. To get on the text list, text the word.
Hey, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on when you're watching this show. This is Fly Nubian Money. I am your host for today, anyways, Dr. Lene Javette. Fly Nubian Money is where we help you to master your mindset and maximize your money. We are exploring an exciting and empowering topic today, the best side hustles for Black people. Whether you're looking to supplement your income, start a new venture, or achieve financial independence, our co-queens are here to share their invaluable insights. Today, my co-queens include, I need to see I believe it's Minister Connie. I can't see the names on the screen, but I believe it's Minister Connie up there. Thank you so much. And then we have Linda, bodacious lifestyle coach for Black women over 50. We have Athena Gardner, CPA and women's wealth coach, as well as Laura Lala Key, international real estate agent. Good morning, queens. How are you guys doing? Or afternoon. We might not all be in the same time zone. So good morning, good afternoon, depending on where you are. So side hustles is our topic today. But before I get into that, if you are just tuning in, this is your first time seeing us, or if you want to be reminded to see us on a regular basis, right now you can text the word Queens to 87948. Again, that's 87948, so that you can be reminded every time we go live, Monday through Friday at 1:00 p.m. Eastern, I believe it is. I'm in Arizona, so it's 10 o'clock a.m. for me. So I want to say 10 a.m., but I know that that's not the right time. Anyway, so side hustles. I want to talk about the reason why side hustles are important. Before we get into what a side hustle is and who has one and why, let's talk about the reasons that side hustles are important. The racial wealth gap. The Federal Reserve said in 2019 survey of consumer finances, it showed that the median wealth of white families is 8 times greater than that of Black families, highlighting the importance of additional income streams. So in order for us to make this wealth gap a little bit smaller, we need to make more money, okay? And so all the queens here with us today have had some type of side hustle. So let's start with what is a side hustle? I will throw that over to you, Lala. What's a side hustle? I think you might be on mute.
I'm muted. A side hustle is something that you can do outside of your regular 9 to 5. That doesn't normally necessarily mean it takes a whole bunch of time, but some of the hot side hustles are short term for a certain amount of money, or you can make a side hustle a long-term thing and just take a couple of hours out of your day and then earn coins on the side. So it's something that can help you add additional income to what you normally make for your 9 to 5.
I love that. So we're going to go to our wealth strategist here. Athena, what was your first side hustle and why?
My first side hustle was I was an online tutor. So I was an online tutor and I liked it because it paid me, I think I was getting like $15 to $20 an hour. And I could do that in addition to my current job at the time. Now, I didn't want a side hustle that would require me to leave my home, have to put any additional money. And when I talk to women about these things, I ask them the best thing to do is to do what you know how to do already. So I just graduated college. I was a accounting major. I started working in an accounting firm, and accounting was a very big subject matter and it got paid like one of the highest on the tutoring website. So that's what I chose to do.
I love it. Linda, bodacious lifestyle coach. So we're talking about side hustles. So let's apply that to life. Somebody's thinking about possibly starting a side hustle, or they have a talent or a skill, like Athena said, and they're thinking, you know what, maybe I should start a side hustle too. I want to shorten the wealth gap in my family. What kind of mindset should somebody have or be working on to start a side hustle, or to step out in faith and start a business? You might be on mute.
Okay, thank you so much for the question. Well, the first thing I would say is if you already have a full-time job, know that your side hustle, give it time to mature. A lot of times we really have this microwave mindset as far as today I choose to hustle, by next month I'll be flourishing and I'll be able to quit my job by the end of the year. So you definitely have to have a growth mindset and a realistic mindset, and realize that success is not a straight line. It's a squiggly line. So bear in mind that this is going to take time. You need to be flexible in your expectations and stay the distance. It is not set in stone. And it's not like clocking in, or do people clock in? I've been working for myself for so long. But anywho, it's not like you're going to get a certain amount of money every 2 weeks. As long as you can keep that in mind, you'll be just fine. So have a flexible mindset, a realistic mindset, and a growth mindset.
Ooh, I like that. Minister Connie, you have author, real estate investor, entrepreneur, hyphen behind your name, right? How do you, what are some of what, I'm going to ask you the same question as Athena. What were some of your early side hustles that helped you put these commas and hyphens behind your name to become, some might say, a serial entrepreneur? What was like your first side hustle, and why did you choose that one?
My first side hustle was skincare. I love to do facials. So when I went out to do a facial, I would charge $30 if they didn't buy the supplies. If they bought the supplies, the facial was free. So that was my first thing. It was something I was passionate about. I'm still passionate about skincare. So that was my first one. And then from there, I became a notary. I used to do notaries on wheels. I had so many side hustles that it was crazy. I did so many things. I had to find my niche, and I went from one thing to another. I'm not advising anyone to do that, but everything I did, I really loved doing. So that's how I began. I began just doing different things to find out what was my niche.
Awesome. All right, so we're going to go to the side hustle popularity slide. According to a 2022 survey by Dollar Sprout, 45% of Americans have a side hustle, and nearly 1 in 3 earn more than $500 per month from their side hustle. More than $500 per month. So I'm going to ask all the queens this, because I think this would be kind of cool. How much money did you make in your first side hustle? We'll start with you, Lala. You're on mute.
This mute button, now we're going to argue today. I have to tag on to Minister Connie. My first really good side hustle was being a notary. And I found out how important that was, being in real estate, because there are levels to notaries. You can just do a regular notary. You can do a signing notary, which means you understand real estate signings, and they pay more, anywhere from $250 to $500, depending on how fast they need you and if you can get to somewhere to get to that person. Notary on wheels. That is a great side hustle. You don't spend a lot of money getting your notary. And a lot of times when they know that you have that signing part of notary, banks see a list of who has that and they'll reach out to you. And that's free advertising. You could even go into the banks and say, hey, listen, I am a signing notary. If you need me to go to someone, I can do that. That was great money. But here's the third level of notary, because I do international real estate. Apostille. The apostille notary can apostille things that is cross-country. And that pays a lot of money too, because there is not a lot of apostille notaries. Mm-hmm. And so when someone really needs something out of country, they are searching for you. So if you get all three of those, you have great opportunity for a great side hustle. And you'll be turning away business sometimes.
I like that. What about you, Athena?
Well, it's so interesting because I'm actually a notary too. Another thing with notaries, you can do remote online notaries too now. So you can notarize people's documents online and get paid from home. So that's another thing. My first side hustle, which was the tutoring, I was making at the time around that 500 mark because I was only doing it ad hoc. But the side hustle that kind of paid the most was I had a YouTube channel for one of my businesses, and that channel was bringing me around $3,000-$4,000 a month. Wow! So that was wow. I know the channel was more. I grew to like 22,000 subscribers. Yeah, that was a good channel. But yeah, so that was the one that paid me the most. I'm not into having to do extra hard work with side hustles. So for me, I always recommend to my clients to just build something that you can do from home based off of your expertise. I think that's the best way.
Right. That's good. That's good money. Linda?
This may be a little off the rail, but I am a huge thrifty queen. And when I was a lot younger, I would go to thrift stores and purchase things. I have a really good eye for fashion. And I would then take my finds, my treasures to the swap meet. And I could make, back then I was in beauty school, so it supplemented my beauty school because we don't make money going to beauty school and the tips were not tipping. So I could make in a weekend from $500 to $1,000 a weekend. But I was really hitting up so many thrift stores and I became known that the ladies would see me and they'd be like, oh, we set some stuff aside. I don't know if they can do that now, but back then we're talking like early 90s, late 80s, they would set things aside and I would get something for say $0.25, and depending on what it was, I would look up things in the books back then. I could get $0.25 could turn into $50 easy. So it was great.
Man, y'all had good side hustles. What about you, Minister Connie?
That's a good question. I had the facials and then I did the notary. And then after that, I was selling cell phones.
No, how much money were you making off of your first side hustle? Like, so the slide said 500 was about.
I made a little over $500. I wasn't really trying to hustle it. It was a passion, so I did it. So it supplemented my income by about $500, $600 ish. It helped pay the bills, some of the bills, but not a lot because I didn't really push that too much.
Okay. So my side hustle, I didn't really have a true like side hustle because when I left corporate America, I jumped full 2 feet into entrepreneurship. However, entrepreneurship wasn't entrepreneuring. And so I had to get a side hustle for my business. So I worked through this company called Arise where you can do things at home. And so I did taxes at home and I worked for T-Mobile at home on the side of my business. And they paid pretty good. I was making like $1,500, $2,500 a month because I could work based on what I wanted. I could work my own hours and I could work them around my business. So that was my side hustle. I had a side hustle for my side hustle, kind of. But anyways, so let's look at the top 5 Side hustles, if we can have that slide up. Okay, so one is freelance writing and content creation. Another one is online tutoring and teaching. The third one is e-commerce and drop shipping. I love that one. That's one of my favorite. The next one is gig economy jobs, and then remote virtual assistant. All right, we will start with you, Linda. Have you done any of those jobs?
I have not.
No? Okay.
I have not done any of those. Those are more sit down type of endeavors, and I like to be out and about around people. So everything that I've ever done was in that capacity.
So what you're basically saying is that it's important that your side hustle aligns with who you are and what you do, kind of.
Without a doubt.
Okay.
And that's why some people will struggle, because they'll get into the hot thing, but if it doesn't align with you, it'll fizzle out and die really quickly, and all that money you invested goes out the window. So absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
All right. What about you, Athena?
So I've done many things on the list.
Okay. Off of the top five. Off of the top five. We haven't got to the 40
top five. I've done content creation. So I had a YouTube channel where I might as well say, I was doing a YouTube channel where I was doing a lot of tarot readings, because I'm into tarot. And that channel used to get so many views. I used to get like 2,000-3,000 checks just off of the ad revenue. And then I charged like up to like $250 per reading. So I used to get people who book me for those things. The tutoring was when I was younger in college, and I used to get around $15-17 an hour for that. So I like the online tutoring because it's easy. I'm a proponent of online. I've done drop shipping with like a Printful store before. That's good too, but you need to create like a business around that, like to get advertising and people to your actual store. So that takes a little bit more work, but I definitely prefer online and ease and making money while you're sleeping type of thing. I think that's the easiest and best way to like scale a business, and just a side hustle that is scalable as well.
Yes, I like that. What about you, Lala?
I've done several things. I do teach online, and I keep it within my context of what my job is. I teach first-time home buyers classes online, and with that, I also create digital products to go with my class. So I may have a no-fee class, but the materials that go with that class do cost something, and it's a nice little side hustle, and I'm educating people. So, you can count that as being educating other people as well. So anytime that I can tap into what I do and show my expertise, I grab that as quick as possible.
All right, Minister Connie, we're going to round that question out with you.
I never done anything on that list of the five top, freelancing position. No, I haven't done anything.
And so that goes to show, while this is the top five, there's so many more. We actually have a list of a full 40 that we're going to get to. So just to reiterate, what was up there? Freelancing, e-commerce, drop shipping, virtual assisting. There's a variety, remote gig economy jobs, and remote virtual assistant. So those are the top five. And you have, I think 5 of us here. Some of us have done those, some of us haven't, and everybody has made money. I have a question. How much time should your side hustle take, Athena?
Well, it depends on what you're trying to do, right? So the tutoring, I always think the less money you make, the less money it is easier to kind of allocate the time. So the tutoring already had a customer base, I didn't have to do much work. So I was making like $15 an hour. So when I was doing YouTube content creation and then drop shipping, that took more time. That took at least 10 hours or more a week, because I would have to create the videos, and I had like a consistent schedule. And then with drop shipping, like I said, creating the store and picking the items is the easy part. The hard part now is coming up with your whole marketing and sales strategy to try to get people to come to your site and also actually buy. So I also want people to consider what their normal day-to-day is, what their normal job is, and figure out what makes sense for them and their lifestyle. I know some people who do Uber and all these other things. I don't recommend those because you're exposing yourself to strangers. By the time you deduct your gas and depreciation and wear and tear in your car, plus the additional insurance, you're not really making much, in my opinion. But it's also a very easy thing to do. So you have to weigh the trade-offs when it comes to side hustles.
I put myself on mute to ask the question. I said, I like that. Lala, how much knowledge should somebody have when they're starting a business? Athena kind of tapped in on business acumen around marketing, things of that nature. A lot of times people go into a side hustle, they don't know anything. So what would you tell somebody who's thinking about starting a side hustle and maybe they don't have a lot of business acumen?
Well, first you got to tap into what you know. You are an expert at something. I don't care if you're an expert at frying chicken. If somebody doesn't know how to fry chicken, me, because I'm scared, I'm going to buy your $5 product to show me how to fry some chicken. So you need to tap into what you know. And if that is something that is in your career or something that is great for your hobby, perfect example, I need to remodel a desk and I don't know how to do that. So I'm going to pay somebody to show me how to stand that thing down and make it mine. So that's someone else's wheelhouse, but I can pay them for what they know. So tap into your knowledge. Do not just go into something that you don't know about, because people will know about that and word of mouth travels fast. So tap into what you know.
Okay, so let's say somebody wanted to tap into something that they didn't know, because I'm gonna pivot over here to Connie real quick. Real estate is hot. Everybody want to get into real estate as a side hustle. They want to keep their job and they want to sell houses. What would you say, or what would you recommend to someone who is potentially thinking about real estate as their side hustle?
I started off by reading every book I could get a hold of in real estate. That's how I started getting educated. And then I took a class, which cost me some money, but it was very, very well worth it. So I had consultants to help me to grow my business. So that is always good. If whatever you don't know, you can always find a consultant. So, and I joined a lot of women's group in real estate. So one of them that I did join and I paid money for was called REN, WREN. So I joined them and they taught me a lot of things to help you to keep from making mistakes on buying properties that is going to cost you a whole lot of money and you don't make anything. So I wanted to be safe in that area, but I've been doing it for like 26 years. There's all kind of things that you could pick up out of a book and learn, or YouTube. YouTube got a lot of things too.
YouTube University.
Yeah.
It's always open and it's free. It doesn't cost you anything to go to YouTube University.
Yes.
Or you can tune in here to Fly Nubian Money every Monday through Friday at 1:00 p.m. Eastern. If you would like to get more content like this so you can stay encouraged and motivated and talk about your money, text the word Queens to 87948. Again, that's Queens to 87948. That way you can get notified when we go live, when we're in the room, when we're talking about money. So I am going to pivot to Linda, but before I do, I want to talk about entrepreneurship among Black Americans, if we can get that slide up. A study by Guidant Financial and the Small Business Trends Alliance found that 30% of Black entrepreneurs started their businesses to pursue their passion, making passion-driven side hustles a significant trend. Okay, 30% of Black entrepreneurs found their side hustle by way of their passion. I often say, when you start a business, usually it's for one of three things. And if you're lucky, you get to do all three. And those three things are passion, purpose, and profit. Mm-hmm. Passion is great, but the people out there saving the whales, they don't always make a lot of money. So sometimes people go into business because it's something that they're passionate about, but then they can't figure out how to profit from it. I don't know how to make money. I love the air and I want to tell everybody about how clean the air should be, but can you make money from it, right? So that's passion. Purpose, there's a reason for this business. You may not love it, you might not like it, but there's a purpose for it and you're going to do it because somebody has to do it. Somebody has to have a garbage company. Somebody has to have these various businesses that are out there. And so you say, okay, you know what, I'll do it. There's a purpose for it. And then other people start a business because it's profitable. I just want to make money. I'm gonna go out here and get in this business. It's profitable and I'm gonna do it. So of the three, you at least want to be profitable. If you can't, if you can't have passion and purpose, at least have profit. But if you can't have, if nothing else, then have two: purpose and profit, passion and profit. If you're lucky, you get to do something that you're passionate about, that has a purpose, and you can profit from it. Like that's the qualm, if you will, right? Linda, what are practical steps that someone should take to ensure that their side hustle aligns with their personal and professional and or passion goals?
So make sure that it aligns with their personal, passion, and professional goals. Or. All right. I would say that if you can get into something that you are passionate about and make that profitable, or you see a profit place in that passion project of yours, that is the best thing, because there are going to be times when you're not going to make any money. Something has got to drive you to continue with the business. So I always ask people, what is your why? Why are you doing this? And be honest. If it really is, you know what, I just want to make some money, then I would question them and say, so what's going to keep you going when you're not making the money? Because you're not just going to dive in and make the money. So I always tell people, especially being a life coach, what is your why? You have to identify why you're doing it, because something has got to be able to sustain you as you're building. You're not going to just take off like a plane and just go straight up into the altitude. So what's going to keep you going while you're gaining your momentum, so to speak? So I believe passion is number one. I just believe that, because even with you ladies, Connie and Lala with the real estate, if you're giving up weekends, a lot of times you're doing open houses, you're missing events and different things, especially in the beginning. So if you are not passionate about that, you got to build a clientele, all of the things, go to networking events. So it cannot just be about, because then I'm going to start selling luxury properties. It takes a minute to get to that point. So I believe the passion in your why has to be there, or it's not going to be sustainable.
I like that. Connie, with the hyphens, right? Author, real estate investor, entrepreneur, minister, you have all these different things. How do you choose? Let me make sure I ask this question properly, because sometimes we start, like I would say you're a serial entrepreneur, right? And sometimes when we're talking about having side hustles, people will start adding on too many things, or they start doing all of the things. How do you know, or how did you select which things that you would do, that you would add to your plate? Become an author, be an entrepreneur, be a real estate investor, because these are multiple different things. I don't even know if I would call them side hustles. It sounds like a serial entrepreneur.
Right, exactly. What I had decided to do for each thing, I would take like a sabbatical away from one area that was working in my business. One I had for 27 and a half years. So I was able to pull away a little bit instead of working. I don't work in my business. I work on my business now. In the beginning, I had to. Then I kind of like pull back and separate myself for that area of what I want to do. I also have a mental health I'm an associate owner of a mental health clinic that's here in Pittsburgh. So I dedicated 5 years to that. It was a lot of work. But the thing is that I dedicated that time. So what I do, I get up in the morning, I spend my time thinking about what I need to do that day, what's important, what is not important, and what is emergency that I need to work on. So from that list, I will work on whatever business, writing, whatever I need to do. I will work on that for a few hours. So sometimes I might work on something 10 hours a week, 5 hours a week, maybe 1 hour a week, or not at all. So it's kind of like, I don't know. I just do with the flow. And I also pray and ask the Lord, give me super to my natural.
I like that.
Yeah.
Give me super to my natural. Okay, come through. So I see a couple of the comments in the chat asking questions about certain things. So let's kind of, we don't have to put the list up, but I'm going to talk about just a couple of the ones. There's this list of 40 different side hustle ideas, some of which we have done, some of which we haven't done. I'm going to call out just a couple of them, right? And I'm going to use the ones that I feel like anybody that's on here or watches this replay can do. Okay. So freelance writing and blogging, if you have something that you're interested in that you can share with other people, that would be a great one. Online tutoring and coaching, basically something that you know about that you can help somebody else to come through or experience. Real estate investing. We have 2 real estate investors here, so we can definitely dive deeper into that. Affiliate marketing is another side hustle that I think people sleep on. If you are making recommendations or referrals or telling people about some type of a business or an event or a product or a tool, you can get paid for that. People are literally making tens of thousands of dollars, hundreds of thousands of dollars every month doing affiliate marketing. Drop shipping business, which Athena talked about earlier, using like Printify or Printful, event planning and coordinating, YouTube creation, ebook publishing. I saw somebody was asking about authoring. We're going to get into that in a hot second. Podcasting, fitness training and coaching, meal prep and catering, online courses. I like the pet sitting and dog walking. I thought that one was pretty cool. Personal shopping and styling, beauty services, an e-commerce store, personal chef. If somebody said it earlier, if you're good at cooking, somebody will pay you to either cook for them or teach them how to cook. Mobile notary services, language translation. I'm not reading them all. I'm just kind of going through the ones that I think are really anybody can do. A subscription-based box curator, voice acting, and online clothing boutique. That's not the whole list, but those are some very simple side hustles that literally anybody who's watching this show right now can go and do. So let's talk about authoring, because I saw the comment about being an author. I can't see who asked the question. I think it was Spirited Poetess. Oh my, I'm editing my 3rd book. I have no idea how to market. Who all on the panel is an author? Okay, I'll start with you, Linda. How would you help her in that?
What was the question? I apologize.
Because I'm editing my 3rd book. I have no idea how to market.
How to market. All right. One of the things that I did is I pre-sold my book. First of all, I created a landing page. Well, I didn't create it. I had a virtual assistant create the landing page. And on the landing page, if they pre-ordered the book, they would get a signed copy from me. And because it was about my life coaching, I gave them a complimentary session, 1 hour session, if they pre-ordered the book. Now, the book was $35. So I felt like I was definitely getting my value. Another way you can market is by setting up a challenge or a contest by how many people can buy the book, tag you, and maybe showcase themselves reading your book. You can do challenges, you can do pre-orders, you can do a book summit. You can have other people join you. You could have people chime in as you read the book. You could have people purchase the book and then create a book club. There are so many different ways that you can market the book. Those are 4. You can pre-sell the book before it's even done, before you've even done with the edit. Challenges, contests, have the people purchase or show you the receipt that they got, and then do something with that as well. So those are 4 different easy ways that you can do that really don't cost you that much either.
And so that kind of goes back to a little bit of what we're talking about around business acumen, right? So I am super, I'm gonna do it one more time, super passionate about business acumen in the Black community. I personally believe, this me, that the reason why we have a lot of these negative stereotypes around Black business is because most of us, not all, but most, are first generation entrepreneurs. You might not know somebody else who's an entrepreneur. Your mom might not have been an entrepreneur, your cousin. You might not be around or sitting at tables with other entrepreneurs, and you want to start a business. And most times when somebody's starting a business, the objective is to make money, right? And so being a first generation entrepreneur who without the experience and or connection, ties, and knowledge of another entrepreneur kind of leaves you out there by yourself in the wind. You're getting free information on YouTube. You're piecing things together, reverse engineering funnels, trying to do the best that you can with your business. Pricing doesn't help because you're a smaller business. So if you have to order a product, you're going to pay more. So you can't give people a lower price because you had to pay a higher price. So there's all these different things that come against us as Black entrepreneurs who want to have or start a business. Again, this is why I think that we have some of these stereotypical issues. Prices are too high. Business doesn't run well. I've never ran a business before. I'm doing the best that I can. I'm trying, whatever the case might be. So I do think it's super important, even if you're doing a side hustle, to take the time to understand what you're doing, to get the knowledge, to read, to invest in a course or a class, better understand writing, understand the process. And if it's something that you really want to do, take the time to invest in it, learn it, find a muse or somebody who's doing the business like you want to do it. What are they talking about? Understand your target market. I think sometimes when we hear side hustle, it doesn't equate to, or we don't calculate it as an actual business, but it is. You just hustling it on the side of whatever else you're doing, but it's still a business. And if you want to learn more about business and money and what's happening in the world, you should always come back to Fly Nubian Money, Monday through Friday at 1:00 p.m. And if you want to get reminded when we're live and what we're going to be doing and talking about, you can text the words Queens. Text the word Queens, QUEENS, to 87948. Again, that's 87948. Athena, how much have you invested to better your craft, to learn more about what it is that you do so that you can take your side hustle? And it doesn't even have to be taking your side hustle to your main thing, but let's just talk about investing in knowledge to learn what it is that you do. How much have you invested?
Listen, I don't even know what that number is fully between college education, these professional licenses. I had mentors. I've paid for mentorship now. Okay, mm-hmm. This was just last year. That fee was 10 grand. So I'm just going to put that out there. Now, what I do recommend for people looking to get into business and they have ideas is to find a coach, find someone like Dr. Lene, like myself, Lala, everybody on this panel, because what we will be able to do for you is to shorten the learning curve. What I've realized in business is a process is a process. You're not going to escape that. Anyone selling you like you're going to be rich tomorrow is selling snake oil. But what you can escape is some of the mistakes, some of the hardships, and some of the expensive lessons by investing money in getting someone who is certified or is doing what you're doing or knows what they're doing. So that is one thing. What I also want to advise people is, yes, passion is important in business because, and your passion doesn't necessarily have to be the business itself. Your passion can be the reason why you want to have the business. Maybe the reason is that you want to provide your children a better life. Maybe you want to, generational wealth. Maybe you just don't want to work for nobody. Whatever that reason is, but I also want people to tap into their talent, because if you are talented at something, then that will have a more perceived value and people are willing to pay more money for it. And also, since this is a Black channel, I want to talk about the concept of just because you are a Black business doesn't mean that you only sell to Black people.
Right.
So I want to put that out there because a lot of us start these super, super niched business. And it's for some business models, it works. The Black and Melanin t-shirt model, obviously that's, that's the target audience. But if you have a product that anyone can buy, focus on, just remind yourself that you don't only have to target Black people. And an important thing with that too, and as I've learned in business, is that because we are the economic group that is struggling the most, sometimes just targeting only Black people will limit your earning potential, because we're looking for disposable income dollars. And that is a group that is financially pressed, is what I'm going to say. So open up your pool, or who your target audience is as well. Don't limit yourself to just Black people.
I like that.
I just want to chime in really quick. When you say the group that is financially pressed, what do you mean by that?
Meaning that
Black people in general, or what are you saying?
Meaning that our socioeconomics, when we're comparing statistically, comparing to what was the stat you said earlier, Dr. Lene, about generational wealth, that white people have 8%?
8 times greater than that of Black families.
Correct. We have the racial wealth gap, and we know the historical implications of that has led us to this day. But I've often found, even in business, you don't know who your client is or who may also need your services. So I always encourage people to expand their mind around who is going to give you that money, because the money is green, honey.
Right.
The money is green.
As working with Black women exclusively, I am doing quite well. And it could be because I'm working with Black women who are 50 and over, so they have more time in the workforce or whatever that is that they're doing. And so for me, niching down and working exclusively with Black women has been quite productive for me. But again, that could be because they have been in the workforce for quite some time.
Yeah, women in that age bracket tend to have more disposable income, because for the reasons that you said. And then, like I said, for some business models, that works, because obviously you're a bodacious life coach. And if I want a life coach that looks like me, then I'm going to be more encouraged to go to you, Linda, obviously.
Right.
Yeah, knowing and understanding your business model and your target market are super crucial when you start talking about who you're branding to, who you're marketing to, the type of product that you're going to have. I too, or also specifically work with Black individuals. I'm a business coach who has a passion for making sure that Black businesses are not stereotypical and that they don't operate from a negative perspective. So I teach, coach on business acumen to make sure of that. Mm-hmm. That's what I'm passionate about. That's what I profit from. However, I have another business that's a tangible product that's for everybody. So I can't get to $1 billion. Lord, let me make sure I say that with conviction. I would love to build $1 billion business off of Black people. It has never been done before. Maybe I'll be the first, but just in case I'm not, I am diversified to make sure I can get all the monies that are out there. I want all the coins from all the tables. So even if you do have a business that focuses on Black people, because we do need to focus on Black people, there's a whole world out there of people who have money that are willing to spend it, get their money. We need to be more diversified in the types of businesses that we have. I promise you, no tea, no shade. We have a lot of restaurants. We got a lot of beauty shops. We got a lot of wig shops. You know what I'm saying? Like, we need to get out here and get some tech companies. We need to get out here and get some other things. So please be diversified, and please do create products, services, businesses, side hustles that everybody can buy from, so that we can bring this money into our community. Let me reset the room. This is Fly Nubian Money. We're here every Monday through Friday at 1:00 p.m. You can tune in to us here, but you can also join the text message list so that you can get notified when we're here, because we know you don't want to miss this, right? So text the word Queens, QUEENS, to 87948, and you can be notified whenever we are live. Again, that's Monday through Friday at 1:00. Lala, I know you have something to add to something we have been talking about. I don't even necessarily know if I want to go to a question, because you've been sitting there so patiently. Would you like to add anything to the conversation at this point?
Yes, don't be afraid to try things, because sometimes when you try things and you think that's the thing for you, then you find out maybe that's not the thing for me, but something else comes from that. So don't just fall for anything, but at least give it a try to see if it's something in your wheelhouse that you can expound on. And I always start with small things. Like you always hear people say you can take surveys, and a lot of those places like that don't pan out. But I do have one that does pan out very well. And if you just need to get started to get money for your side hustle, you can do small little things. And you can go to this place called Respondent. And they are a legitimate survey place. And sometimes they even look for people within certain niches where you can take a survey and earn anywhere from $25 to $250. I literally earned $250 just doing a test product for something in real estate with them. So you always can go to places like that, make sure they're legit. And the reason I throw that out there is because there are so many that are not legit. So I don't want you just going out there and looking on the University of YouTube and everything else and listening to everybody saying this one works when you go there and you waste your time. So even if you need to build a side hustle, sometimes you need instant coins. And this place will normally pay once a month. And if you fit into one of their surveys, they usually pay really good money.
I like that. I'm going to read our last slide. I think that's what we'll call it. The last slide, financial impact. A survey by Bankrate in 2022 indicated that 34% of side hustlers use their extra income for essential expenses and 27% use it for discretionary spending, showcasing the practical financial benefit of side hustles, meaning more money, more money, more money. If you want to have more money, you want to have a better quality of life, if you want to be able to spend, then you should have something else that brings in revenue, that brings in income to your home. And we see this a lot of times through side hustles. I think I would like to add that it might not be the first thing that you try. I think that while I was saying that, right, you might have to try a couple of different things before you find the thing that works for you, before you find the thing that makes the money that you want to make, before you find the thing that aligns with your schedule and your talent and what you're doing. Don't be afraid to experiment with a couple of different things. Our producer said, if you would like to get the list of the 40, like if you would like to get the complete list of the 40 side hustles, you can send an email to info@realvirtual.net. Can you guys put that up on the screen for me, please? info@realvirtual.net. If you would like to receive the complete list of the 40 side hustles for your own personal viewing, and maybe you might want to use one of those. Again, that's info, INFO, @real, REEL, virtual.net. Okay. Minister Connie, I'm not going to ask you a question either because we're kind of getting low on time. So a lot of things have been said. Did you want to add anything to the conversation before I ask my next question?
Yes, I would. I'm from an entrepreneur family. Thank God for that. So I was able to see how my family did things. One of the things that I would say, when you walk into a company, I have like a couple companies. So when you walk into a company, you could usually get the feel of a company. You know, when you walk in, it should be nice. It should be professional. You should not be able to tell if it's a Black company or a white company. And that's the way my companies are set up. I don't want nobody to have a color attached to my company. So I always put a lot of money into the look of what I want. And I do a lot of, I spend a lot of money on counseling and consultants to reach that. So I just want to put that out there also, that people could come in and they should not be able to tell what type of company or what is the color of the owner or the CFO or CEO or whatever. So I just want to put that out there.
Awesome. I'm going to ask everybody this question. I think it'd be beneficial, and I think people will be able to learn from it. Being that I've been in business for 10 years, I've been a full-time entrepreneur for 10 years, me personally, right? And oftentimes I think, God, if I could go back, what would I do differently? So if you could go back to the beginning of your either entrepreneur career or your side hustles, what's one thing that you would do differently today? If you can go back and do your side hustles again, or go back and do entrepreneurship again, what's one thing that you would do differently? I'm going to go with you, Linda, because you're smiling like you already know. Look, go ahead.
One thing that I would do differently is build the business from the foundation outward instead of outward inward. I feel like now I'm building the foundation of my business because I had never been a life coach before. And it is something that I feel that is exploding, but nobody was really teaching the foundation of the business. I got certified and all of that. And then I went to figuring out or getting the people who could teach me how to create the business, the back end of the business, the fact that you're going to need landing pages and funnels and processes and Trello and Notion and all of these things. They don't teach you that. They're just teaching you how to become a life coach. What are the processes? How do you coach someone? But they did not teach me the business. And that's what I would have done first before I even hung up my flag to say, hi, I'm Linda, the Bodacious Lifestyle Coach for Black women over 50. That's what I would do differently.
I love that. What about you, Lala?
When I first got into real estate, I thought I was supposed to buy everything. So I did not come from a sales background. I actually came from an admin and creative side. So when I first got into real estate, anytime anybody came up to me and said, you need this and you need that and you need this, I put out more money in my first year than I ever did in any other years on products and things that I did not need. So don't become so obsessed with the shiny object syndrome. You can start with the basics. I could have very well, and still do, I created my own flyers. Why? Because I came from that background into sales. So use what you already have, knowing that you don't have to pay a lot of extra money to get your feet wet. So be very mindful of your pockets, because everything sounds wonderful when everybody's like, buy, buy, buy. And you're like, okay. And promises don't get fulfilled. So make sure that you watch your own pocket and use the skills that you have to uplift your side hustle.
Love it. What about you, Connie?
At first, when I started my business, I was the bookkeeper, I was the payroll clerk, I was the janitor, I was everything. So I was working in my business instead of on my business. And I think I could have grown a whole lot better. But one advice I want to say, do not hire all family, because that can be a headache.
All right, Miss Athena.
One thing I would redo is embrace failure and mistakes. So I have, and still kind of do, perfectionist syndrome. And what happens is that it can stall you because you take so long to do a process. And with business, it's an iterative process. You're constantly learning and refining and learning and refining. So embrace mistakes and don't beat yourself up on those. And also invest in your business and invest in coaching. When I invested in coaching, it took me to the next level because I was able to see things and gain knowledge on things that it would have probably taken me years to figure out. So sometimes it's worth the investment just to get like a coach or a mentor to kind of shorten that gap. And also understand, have really, really good clarity over who you're serving and what the things that they actually need. So go in groups, comment sections, just find out your particular target audience, what they actually need to experience the transformation or what your product or service is going to do for them. And then build your products and services around fulfilling the solution, providing the solutions for those needs.
Ooh, I like it. What I would say that I would do differently is start. I would start. I have a terminology that I say to my clients, and that's always be like Apple. Be like Apple, literally. Apple puts out a new phone every single year. They do not know if that phone's going to work. They do not know if there's the bugs are figured out. They put out the phone, people stand in line, they use the phone and they say, we don't like this doesn't work, fix it. Then they put out an update and people are happy. Stop waiting to launch. I'm not saying throw messy stuff out there. I'm not saying to be raggedy, but I am saying it's never going to be perfect. Whatever it is that you're thinking about doing, whatever it is that you're thinking about starting, lean into it, put something out, invest in it, do the coaching, read the book, go to the networking events, take the class, find somebody that can be your muse, get a mentor, but start taking steps towards it, because it's never going to be a right time. It's never going to be the perfect time. Everything's not going to be working right. You're never going to have the right money. The sun's not going to be in the right position, beaming down on you so you can be, that's never going to happen. So if you know in your heart, in your spirit, if something has been put inside of you that you're supposed to do something, if you have a talent or a skill or some knowledge or a passion or some purpose, or you want to make a profit, do it. That's what I would do differently. I had the concept and the idea for my business for 10 years. Wow. I sent myself an email in Yahoo in 2001 when I came up with the idea. I didn't actually start my business until 2013. I wouldn't have waited that long. So don't wait. All right. All right. As we close out, we're going to go around the room really quick. I want to just make sure that everybody knows where you can find these queens at. Outside of here, Monday through Friday at 1:00 p.m. And if you want to get notified, again, I'm going to tell you again before we leave, but I'm going to tell you right now too. You can text the word Queens with an S to 87948 so that you can be notified when Fly Nubian Money is live every Monday through Friday at 1:00 p.m. But in the meantime, I want to make sure that you can go and love on and support and follow and network and work with, or whatever the case might be, with all of these queens that are on the stage right now. We're going to start with Miss Linda, our bodacious life coach. Can you tell people where they can find you and how they can reach you?
Yes, I can be reached at Linda S. like Sam Husser.
I think you meant mute.
Yeah, I think I do. You can find me at Linda S. Husser 1 on TikTok. I am an avid TikToker. Please don't take TikTok away. And Linda S. Husser on Instagram. Linda Susan Husser on Facebook. That name Husser, Husser, that's me. All over these internet streets.
I love it. All right. What about you, Ms. Lala?
Well, I always like to tell people or leave something that you can think about in your heart. And here's what I'm going to tell you. A closed mouth never gets fed. You need to make sure that you open your mouth and ask the questions so that you can get to the next level. And I hope that we've answered some questions for you to help you better yourself financially. And I make it real easy. You can just find me at bit.ly/Laura Key Info, and I'll have some other resources up there for you as well.
Thank you so much. And what about you, Pastor Minister, Miss Connie?
Yes. You can reach me at ConnieSpearman.com. And I would just like to say, just do it. You know, like the check mark, check it off. Just do it and check it off and keep on going and see what works for you.
Thank you. Good word. And you, Miss Athena?
All right, ladies, you can find me at WeWealthWoman.com. My brand is We Wealth Woman, and you can find us on social at We Wealth Woman as well. And you can listen to me on my podcast at We Wealth Woman Podcast. I am available to give wealth, womanhood, and wisdom to you all. And that is where you can find me.
I love it. I am Dr. Lene Javet. I am a monetization strategist. I help my clients to triple their revenue. I am a business coach. I help service-based Black entrepreneurs to brand their brilliance. So if you're looking to create a business where your brilliance takes the front stage, that is what I do with my clients. You can find me right there. On social media at I am Dr. Lene Javette. You can also find me at my website, which is the same, www.drlenejavette.com. I want to thank all of you all for tuning in, not just today, but for the duration of Black Money. Fly Nubian Money. I've been working with Boyce for a very long time. Folks of Fly Nubian Money. I'm here in Fly Nubian Queen. We are here every Monday through Friday at 1 o'clock p.m. Eastern. And if you would like to get notified when the queens are on, you'll notice that there's different queens on different days. And so it's always exciting to tune in. So if you can get here every Monday through Friday at 1 o'clock, wear your earpod at work. You can work and be listening. Like this is a live podcast. So you get to see us, you get to engage with us. And we want you to be here. So text the word Queens, QUEENS, to 87948 so that you can come hang out with us every day. We thank you for being here. I thank you to my co-queens for being here. We appreciate you guys all. Have a great day. Be blessed and be one. We'll see you tomorrow.
And I'm not really here to discredit or to make anybody feel bad about that. But I said, I'm going to tell you, I think that some of it may relate to the fact that in our society, we're not trained to prepare. And I said, the thing about having the life that you want, and I said, look, I don't care. I'm not here to tell y'all what profession you should want to be in. I'm not here to tell you whether or not you should want to where you want to live or what kind of person you want to be. I said, I assume you just want to be happy. And I don't think you're going to disagree with me on that. I said, so the thing about happiness and getting what you want out of life and being where you want to be is that typically that doesn't happen by accident. Right. Typically that happiness, that fulfillment, wealth, whatever it is you want, whether you want to have a great relationship, you want to be in great shape, you want to catch the bus on time to get to school, whatever it is, it usually comes down to preparation. And I said, so I guarantee you that 99% of the time, when you run into situations in life where there's something you want and you can't get it, I guarantee you that more preparation will get you where you want to get to. I said, so for example, I'm not a broke man. Now, remember, I'm not the dad. I'm the bonus dad, and I'm a proud bonus dad. I love being the bonus dad to these kids. I said, but think about it. I said, I got money, your daddy got money, and your mama got money. A lot of Black people ain't got no money. A lot of Black people don't have a lot of money. I said, now, if you want to know the secret for how all of us got money, it's because we prepared. It's just simple preparation. I said, when we were in our 20s, all of us were saving, we were investing, we were preparing because we knew that one day we'd get a little bit older and we'd want to have resources. We'd want to have what we need to be able to provide for you and to do the things we think that we're supposed to do. So what I was really talking a lot about was just these basic ideas of preparation, temporary sacrifice for long-term gain. Some people may call this delayed gratification. That's another term that might be used for this. And I don't believe that any of this is encouraged in society. I don't believe that in our society, we really challenge people to really prepare for the future or to do the things that are preventative. An ounce of prevention is usually worth a pound of cure. For example, I always found it really interesting how because we try so hard not to judge people or make them feel bad about their choices, someone will go to the doctor and be clearly doing things that are killing themselves, like clearly eating the wrong food, clearly not taking their medication, clearly coming in, morbidly obese, in horrible shape. And the doctor I don't think they're even allowed to even say, I think you really need to change this. Or if you keep doing this, bad things are going to happen. We just sort of deal with the issue and don't say anything that might remotely make them feel bad about their choice. And I kind of feel that that's wrong. I feel like challenging people a little bit is a good way to go. And so that's what I was doing with the kids. I was challenging them and hopefully that went through. They probably ignored me. They probably sat in the back laughing about how I was like the preachy dad or something, but I don't care. I said, y'all gonna take this message today because y'all got me out here driving y'all to school because y'all didn't get ready and get up on time. All right. So anyway, so let me just say hello to Tonia Patillo, the wonderful Patillo family. Good to see you. Let's see here. I see Gregory and Charlene and Sharon. Good to see you. April West, Olivia, George Calhoun, Ralph out of the Bronx, Winston Butler, David Francis. Good to see you. Karen Dorsey, Eric Bennett, Antonio Fuller, L. Nicholas, Carolyn Thomas, Gina Mills. I see all of you here. So very good to see all of you. And let's jump in. Now, one thing I want to mention quickly is that if you want to get we always talk about the $5 a day investing plan. There is an ebook attached to that. If you would like to pick up a copy of the ebook, there's a URL. You can feel free to write this down. It's b1investing.com. That's b the number one investing.com. And so there's some free resources there if you want to pick up something that can help you to implement the $5 a day plan. That's the thing that we've been talking about a lot. It's part of the Black Wealth Master Plan. So b the number one b1investing.com. So feel free to take a look at that. Secondly, I wanted to talk a little bit about something that was on my mind this morning as it pertained to student loans. I was listening to an interview. The guys at Earn Your Leisure were interviewing Robert Smith, I think that's his name, the billionaire. And I never met Robert Smith, but he said something really interesting about the student loan forgiveness thing that happened when they were at Morehouse. Does anybody remember that? Give me a yes if you remember that. When Robert Smith gave the speech at Morehouse, the commencement address. And in the speech, he surprised everybody by saying that I'm going to pay off all your student loans. Anybody remember that? And I thought it was remarkable and wonderful and beautiful and extraordinary. And I was incredibly happy that he did that. I thought it was a great thing for him to do. Now here's where I'm going to lay out some nuances. And Robert mentioned some of these nuances. So this is not just coming from me. This is also him. He talked about a couple of things that were interesting. First thing he mentioned was more from a practical standpoint. He talked about the tax implications of giving and receiving gifts. So if you receive a gift like that, there could be a tax bill attached to that. And he said that that was one thing that they had to deal with when they were paying off people's loans because they didn't want to put them in a different kind of debt with the IRS. And that was made sense. It was interesting. And then he mentioned something that I'd seen in stats, but it really popped out in my consciousness when I heard him talk about it. And he mentioned that 60% of Black wealth goes toward paying student loans. 60%. Now I knew the number was big. I'd seen some data on it. I didn't know that it was 60%. I did not know that 60% of the inheritance, your children's birthright, 60% of the wealth, the very scarce, rare wealth in the Black community goes toward paying student loans. And I understand exactly how the economic trap works. The trap is very simple. You tell Black people, hey, the way to get better in life is to go and give all your money to these big universities run by white people, and they're going to give you these skills that are going to help you get better jobs, which is going to somehow miraculously lead to you becoming wealthier. And it doesn't work like that because jobs are not a pathway to wealth. It's hard to really work your way to wealth because most Americans cannot operate at enough of an economic surplus to actually engage in the wealth building process. To actually build wealth, you have to have a surplus, which means that your income has to exceed your expenses by enough that that extra money can become part of your nest egg, part of your stock, your nuts you stored for the winter that you then are able to deploy to various forms of investing to let your wealth grow. Now, I'm going to add to what Robert said and mention something that you may have heard me mention before, that half of all Black college graduates default on their student loans. So when you default on the student loans, not only is a big chunk of your wealth drained, but also it means that your ability to build wealth has been inhibited. So it's almost like you're in a race and you're running, and two things happen. Number one, you ran 8 miles, but they take away 4 of those miles. And then number two, they not only take away 4 of the 8 miles that you ran, they also break both of your legs at the same time. So now you're not running 100 miles an hour or whatever speed you were going before. Now you're just on 2 little nubs trying to wiggle your way down the street because you can't run on nubs. You can't win the 100-meter dash when you have no legs. So effectively, by sort of dealing with the default on the student loans, that takes you out of the wealth building game. if you're not in the game, you cannot win the game. If you're not, if it's one thing to be losing the game. It's one thing to be struggling in the game. It's one thing to be trying to figure out the game. But a lot of us are not even in the game. We're not in the game of stock market participation. We're not in the game of real estate. We're not in the game of building businesses. We're in the game where we're not doing the powernomics. We're doing the strugglenomics. We're doing the survivornomics. Do you understand what I'm saying? If you're struggling to survive, it's very hard for you to even process what it means to thrive. It's very difficult. How can you thrive when you're just barely trying to get by? So you see your friends and you say, hey, man, how you been doing, man? Oh, nothing, man. Just making it, just surviving. Anybody ever hear conversations like that? You know, those struggle conversations. And I'm not making fun of it. A lot of us have those conversations. Sometimes I would pretend to have those conversations just so I could fit in. But then I was like, I don't really want to fit into like a culture that's not really winning. But I would do that. You know, I'd see my friends and I'd feel a little bit guilty because I was like doing kind of good. And I had, you know, I'd been busting my butt. And I'm talking about when I was like 29, 30 years old. And I'm making six figures or whatever. I was doing better because I'd been busting my butt, working really hard. And, you know, and I was raising this weird family where we were really big on like personal responsibility. I'm not making fun of anybody else's family, but me and my sister reflected on that. I said, yeah, our parents kind of just told us like everything is your responsibility, even if it's not. Everything is your fault, even if it's not. Everything is your doing, even if it's not. That you are the number one driver of your position in life. So we never really grew up hearing that that there were limitations because of racism or that somehow the government was going to save us or anything like that. It was more like, yeah, white people can be mean. Some of them are crazy. A lot of black people are too, and don't nobody really love you. So you better get out here and you better bust your butt and you better go make something happen, because if you don't make something happen, then nothing will occur, right? And again, not making fun of anybody else, but that's what I kind of heard. So long story short, I remember I would still though try to, you know, fit in and have these struggle conversations. How you doing, man? You know, man, just making it, bro. Just trying to get by. And I really think that just from a spiritual standpoint, number one, those conversations are just not very empowering. They're not very uplifting. Also, I heard Brother Nuri Muhammad, who is just a brilliant man. Y'all know Nuri? How many? Give me a yes if you know Nuri Muhammad. If you don't know Nuri Muhammad, give me a yes. How many of y'all know Nuri? Nuri is just one of the great thinkers of all time. He's one of the greatest men on this planet. I am honored to say he is my friend because this brother is so sharp. He is such a great product of the nation and Farrakhan and just, you know, again, you don't have to love Farrakhan to at least appreciate some of what he's able to do, right? Even if you don't love him, there's got to be something in there that you can find to appreciate. And Nuri just brings the best of that together. And so Nuri was talking about religion, and he was explaining how there's some religions that what's the word? Some religions that empower you to say, because you got the power of God, you can go do anything, right? Don't be scared because God's got your back. And as long as you're connected to God, you become a piece of God or what, you know. And so if you think you're a God and you're out here doing things because you really feel like you're connected to a higher power, you're gonna go, you ain't scared of nothing, right? That's to me, that's powerful. That's faith. Faith is a wonderful thing. I love faith. I live on faith. I've been living on faith for my entire life. But then there's like some religions, he said, some spaces in religion where it's not something that empowers you. It's kind of just a coping mechanism. Do you understand what I'm saying? It becomes, as Nietzsche was a great philosopher, and he said, he actually described it in a very cynical way. He described religion as opium for the masses, just something that will help you get through the day, like just a pill that you take to survive your otherwise miserable life, to remind you that you are nothing without coming to church and giving your money to the pastor. You're just a nobody. You can't get out of bed. You can't do nothing on your own. You have no power whatsoever. And that doesn't necessarily make you feel confident enough to go out here with a sword and a shield and take on the world. And so, in fact, it reminds me of this song. My wife has a song that she loves. There's a singer. I'm trying to remember his name. He sings really well. Anthony Hamilton. I think that's his name. Yeah, we went to an Anthony Hamilton concert. Now, mind you, I would never go to an Anthony Hamilton concert on my own. I went there because my wife is gorgeous and I would have pretty much followed her anywhere. And so we went to this Anthony Hamilton concert, who, by the way, is a great singer. I said, man, this guy can sing. And he had this song that was like a religious song. It's like, if you catch me sleeping, don't wait me till I'm done. Anybody know that song? Just leave me be. I'm waiting till my savior comes. And I was listening to the lyrics, and it's a great song. And my wife plays it all the time. And I said to her, I said, I love this song. It sounds really good, but I'm kind of depressed with this song because it seems like it's kind of telling me, like, just stay asleep, just sit there, and I'm not going to do nothing. Don't wake me up. Don't, I'm just going to wait for Jesus to fix it. And I can't do nothing on my own. And my life is terrible and I'm sad. I said, if I listen to this song every day, I'm going to be kind of depressed. I don't know. Again, I maybe go find the song and read the lyrics. Like I listen to the lyrics, like especially the hip hop and all that, because hip hop really taps in, like I think they're deliberately tapping into your subconscious, right? So hip hop, when they have the 808 beat and the rhythm and the repetition, that's definitely brainwashing. That's textbook brainwashing, right? So hip hop, I pay attention to lyrics, but then also even with gospel music, and I was listening to the song and I said, so it's kind of just telling me that I shouldn't be proactive at all in my life, that I should just lay there, stay asleep, and just wait until Jesus comes and fixes it. And that to me comes from slavery, right? It's a great song though. It's nothing against the song, nothing against religion, nothing against any of that, but it's just something to kind of process and think about whether or not we feel that we are on a regular basis being given ideas that are going to really make us feel powerful. Are we really given ideas that are really going to make us feel like, okay, you know what? If the white man ain't gonna fix it, I can fix it myself. And I really think that that's critically important because when you circle back to some of these challenges, some of these issues, I said, I really believe that a lot of our problems, our financial problems, are quite solvable. The question is, do we have the willpower and the discipline and the desire to actually do it? Do we have the confidence to do it? A lot of accomplishment comes down to believing that you can do it, being willing to make the sacrifice to do it, having the discipline to be consistent enough to put in the work or whatever is required in order to make it happen. If you have these things and then you have some strategic planning on top of that, you plan where you want to go, you commit to the journey, you put in the work on a regular basis and you're very consistent, then you can accomplish things. But you have to have a level of belief that you're even capable of doing it. And I think that Black self-esteem is deliberately kept very, very low to the point where there are things that we believe happen around us that we truly believe we have no say in any of this. And it shows up actually a lot in a lot of the depression and anxiety statistics. There's a friend of mine, I can't remember her name because I haven't talked to her in a decade, but she was a very nice lady. She wrote a book, Terry Williams. She wrote a book called Black Pain. And basically it was all about all the Black women that are suffering from clinical depression. And it's not diagnosed, it's not being treated, it's not even being acknowledged because we all have that strong Black woman stereotype that is just sort of that sort of overwhelms all that. It's like, okay, you're a strong Black woman, you can handle all that. So in their strength, and I do believe Black women are strong, and I think I see that as a compliment, but at the same time, obviously, it can be a problem if you're not acknowledging and dealing with the pain. And so really, if you study like where depression might come from, one of the ways to end up feeling very depressed is when you feel like you have no say over your situation. When something terrible is happening to you, they did this study with rats in a lab. They shocked them. They would put them in a lot of pain and they gave them no way out. And the ones that had no way out and no solution were the ones who were the most depressed. They could measure how depressed a rat was by the amount of serotonin in his brain. So they said that the rats where they gave them no out, no options, those rats were very depressed. The rats that were given a solution, the rats that were given a process where they could go hit a button and make the pain stop, those rats had far less depression than the rats who were just being hit randomly with all this pain and had nothing they could do about it. So translate that to people. I believe that, especially when you talk about things like economic pain, let's go back to the economics of it all, because money is power. Money is used as a way to control people. Money is used as a weapon. It's used as a tool. It's used as a defense mechanism, whatever it is. Well, so when you look at the economic pain that Black people are in, I really suspect that we are put in situations where we're deliberately exposed only to ideas where someone else is always in control of our economic fate and our economic destiny. We are led to believe, even though those of us who are the most educated and the most capable, literally feel that if we want to be economically successful, someone has to kind of give that to us. Someone has to give us a job or someone has to give us an opportunity, right? Instead of seeing opportunities as something that people actually create, or jobs are something that can actually be developed and given to other people. But your training from the very beginning is sit down, shut up, be well behaved, make sure you're very well trained, so that someone will give you an opportunity. And then what happens is that when you are, say, like I was a big mouth black man. I've been a big mouth since I was in my 20s. You can go check the record. I used to write articles at the University of Kentucky. They used to get me death threats and everything when I was 24 years old. And at that time, I had a lot of well-intended black people who warned me. They said, if you keep talking like this, you'll never get a job. And they were like, we're only telling you this because we care about you, Boyce. And if you keep talking about this pro-black stuff, then you're going to end up being in a situation where you won't be employable. And I said, but it's true. I said, we're being mistreated. I can't sit here and allow this to happen. I'm not going to let somebody talk to me like this and just put me at the bottom of the barrel. And they're like, yeah, we agree with you, Boyce. We get it. But you can't keep talking like this. And they would send people to talk to me. I kid you not. Because I didn't even realize how much power I had at the time, because I was a 24-year-old kid. But they would send the white administrators would send. One time they had me meet this black man who was a former quarterback at the University of Kentucky, and they sent him to talk to me because they figured that because we're both black, he could talk me down and calm me down, so I wouldn't criticize the administration and the white people in charge. And even at 24, I saw right through it. I remember thinking, wow, they sent the black guy to talk to me, the one resident black guy to come and talk to me. And he was a nice guy, and I talked to him, but I remember walking away thinking, I'm not going to change who I am. So we just had a good conversation. And so generally speaking, I think that there's a big chunk of our soul that gets lost, that we end up selling and giving away, because we end up being stuck and committed to this very false idea that the people that are in charge of our set of opportunities and possibilities are going to be unhappy with us if we let that part of who we are out of the closet, right? So effectively, a lot of young black children go crazy. They go crazy because they get in this system where they're forced to constantly code switch. Y'all know, anybody heard that term, code switching? How many of y'all have heard people talk about how we have to learn how to really code switch, almost be bilingual, in order to survive in corporate America, and in just these awkward situations where who you are is not good enough. So you have to engage in the fundamentally horrific task of living your life as somebody that you're actually not. You have to learn how to live a lie and live that lie very well, just so you can survive economically, just so you can pay the bills, just so you can have some semblance of financial security. But really, you're not secure, because the minute they discover that you're really black, or that you're sitting and listening to people like Boyce Watkins or Dr. Claude Anderson, or even, God forbid, a Farrakhan, they're going to come punish you for that. And I would just dare to say that they have no right to do that. They don't have a right to tell you who you're allowed to be, but also you have an obligation to defend who you want to be. You have an obligation to understand from an economic consciousness standpoint that when you get to the point where you start to be big and bad and grown and define your own path, you have to have the economic intelligence and economic security to defend that path. Do you understand? Freedom, there's no group, and this is the thing. We want to get into this conversation to say, well, it's, because we're black, they're not letting us do this. And because we're black, they won't let us do that. And I would just say a free man or a free woman does not really talk like that. A free man or free woman understands, ain't nobody gonna let you do nothing. Ain't nobody gonna let you conquer nothing. Ain't nobody gonna let you have your freedom. Ain't nobody gonna let you have nothing. You have to be able to fight for it and defend it. There's no country on the planet, there's no free country on earth that did not have to have a lot of money spent on a military just to defend their freedom. There's no country. You find me a country that has resources, especially the ones that have resources, like you got oil or whatever. If you can't defend what you have, then someone's going to beat you up and take it from you. That's just it. And black people have a lot. We have a lot of amazing things that are very profitable for other people. Our culture has made billions for other people. Our music has made billions for other people. We have style. We have the best athletes on the planet. So of course they're going to come in and colonize and take things like Kendrick Lamar in his battle with Drake. In case you don't keep up with this, it's been really interesting to watch two big rappers kind of going back and forth. I think Kendrick might have won, but Kendrick made this verse where he said, "You're not a colleague, you're a colonizer." And somebody made a really interesting point, and they said that and everybody's like, yeah, that's right. You tell him, Kendrick, you won because you told him he's a colonizer. And somebody said, that's not a compliment to you, though. That's not really the flex that you think it is. When you call someone a colonizer, you're basically saying that they were able to come into your space, take all your stuff, and all you can do is sit and complain about it. All you can do is say, you're a colonizer. I figured it out. You stole everything from me. You took all my stuff. You came in and you took from us. We don't got nothing because you took it all. Well, you're kind of bragging, like you're kind of letting them know how powerful they are. Like you're really just saying to them, I'm weak and worthless. I can't, because I'm gonna tell you this. Look, give me a yes or no. Do you think that if I wanted to go colonize Chinatown, and let's say I wanted to go in and take over all the Chinese restaurants in Chinatown, how successful do you think I would be if I tried to go economically colonize Chinatown? What do you think? You think they'd sit back and let me just take what I want and take all their money, all their renminbi, that's the Chinese currency, and destroy all their businesses and put them out of business and make them all come work for me? You think they would that would just be an easy task? No, I would probably end up at the bottom of the river. Like and I certainly wouldn't have any customers in Chinatown. They wouldn't even the Korean community is so gangster about their economics, they won't even let a black man take over the hair care industry. If you are black and you try to go into the hair care industry, there are countless stories of black people who tried to do black hair. They weren't even trying to do white hair or Asian hair. They were just trying to do hair that was already on their head and get the supplies or whatever, and they would freeze them out. They'd be out of business because people would engage in these underhanded tactics to make sure that your business is not going to grow. My fofo going to make sure all your money don't grow. That's what they're like. No, we don't let black people actually run the industry. We'll allow them to shop with us and give us their money, but you're not taking our money. That's not who made you think who do you think you are? So ultimately, anything that when you talk about things like freedom and power, you really have to understand what game you're playing and what you're really dealing with. You're dealing with highly competitive situations that require tremendous amounts of strategic thinking, discipline, and preparation and sacrifice. And I would just dare to say that I don't see very many elements in the culture other than sports, other than like basketball and football, where elements of discipline and sacrifice are readily discussed. I certainly don't see it in education. I just don't. I don't see the level of educational excellence that I think that we're capable of. I definitely don't see it when it comes to economics. Again, the Black Wealth Master Plan, where I was explaining to you guys, every black child should know how to start a business by the age of 12. Every black child should own stock by the age of 5. Every black child should be in a position to put money on a property by the time they're 21. Most people are not at that level. And I deliberately said it to be aspirational for us to sort of reset our expectations for ourselves, to understand the competitive game that you're in. So I would just encourage you to kind of think about things this way. And so that student loan conversation was kind of where we started with this. And to make it clear, just as because I have to keep saying this because I get misinterpreted a lot, is I've never said people should not go to college. I've never said you're a fool because you went and got a bachelor's degree. I would never say that. I'm a college professor. But what I am saying is that student loans are without a doubt one of if not the greatest drain on black wealth. So if your goal is to close the racial wealth gap, assuming that white folks don't decide to write a big gigantic reparations check, then closing the racial wealth gap means looking at that gigantic economic leak called student loans and saying, how do we do this better? So this does not mean student loans are only for suckers or there's something you should never do. It means sort of rethinking our relationship with college. It means saying, okay, maybe if your goal is to go to college and just go to parties and step shows and major in English literature, maybe there's a better way for you to proceed than for you to go $200,000 in debt for a degree that won't even make you $40,000 a year. Maybe that's not the strategy for you. Now, if you're going to be a dentist and make six figures, then go for it. If you're going to be a medical doctor or any sort of professional license, an attorney, I get it. Student loans can make sense in that context. So I would never say student loans are bad. What I am saying is that the high default rate, the fact that half of all Black college graduates, these are our talented 10th. The ones that went to college were the good ones. I'm not talking about the ones who didn't go. I'm talking about the ones who went to college. Those are the ones that you're hoping will pull you out of the mess. So your greatest economic athletes are showing up with a pulled hamstring, a broken toe, and a missing leg. And you're thinking these people are going to be the ones that are going to get you to the next level. They can't get you to the next level because they can't even survive. Your best swimmers that are supposed to come and save everybody are drowning. How are you going to elevate a community when your best swimmers can't even swim? they can't, because when you have a college degree or a master's or whatever we have, and you are saddled with so much debt that you can't hardly move, and that you default on that debt, so your credit score is now in the garbage. And then on top of that, you have no ability, no understanding of how to even elevate your economic situation through things like entrepreneurship, real estate ownership, or stock market investing. It's hard to say that you're somebody who's going to save everybody, because your ability to even save yourself is limited, right? So I'm not making fun of anybody, because Lord knows I would not do that, because I know that there are a lot of us in this room who have fallen for that trap. And I'm not here to beat up on you about that. Please don't think that I'm making you. I don't want to make you feel bad. I want you to be aware, and I want you to just understand, so we can sort of repair that and fix that and adjust the culture, so we don't keep making the same mistake over and over again. Someone can benefit from the mistake that you made. You just have to use your mouth and explain this to them, so that we don't get caught up in the simple-minded message that college is for everybody, or anybody who's smart should be in college, or that college is the only pathway to success, or the student loans are a necessity for everybody. That's just not true. And then also on top of that, here's another thing too. For those of you that were able to pay back the loans, that didn't borrow too much money, one area where you're limited is that you don't have that Swiss Army knife of options when it comes to how you make your money. A job, again, should be one way to make money. That should be one out of about maybe 8 or 9 different ways that you have to go make money. So this is where the Black Wealth Master Plan kicks in, where every child learns how to start a business by the age of 12. Because I know plenty of highly educated Black people who are making 6 figures, who absolutely hate their job and really would rather just quit right now. But they can't quit right now because you got bills, and the ability to figure out how to make money is not quite where you want it to be. I sat down with a bunch of my relatives, and we were having a family financial meeting, and we were talking about all the different ways to make money. And I remember I had one cousin who had 2 master's degrees, who had a 6-figure job working for somebody. I don't know who it was, but he made all the right choices, and he wasn't in a bad situation at all. And he had this really nice job, probably making about 200 grand a year. I have another cousin who was also a Black male, who was in his early 30s, who did not have a college degree. So he learned how to become an entrepreneur. He also got really good with computers. So he was actually making more money than almost everybody in the room. In fact, he's the one that where I sat down, where we were talking, and he casually we talk about the price of Bitcoin hitting 50 or 60,000, and he casually says, "Really?" He says, "I bought some Bitcoin." I said, "Well, how many did you buy?" He said, "I don't know, about 3 or 400 a few years ago." I said, 3 or 400 Bitcoin is that's I think that might be worth over few million dollars." And he was like, "Oh, really? Cool." It was like that, because he had casually bought Bitcoin when it was like $1 or $5 and forgot about it. And then he goes back and finds out he's got all this money sitting there, right? So anyway, I remember listening to them talk, and my cousin, with all the education, with the fancy job, he says, it's really hard to figure out how to make money, like without a job. Like I don't really know. It seems like there's just not that many opportunities to make money without a job. It's really hard to figure that out. And my other cousin, the oppressed Black man with no college degree, he casually says, "Oh, there's money everywhere. There's money everywhere." And I'll never forget that exchange, because what that said to me was that my cousin without the college degree had a very high level of economic consciousness. And what is consciousness? Consciousness is awareness. It is sight. It is the ability to see things that other people don't see. And so what I was visualizing is I'm thinking about this and I'm thinking, okay, so one of my relatives was in the position of a lot of us educated Black people. He'd been given these opportunities because he had the right credentials. He behaved like he was supposed to, and he got a great job making good money. Good for him. It's worked out for him. But he wanted to leave his job because of the obvious reasons that many of us might want to leave our jobs. But in my mind, it's kind of like it reminds me of an animal that was trained in a facility, maybe in a zoo or in even a circus, right? Where you are you're skilled, but you're constrained, you're controlled. You eat every day because the zookeeper comes and feeds you every day. And so you've learned that if I want to eat that day, I got to do what the zookeeper tells me to do. Give me a yes if you're following this analogy. If I don't do what the zookeeper says, I'm going to be punished. They're going to electrically shock me or put me in solitary confinement or something like that, right? So you're doing well, kind of, because you're well behaved. Right, and you're talented. They come in. They taught the bear how to ride the tricycle, and you're the one who learned how to ride the tricycle first. So you get lots of treats for learning how to ride the tricycle and perform well at the circus. But as that bear, you really, if you ever even begin to act like a real bear, like you growl at somebody or you maul somebody or you decide to go hunt and fight or whatever, like you're gonna get shot, right? So in a way, like you're kind of in a nice situation. But another way, it's kind of limited who you are and even transformed who you are. You are a bear in captivity. Do you follow what I'm saying? You're a lion in captivity. So then my other cousin, I saw him and I saw a bear in the wild. So the bear in the wild is going to be a little rough around the edges, right? Because he doesn't know the system. He doesn't follow the rules. He would not do well in a zoo or a circus or even a wildlife reserve. And he's struggled. He's been out in the wild, which means that he's had many days where he's been hungry, and being hungry motivated him to learn how to hunt and fight and kill and fish and do what he's got to do to survive. So because he went through the struggle and the pain of being hungry and not having a system to take care of him, he's also picked up these specialized skills that he never would have gotten if he spent his whole life in the zoo. Do you follow what I'm saying? Let me know if you're getting what I'm saying here. So with my cousin, the reason that he was probably the richest person in that room, the one without the degree, is because he sort of just learned how to adapt to the situation that he was in. He was in a situation where there was no Superman, there was no boss sending a weekly paycheck, there was no security whatsoever being given by the system, and he learned how to just adjust and survive in however he could. And as a result, he was fitter than everyone else. The animal in the wild that has to survive in the wild, he has to hunt to get his food. So he's going to be in a better position to hunt than the animal who has sat back in the cage, getting fat, waiting for the zookeeper to drop the food off. Do you understand? So people who know how to hunt tend to be better off. Also, hunters have a stronger level of awareness. So a hunter can be, think about this, a person, imagine you take a person out of the city and you put them in the middle of the Amazon, and then you grab another person who is who's a survival expert, who's lived in the woods his whole life, and you put him in the middle of the Amazon. Who's going to survive? Who's going to have the greatest likelihood of surviving? Right? We know the answer to that. And part of the reason that there's that differential in survival probability is that the second person who grew up in the forest, who understands how to hunt and fish and everything else, his awareness is much higher. So one person, the person who's used to only eating whenever there's a restaurant available or when a grocery store is open, they're going to look around, they're going to say, gosh, I'm starving, I'm so hungry, there's no food out here. The other person may look around and say, what are you talking about? There's food everywhere. I saw a flock of geese over there. I saw some berries over there. I saw some, I saw something else over here, and there's wood, and there's this, and there's that, and you can eat those things, right? But that's because they've been educated. Their awareness is high. So economically speaking, the equivalent of that is that when you make that decision, or when you're raised in a culture, or when you adapt to a culture of a free Black man or a free Black woman, your financial consciousness tends to be higher than those of us who are raised in captivity. People that really understand, this is why I'm glad you're coming to financial consciousness training, because that's the goal. The goal is to say, there's, like my cousin, there's money everywhere. There's money everywhere. So I want you to be able to see it. And when you start to see it, and then you start to have the confidence to know you can go get it, and you've got the skill to see it, you see the flock of geese, you learn how to use the bow and arrow so you can hunt and get those geese. Then what happens is, at first it's hard because you're a little hungry, you're a little scared, but eventually you're eating better than the person in captivity. You're eating better. What do I mean by that? Well, do you know how many people I've seen who went out and really embraced entrepreneurship and started a business and were suddenly making like literally 50 times more money than they made on their job? Like they literally, I'm talking like $100,000 a month, that kind of thing, just by tapping into something that was always there, but they never really knew it was there because they didn't have the consciousness to see the opportunity. Do you know? Do you know the feeling? The one thing. This is why I love entrepreneurship and the freedom of it, is because, like, if you want a raise, you just know that I don't have to ask my boss for a raise. I don't have to wait another 3 years for them to give me the raise I deserve. I don't have to get a better job. I can just sell another product. I can market differently. I can cut my costs. I can make a partnership and give myself a raise, which gives you a more empowered feeling in life than simply waiting for somebody else to do something. Now, I'm not here to tell everybody to become an entrepreneur. That's not what I'm saying. I'm not saying that at all. What I am saying is that I believe that, culturally speaking, we must make sure, especially with the kids, that they are exposed to all these possibilities, that they're just sort of exposed to this idea that's really a controversial idea, but I don't want you to overreact to this. But just like what ideas that might seem extreme, like slavery is a choice. Like, I'm not saying that slavery was a choice in 1745. I'm not saying that. And I'm certainly not trying to advocate for the ideas of Kanye West, because I've spent enough time on the phone with him to know that he needs his medication. What I am saying is that maybe there are some types of slavery that really are a choice. And maybe the choice isn't necessarily a choice that you can make right now, right? Like if you're in a tough spot, like it's like when let me explain. It's like when our 13-year-old misses the bus and I say, "Well, you still got to go to school." And she's like, "Well, what am I supposed to do? I have no choice. I can't, I need a ride, Boyce, because I can't get to school." Well, the thing is, you had a choice. You had a choice proactively. Your choice isn't being made right now. That's not the best choice for you. That's not the best scenario for you. Now you have no choice, but you backed yourself into a situation where you have no choice because you had a choice this morning when you chose to hit the snooze button on the alarm clock instead of getting your butt out of bed. Do you understand? So when we say slavery is a choice, no, I'm not saying that when you get up on a Tuesday that you have a choice as to whether you're going to go to work or not. What I'm saying is that your choice really comes from not putting yourself in a position where you've only got one choice. Do you follow what I'm saying? So what I would say with children is, it goes back to that word I love to use called options. I can teach you all about stock options and all that. We do that regularly here in the Black Business School, but I'm talking about just options in life. If you raise kids in a certain way and prepare them for the future to always know how to have plenty of options, then that will translate into choices. And for people that have options that also have choices, slavery really becomes a choice. There's a difference between going to work because you have to versus going to work because you want to. That person that's going to work because they want to is literally making the choice to go to work and deal with their boss. Other people may not be making a choice because all their choices were murdered 10, 15 years ago when they locked themselves into capitalist slavery. Capitalism is slavery. It really is. I'm not being extremist when I say that. It becomes slavery when you don't understand this game and you don't prepare. Oh yeah, they're gonna eat you up. And their number one goal is to lock you down to the point where you have no choice. In fact, it's really weird how many financial things pop up on a given day. And literally during my little sermon that I was given to the teenage Black girls that were stuck in the car with me for 15 minutes, I said there are so many people who, because they did not engage in proactive strategies to prepare for life, they get in situations where they have no choice. And so what happens is that when you get in a situation where you're desperate, say financially, and I was warning them as young women, I said, there will be plenty of men who will take advantage of your lack of options as it pertains to money. They will show up and they'll say, "I'll pay the rest of your rent but you're going to have to give me something that money can't buy. And I said, so the reason I'm forcing you all to listen to me right now is because I want you to prepare in advance so that you will always have a choice. You will never have to do something that is unethical or harmful to yourself or something that makes you feel terrible because you're stuck in a situation where you have no choice. Everything's about those choices and options. And that's really what this conversation is all about. When you use the words freedom, choices, and options, they're all connected. They're all cousins of each other. I'm done. I don't have anything else to say. Thank you guys for hanging out with me today. Don't forget to get on the text list if you want to get reminded when we do Money in the Morning. Just text the word morning, MORNING, to the phone number 87948. If somebody could type 87948 in the chat, I would appreciate that. So text morning to 87948 and I will send you an invitation. Number 2, I'm going to be speaking this weekend in Philadelphia at the Get Money Fest hosted by Jay Ortiz and the Pish Posh Girl. If you'd like to come out, you can go to getmoneyfest.com or you can just show up. It's in Philadelphia. On my Instagram, I put the flyer up. My Instagram is Dr. Boyce Finance. So you can go to my Instagram, look at the flyer. The address is on there. Just come to the door, tell them you're with me. They'll let you in. It's free to the public. Let's see what else. Thirdly, if you want the ebook for the $5 a day investing plan, that's also free. Just go to b1investing.com, b1investing.com. Somebody type b1investing.com in the chat for me if you could. And then last but not least, you guys know in our Black Wealth Mastery store at drboycebooks.com, we did a 24-hour discounts. Everything is 60% off until the end of today. So if you go to drboycebooks.com, write down this code. It is today only 2024. So if you use the code word today only 2024, all one word, it has to be all one word, and you put it in the checkout, you'll get 60% off anything in the store. And the store has financial flashcards for children, tickets to the All Black National Convention. You can get books. My book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. Dr. Claude Anderson's books are there. My wife's books are also in there. There's a lot of good stuff in there. And so if you'd like to go take a look at drboycebooks.com, the code word is today only 2024, all one word. Put that in and checkout. It'll take 60% off. So even if the price is already discounted 30 or 40%, it'll take another 60% off. That's today only. So feel free to go take a look at that. All right. Chelsea says, bought my tickets yesterday. Yeah, the convention is going to be in Lombard, Illinois, which is right outside Chicago, October 25th to the 27th. The convention, I guarantee with everything that if you come to the convention, you will love it. It will be life-changing for you, and you've never seen anything like it. That's our goal, is to create spaces and experiences that are just different from what we've kind of dealt with and been exposed to. And so since this convention didn't exist, God told me to create it, and we did it. I didn't know how to do a convention, but we did it 15 years ago. Lene Javette helped me, and now it's an annual thing. We're almost on our 10th year. So feel free to go to allblacknationalconvention.com if you want to take a look. That's allblacknationalconvention.com. Okay, guys, have a good day. I will see you all tomorrow morning. Don't forget, if you want to get a reminder, get on the text list. Text the word morning to 87948, and I will hit you guys up then. Take care. The wonderful Patillo family. I have so much. Y'all are on my superhero list, by the way. You got to know the Patillo family. You know what? Talk to Amani if y'all ever want to do something at the convention. I don't know if y'all should. I think that literally we should be trained on how to build great families, and the Patillo family is one of those examples that's out there. I think that kind of training is the kind of stuff we should do as standard in our community. I really just think you got to stop letting white people tell you what your protocol should be, what your standard educational process should look like. I'm not saying this to be anti-white. I'm just saying this to be pro-black, that, all those other people that design these educational programs that don't work, that don't give us adequate skill, that don't teach us anything that's going to have value in our lives. Those people are not qualified to educate you. They're just not. So in my opinion, I think we should look at what we need and educate ourselves on the things that we need. And one thing that we need is we need to build strong families. We have to make this a mandatory requirement. I just really think about how much less pain, devastation, economic trauma would be out here if we had stable families. If we had families where people could just try to get on the same page, learn a little bit about things like marriage and how that works, develop a protocol for family unity. I think every family should have a therapist or somebody that can kind of come in and help you work out your issues. Because when you have a bunch of traumatized people kind of trying to do stuff together as a group, it just becomes a complete mess. And it's very anti-wealth, by the way. It's a massive, massive wealth destroyer because every time you start something and you can't finish it, that's wasted resources. That's wasted time, wasted money, lost money, all kinds of stuff. Even if I always use a simple example to help everybody understand what I see when I see a broken family or when a group of people that used to work together that can't work together anymore. Think about like a musical group. One of my good friends, Willie D, is from the Ghetto Boys. And Willie, he was like, we're really good friends. You know, he was in my wedding. And so I remember, just kind of talking to Willie, and I said, man, do you know that you and Scarface and Bushwick, if you guys could get along, and go on tour together, there's so much money out there. A lot of people would love to see the Ghetto Boys. And Willie, he's a good guy. He's funny. He's got that Texas accent. He'd be like, man, Bushwick, man, and then they get into like these issues, which is gonna happen when you've been working with somebody for 30 years. And but I'm sitting there thinking, if this was back when Bushwick was alive, right? R.I.P. to Bushwick Bill, but basically it's like and I don't think Willie would mind me sharing that as an example, but in my head, I was seeing all the millions of dollars that are lost when you can't get on the same page. Do you understand? So for a lot of your families, you lose a lot of money because you can't get on the same page. So pay attention now. In the midst of all these things that white people tell you that you're supposed to learn in order to make money, like you got to go get a degree in accounting and you have to go spend $200,000 on a bachelor's degree, or maybe I should go back to school again and get my master's. How many of y'all have heard people say that, right? Amidst all those other things that they're telling you that will go get you more money, those things that do not work, I think that maybe you should add conflict resolution skill to your list of essential skills that a person can have that will keep the money flowing. Do you understand? Like that will maintain those relationships. Let me know if you get what I'm saying. Sometimes I need like yeses so you're just to know that you're following me, because I don't want this to sound like I don't think I'm talking over anybody's head. Because all of us just know that pain and that loss that comes from not being able to work together. And it's hurtful, it's traumatic, and all these other, it costs you a lot more than just money. But I want you to also see the money. I want you to see, in economics, we call this the shadow cost. Or another term for it would be the opportunity cost. See, people that are not financially conscious, they don't see the shadow cost. They don't see what they would have had. If you can't even see what's in front of you, how are you going to see what you could have had and would have had if things had gone different? That requires your consciousness to be able to go to a higher dimension where you can look in the fourth and fifth dimension and see all the possibilities that God put in front of you that you completely missed. And what does the word poor stand for? Right? Put it in the chat. What does poor, P-O-O-R, stand for? It stands for passing over opportunities repeatedly. So here's what that means. This means to me that every day there's this shadow universe of all these possibilities that you could be. You could be a millionaire. You could be running a business with your cousin. You could be quitting your job and living your best life. All these are shadow realities that many of us can't see because all we can see is what's in front of us. So we're walking past all these opportunities, passing over opportunities repeatedly and saying, gosh, this is all I have. All I have is $20. But that's because you're poor. You're poor because you're poor. You're not just poor in money, you're poor in insight and vision, because you're poor because the only reality you're able to lock into is the reality that's in front of you, the one that has $20 in your pocket. You can't lock into you don't have the consciousness yet to lock into the other 10 million realities that could have existed, these other parallel universes, like Avengers, Marvel style, these other 10,000 universes that existed where you could have had all the money in the world. Do you understand? So get that consciousness up. I encourage you to join us in the morning. We do financial consciousness training every morning. We did a really good one this morning about reparations and repair and how we can give ourselves reparations. And I guarantee you're going to love it. And it's going to help you think about money in a way that's completely different from anything you've ever seen. I've seen people do even money mindset classes and all that. No, my wife is a PhD level therapist. I have a PhD in finance. you combine that, it really is like super friends. That's why I love my wife, is because we're like, I love the idea of smart Black people getting together and really thinking hard about the Black community. That's what's, I mean, I think that's what's going to solve our problem. All right. So anyway, thank you for letting me share that quick stream of consciousness. Let's get back to the market. Okay, so put your question in the Q&A section, and if you have a question for me, I'm going to start in a couple areas that I think you should be aware of in terms of what's going on in the stock market. Also, I want to remind everybody that at drboycebooks.com, our Black Wealth Mastery Store, everything today for 24 hours only is 60% off. Every single thing, anything you want to buy, you can buy $1 billion worth of stuff. We would take 60% off the price. So if you go to drboycebooks.com, here's the code. Write down this code. Write down the URL. Somebody write it in the chat so everybody can see it. drboycebooks.com, and the discount code is today only 2024. Today only 2024. All one word. It's all one word. Put that in when you check out, and it will take 60% off. Even if there's already a discount, even if there's already 50% off, it'll take another 60% off. So it's almost like a big discount or something. So feel free to go to drboycebooks.com. The code is today only 2024. And if somebody's used it, okay, somebody says, great sale, just made my purchase, says Renee. Okay, great. So the code's working, everything's good. Yeah, and we have financial flashcards for kids, financial flashcards that cover everything from let's see, we have entrepreneurship, real estate, credit, all kinds of stuff, investing, of course. We have financial workbooks for kids that cover every grade band, investing, money, all kinds of stuff, how to start a business, all that. We also have my books, of course, the 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power, Black American Money, a lot of financial lovemaking, all that. My wife's stuff is there also, and she's done a lot of workbooks on financial trauma, financial anxiety, stuff like that. So feel free to just go take a look and buy whatever you want. And there we go. All right. So here we go. Let's jump into some of the Q&A for today. All right. So someone says, Doc, I know you love Portillo's. Are you buying more stock? I have not bought more stock in Portillo's, but I do like the company. I do like Portillo. I just feel like Portillo's is one of those best kept secrets, such that once Portillo's gets sort of more mainstream, I think it's going to do great. I really do. Portillo's is so good. My wife and I, every time we see a Portillo's, we always stop there and eat. And that's just almost like a rule in our relationship. You have those little places that you have to stop at and things you have to do. And we share like our favorite hotel and stuff like that. Portillo's is one of our favorite restaurants. And actually, in fact, I like Portillo's so much that I'm actually pulling the stock up on my E-Trade. Just generally speaking, when you talk about investing, this is how I want you to view investing. I want you to view it as something that you just do, almost like watching a TV show or going to the grocery store. Don't make it a big deal. Don't overthink it. Don't let it scare you. But just know that, like, when you're missing out on all this investing opportunity, you're losing wealth, man. The stock market is the greatest wealth creator in America, and I just don't want that to pass you by. Okay, so what I'm going to do literally right now, just because I just like to act, I don't like to just talk about things, is I'm actually going to look at Portillo stock, and I'm probably going to buy some shares. Now, as I'm looking at it now, let me look at the bull case and the bear case. Every stock has both. Every stock has the reasons that it could go to the moon. Every stock has its reasons that it could just flop to the ground. Portillo's is now trading at 1022. This is a big drop. The stock's dropped 35, actually 50% this year since its IPO. That's a big deal. Analysts still like the stock. When I look at Portillo's, let me see what they're saying in the analysis of Portillo's. Let's see here. Okay, they're saying nothing. I'm looking here in Robinhood Gold, hoping that they'll give me some analysis, and they don't have any analysis. Okay, I don't have anything in front of me on this. So maybe there's some stuff here on E-Trade. Let's see. Analyst research. Let me click here and see what's here. In case you want to know how the story ends, I am going to buy some more Portillo stock because, and here's the deal. I don't know for sure what's going to happen. I just have my belief. Remember, investing is a little bit like a religion. You have a belief that a company or an industry is going to eventually turn around and do better, or that you just want to get on the boat. You want to be involved. You want to own this. And so let's say Portillo stock is only worth half of what the IPO was, and it's trading for the next 5 years around that range. Well, Number one, investing isn't just something to grow wealth. It's also what they call a store of value. A store of value means that it's just like a bucket. You're putting your money in a bucket. So here's the reason why I believe in investing, even if I don't know if the investment's going to do great, is that let's say I invest in something and it loses 30% of its value in the next 5 years. Well, that means that I put in, say, $1,000. In 5 years, I'm going to have $700. Now, I want you to think about other things people might do with $1,000, like go on a trip. If I go on a trip and I spend that $1,000, how much of that money am I going to have 5 years from now? None. Nothing. I'll have memories though. That's a good thing, but I won't have any money. If I go to the mall, spend that $1,000. 5 years later, nothing. Most of those clothes will be in the garbage. If I spend $1,000 on my new iPhone, the iPhone will be gone in 5 years because the Apple's gonna convince me to buy another one. So I don't think investing in a stock is something where it should be like make or break. Like I'm only going to invest if I know for sure what's going to happen. Let me just tell you, I've been through all the research. I've read thousands of papers on these topics. I have written original research papers on these topics. In case you don't know what the standard is to write an original research paper, you have to discover something that no human being in the history of the world has ever discovered. That's a lot of pressure. But I've written about 14 research papers like that, and that's what I had to do because that's what you do as a professor. That's what we do with our time. And what I can tell you is that most theories agree that you really can't predict what a stock is going to do. However, you can look at what's in front of you. And what the fundamentals kind of say is, number one, a lot of analysts still believe Portillo's has some upside. In fact, the majority of them do. Let's see here. I'm looking to see what some of them are saying about this stock. Most of the estimates for Portillo's are higher than the $10 amount. The average price target for this stock on E-Trade anyway is $17. So that means that if it does go up to 17 or beyond, there are going to be a lot of people that are going to say, great, it's good that the market finally figured out what we've known all along, but it may not do that, right? There's no guarantees. You have to know that about investing. So let me read a little bit here. There's a guy named Nick, what's his name? It's like an Italian name. Stifel. I said Nick. Stifel Nicholas. He kept his buy rating on Portillo's, and what did he say? He says, drum roll, please. Let's see. The company has a 1-year high of $23.99 and a 1-year low of $9.93. Okay, I'm still waiting for them to get to the description. Okay, let's talk about the company. The company serves Chicago street food through high energy and multi-channel restaurants. We know these things. Tell me why you like the stock. I'm looking for, you know what? There is no other. Crap. Okay, let me see what UBS has to say. All they did was in this article, they just described the stock. They didn't tell me why they had this analysis. So let me see if okay, UBS believes improving traffic trends, reduced macro pressure, and better visibility into the margin trajectory represent necessary catalysts from here. What does that mean? Well, what that means is that they believe that there are trends in traffic in terms, I guess, store traffic, stuff like that are in the favor of the company. Reduce macro pressure. Perhaps they're talking about things like interest rates being high, making it maybe difficult to expand and build more stores, or maybe pressure on the consumer. I don't think that's what they're talking about, but that could be an issue. Also, better visibility in the margin trajectory. So I'm thinking when they say better visibility, my first thought is just visibility of the franchise. I think Portillo's is a great company and a great franchise to make a great product. But then they say into the margin trajectory. So I'm guessing that means that their profit margins, meaning how much money do they make on every sale. So either way, though, most people are predicting that Portillo's stock is going to be a good investment. So here's what I do, right? So I buy it and I don't overthink it. It's just like, saying, hey, I'll go on a date with this lady just to see if I like her. But because I also have a positive belief about this stock, I'm going to go ahead and maybe dollar cost average my way in. And because remember, when the stock price drops, you can either see it as confirmation that the company is starting to nosedive, Or you could see it as, oh, wow, what a buying opportunity. It's really a choice. It's really a choice. In fact, that's what makes trade happen in the market. That's what makes stocks sell. That's what makes the options market so active, is that you have what they call information dispersion. You have different people who are seeing the same information and walking away with different interpretations of that information. So someone says, Portillo's stock is now down to $10.22. So I come to the market, I run to the market because I say, woo, this is a buying opportunity. Portillo's is on sale. But then maybe you are willing to sell to me because you're seeing that same information and you're saying, oh man, this shows Portillo's is a dud. I'm getting rid of that, right? So to some extent, in order for us to trade, we have to have different religious beliefs. Right? Seriously, I believe I'm a bull, you're a bear. That's why we trade. If we were both bears or both bulls, then what would happen is that the price would keep moving until we establish what they call a new equilibrium. So what would happen if we were both bulls? Almost like it's almost like trying to date somebody and I'm a dude looking for a pretty lady and you're a dude looking for a pretty lady. That ain't really gonna work because I don't roll like that. I don't go to Diddy parties, right? So it would be kind of awkward, right? So you'd have to be looking for something very different from what I'm offering. But in trade, you actually have the ability for two bulls to eventually make a deal. And let me tell you why. I might be a bull and you might be a bull. But then we go to the second dimension, the second derivative. How much of a bull are you? It reminds me of that movie Civil War. I saw the movie Civil War this week, and the guy says, don't shoot me, I'm an American. And he said, you're an American, huh? Well, what kind of American are you? Right. So what he was saying is like, we need to go to another level. Yeah, you're an American. Well, so am I. But are you a Colorado American? Are you a San Francisco American? Are you a Texas American? Right. Different kinds of Americans. So I'm a bull. You're a bull. But what kind of bull are you? Maybe I'm a bull who believes that Portillo's is going to go to the moon. It's going to go back to 24, the high of 24 and beyond. Maybe you're a bull that believes that Portillo's is going to go up, but not to the moon. So here's what would happen if two bulls get together and try to make a trade and the price is at $10 and something. So I'm a buyer and you're a buyer. Well, that's not going to work. So what would happen is that when you have a lot of bulls, a lot of people that want to buy, you have too many buyers. What happens to the price? Answer me in the chat. What happens to the price of a stock when you have an imbalance between the numbers of buyers and sellers where everybody wants to be a buyer? Everybody wants to get a piece of the action. What's going to happen to the price of that asset? I'll let you answer while I buy my Portillo stock. There we go. It's been purchased that quick. It goes up, right? It goes up. It goes to 11, then 12, then 13, then 14, then 15. And we're all bulls, so we're all for it. We're still buying. I'm buying at 12. I'm buying at 13. I'm buying at 14. I'm buying at 15. But then there's a point where we're playing a game of chicken. There's a point where you get off the bus. There's a point where you say, okay, you know what? I'm ready to take profits now. I want to go ahead and cut my stake in Portillo's. I don't think this stock is going to go to the moon. I'm willing to go so far, but not too far. So then what happens is we establish a new equilibrium where you switch. It's almost like they talk about people being able to switch genders and all that, not to be political, but that's what it makes me think about. You can literally switch genders financially. You can switch financial genders. You can go from being a bull to a bear. You can go from being a buyer to a seller, right? Well, why? What changes the DNA of your situation as a market participant? What changes that economic DNA? It's the price. The price of the asset changes everything. So now, because the price is no longer 10, it's now 17. Maybe you switched from being a bull to a bear. You got to the point where you say, I think the stock is priced too high. I'm going to go ahead and start selling some shares. So then I can buy from you at what they call a new equilibrium price of, $16, $17. That's kind of what's happening with AMC and GameStop. And I really wanted to talk about that because I just think it's so exciting to see the meme stocks and all that. There's opportunities to make money, but it's also a perilous, risky space. And effectively with AMC, let me tell you what just happened with AMC. First off, AMC, in case you don't know what's been going on, AMC and GameStop have been acting just ridiculous. They've been just extra ghetto this week. AMC literally went up 100% last night. I don't know if y'all know that AMC went up 100%. AMC stock just a few days ago, you could have bought AMC stock for $3. Now it's priced at $7.27. Now here's what's interesting though. The price so far today has gone up 40% since this morning, but it's dipped quite a bit since this afternoon. Earlier, it was as high as $11 or $12.66. So if you bought at $12.66, you've lost a big chunk of almost half of your investment. You lost 40% of your investment if you bought when the price was at $12.66. Hence is the risk in participating in such a volatile, chaotic situation. The problem with AMC and GameStop is that there's no economic fundamentals backing any of this move. This is all being driven by Reddit, the Redditors and the AMC apes and Roaring Kitty and this whole culture around meme stocks. That's what's been driving the price. And this really is pretty tantamount to old school market manipulation. There's nothing new about a meme stock. There's nothing new about meme stocks. This has been happening for over 200, 300, 400 years. In fact, it's been happening for thousands of years. People have always manipulated prices since the beginning of time. I'm just really curious to see when they're going to make this illegal, because what's happening is they're doing things on these message boards to push the price way, way up. And what's going to ultimately occur is that you're going to have a scandal where you'll find out that there are people in the center who are manipulating this situation to make sure that they know exactly when to sell and exactly when to buy. It's no different. It's as predictable in my mind. It's as predictable as the fact that when they started to legalize sports gambling and promote gambling at every sporting event, I said at some point they're going to have a big scandal. There's going to be some NBA player, NFL players that's going to get caught fixing the spread or fixing points. And so far, they've only had 2 scandals. These are the first 2 in what will be dozens of scandals. One was the biggest, highest paid baseball player in the major leagues, a Japanese guy. His manager was taking bets on baseball games or something, or doing something illegal with baseball games. And then number 2, there was an NBA player that played for the Toronto Raptors who has been suspended for life because he was doing something, basically the equivalent of point shaving in an NBA game. They're not the only ones, though. There are going to be other people that are doing the same thing. Just there's too much money involved. So really, in a way, they're making the mistake of thinking that I can get close to the fire and I won't get burned. No, they're going to burn the whole damn house down. And at some point, just imagine in 5 years, the cover of some major sports magazine, maybe Sports Illustrated. I don't know if they're still here or not. They're going to have some big gambling scandal on the cover that's going to involve some LeBron James level player who's making hundreds of millions of dollars fixing games. But that's here nor there. All right. So now what would I do with AMC or GameStop? First of all, I would really have to understand that it's a casino. Like, that's the first thing you got to understand, is that if you get involved with these stocks, you are playing a game of musical chairs. You don't know when Cinderella is going to turn into a pumpkin. When these stocks start to trade at their true value, then bad things are going to happen. What has already occurred is that the smart money has already reacted to this. When they see this is what they call irrational exuberance. When smart money people start to see retail investors or gamblers, pretty much, or the Redditors start to push the stock price up, they immediately jump in, and their mindset is that of a seller. Their mindset tends to be not, I'm going to ride this wave until the wheels fall off. Their mindset is, okay, how do we take advantage of this by selling this $2 asset for 10, 12 bucks? Well, I can tell you already that part of the reason the stock price declined is because the first thing that AMC did when they saw the price take off is they sold $250 million worth of stock. They sold when they started seeing this happen. They didn't say, we're going to ride with the apes to the end. I saw Planet of the Apes yesterday. It was a little bit boring. I'm not going to lie. I fell asleep twice, but I watched Civil War the day before. Civil War kept me awake. Planet of the Apes didn't, but they were both decent movies though. But anyway, since we were talking about apes, I just thought I'd bring that up. All right. So what's happened is that the price has dropped because the people at the top, the insiders, are selling. And that's consistent with financial theory. In financial theory, the people that know more about an asset, when the market watches those people to decide what to do. So if the insiders are selling, the outsiders should be saying, wait a minute, you're selling. So if you're selling, I should be selling too, because I don't know what's going on with this company. I don't know what's going to happen next. So I'm just going to follow your lead. Or another way to look at it is that when you increase the supply of a commodity, typically the price goes down. It does not go up. So the AMC insiders are selling. for logical reasons. They know that their stock is not going to be trading at this $8, $9, $10, $12 range, most likely in the future. It's going to go back to normal. And so they're taking advantage of the getting while the getting's good, because AMC is a company that really needs the cash flow. Now, there's that other side, where people may jump in. Again, if you're a speculator, you can jump in and say, I'm going to buy this stock at this price now and hope that it continues to go up forever. Well, I don't know how that, here's the thing. If you do this, I'm not here to tell you what to do or not to do. I do not give investing advice on this channel. Let me know. Give me a yes or no if you understand that I do not give investing advice on this channel. I've been having to repeat that 1,000 times ever since there were people who somehow believe that I own the Tulsa Real Estate Fund or own some percentage of it or whatever. No, I did not own it. I supported it, but I don't own the damn thing. So I have to make sure I repeat this so that people will get this. So the slow kids in the back will understand. All right. So this is not investing advice, but here's what you could do if you wanted to participate and have a little bit of fun. Well, the first thing is, number one, if you jumped into this game, you'd have to be fully aware that you can lose every single penny that you put up. Make sure you understand that. You just have to know this, right? Because the stock could go right back to $3 a share, game over. It doesn't do anything it doesn't wake up for another 5 years or something. Now, if you did jump in, one thing you could do is in order to sort of give yourself a little bit of cushion is you could take advantage of the fact that when a stock gets this much activity, the options market starts jumping. It just goes insane. Options prices get ridiculously high when a stock attracts a lot of speculators. So right now, if I look at AMC stock, I'm willing to bet you, the options are insanely highly priced. So the price is $7.35. If I buy it, if I sell a call option with a strike all the way up at $10, I could get $1 per share. What does that mean? Well, that means, number one, that it's almost like buying something at the store and instantly getting a rebate. So if I stepped in and I said, I'm going to buy $7,000 worth of AMC stock, I can instantly sell that call option and get a rebate of $1,000 or $1,100. That would provide a little bit of cushion in case the stock does collapse on me. It also still gives me some upside in case the stock goes crazy. Now, here's the thing. I'm going to have FOMO if this stock shoots up to $50 a share. I'm going to be mad. I'm going to say, dang it, why didn't I buy more shares? Well, you can still do that. Like, you could buy, you don't have to sell options on everything that you own. You could sell the rights on half of what you own and then let the other half kind of float, right? There's nothing wrong with that. It's speculatory. It's not real investing. It's more like day trading / gambling. But hey, I'm not here to judge you on that. Now here's the other problem though. See, here's the thing though. What a lot of people do, and this is what Mark Cuban did when he did one of the 10 greatest trades in Wall Street history, is he got this big payoff in Yahoo stock. He sold the calls, so he sold the rights on the upside, but he kept a little bit for himself, but he sold most of the rights to the upside, and then he bought puts to protect from the downside. Well, the problem with that strategy in this case, they call that a collar, by the way. The problem with this strategy in this case is that when the price of the calls go up, the price of the puts also go up. Because what you're having with AMC and GameStop is the equivalent of a financial civil war. It's a financial civil war because half the people get there and they're like these AMC apes who think the stock is gonna start at $7.35 and then it's gonna go to 15, 20, 30, $45. And then you have people that are like, this is stupid. This stock's eventually going to collapse. I want put options on this stock because this is like taking candy from a baby, because when this stock deflates and it starts to drop, I want to be there to make money. So if you were to buy a put though, here's that problem though. If you bought a put that expires, say May 17th, if you look at the puts are really expensive. They're really expensive. So like, even if I bought a put, the price is $7.35. So even if I bought a put with a strike of $5.50, I'm paying 75 cents a share for that. So if I sold my call for $1.10, but I'm paying 75 cents for my put, I'm cutting into my profit margin quite a bit, right? So ultimately, I don't know if that strategy works as well. And it certainly doesn't work if you were to do it kind of the same way we talk about in the prime class, where you buy the long-term put and you're going to make money on this stock over a long period of time. That doesn't really work as well in this case because you don't know how long this flare-up is going to last. That's the thing. You don't know how long this civil war is going to last. So it could last for a week. It could last for a month. It could be a year, but you just don't know. So just know that if you participate, there is money that can be made as long as you're fully prepared for the fact that you may lose money. So if you want to know what I did for fun, I did buy just a very small number of shares, just a couple hundred. and I instantly sold call options on those shares. I did not buy put options on those shares. So the downside is that I have to hold these shares until the expiration date because that's the collateral for the contract that I sold. And so generally speaking, did the strategy work? Yeah, it worked pretty well. The strike prices I picked were pretty high, and the stock is way off that strike price. And so I think these calls are going to expire worthless. And so I made a little bit of money. But remember, the downside though is that I have this asset that could easily deflate in value. So that's why I only bought a couple of hundred shares instead of buying a couple of thousand. I'm not going to put the bulk of my wealth or even more than 0.1% of my wealth into AMC GameStop because this is not a healthy place to really be trading on a regular basis, in my opinion. So I would encourage you to observe, learn, understand, maybe dabble if you feel up to it, but don't think of this as like this get money opportunity because it's going to be a bloodbath when these stocks finally come down to earth. And the people, the roaring kitties of the world, the people in the epicenter of this, they're going to walk away with millions, and then millions of little 24-year-olds, sitting in their parents' basement on their laptops are going to get slaughtered. That's what I believe. That's my 2 cents. Okay. All right. So speaking of Get Money, by the way, you guys know the Get Money Fest is hosted by JRTs in Philadelphia, May 18th. It's totally free if you want to join. Well, the standard tickets are free, and then they have VIP tickets that can give you a little more access to people like me, and you could come talk to me and stuff. So feel free to go to getmoneyfest.com if you would like to join us in Philly. I'll be there. And Asia Kirkendall, who wrote the book Quantum Wealth Theory, who is an extraordinary financial psychologist who is actually going to join the faculty in the Black Business School. She'll be there. There's another Asia. I don't have her last name, but she's a branding expert. There's a lot of great people there. Michael Edwards, who's a Forex expert, who's a former banker and lender, is going to be there. So there are lots of great people there that know how to make money. And so this is kind of like an art, fashion, and music festival with a heavy, heavy, heavy financial literacy component. So if that's your thing, if you want to network with people and have some fun and learn economics, the Get Money Fest is the place to be. So it's going to be in Philadelphia, May 18th. I'm going to be there for a couple of hours, but it is 6 hours long. So feel free to go to getmoneyfest.com if you're interested. All right. So let's see. Naomi says, hey, Dr. Boyce, I made some money selling covered calls on FFIE and EOSE in the past, and now they dropped extensively. What do you think about them? Okay, Naomi. All right. So let's see here. If I were to look at, what was it? You said FFIE? Makes me think about fee fi fo fum, like the giant. Okay, Faraday, Future Intelligent Electric. That stock is really low price. I mean, that's a 28-cent stock. I don't think the options market is, I mean, it's a really hard options market to really participate in. I mean, you can sell calls, I mean, and make money, but yeah, there's something about this company. I'm willing to bet you that the stock has probably plummeted. Yeah, it's dropped 58% this year, 99% in the last year. Yeah, I would just say that companies like this, they're teetering on the brink of death. And sometimes you buy something that's on the brink of death and then it comes back to life. So maybe this $25 stock doubles and becomes a 50-cent, this 25-cent stock doubles and becomes a 50-cent stock, but sometimes it doesn't. One of the interesting things about Faraday, though, ironically, is that the stock price today has gone up 378%, which is crazy, right? So if you wanted to have fun, like I would see the stock more like a speculative purchase. I would not see it as like, yeah, this is the thing that's going to get me out of the hood. But I mean, Lord, I mean, if the meme stockers are just giving away money like this, literally 200 shares would cost you like $50. So again, if you want to have some fun, you can mess with it. But I mean, just know there's a good chance you're going to end up losing money. As long as you know that, that's okay. Actually, so just out of respect for everyone else, I'm going to move to the other questions. So if you have a question about a stock, if you could ask about one at a time, that would really help me kind of make sure I get a chance to talk to everybody. Also, if selling all call options, stuff like that is of interest to you and you want to get good at it, feel free to join us at drboyceprime.com. drboyceprime.com is where we generate income selling call options and designing strategies to protect the investment. It's a great family business if that's something that you're interested in doing. And by the way, for those of you that are in the Prime program, I did just make a new update of the Moneymaker grid. So there are, I want to say about 25 stocks that I vetted and I did my calculations and put together the whole spreadsheet. Look at that last column, and ROI is the number that tells you which ones generate the most income. And so feel free to go to drboyceprime.com and take a look at the Moneymaker Grid. I just updated that last night. Now, someone asked, what are meme stocks? Meme stocks are basically the stocks that trade on emotion and almost like irrational behavior. They're stocks that have valuations that exceed their fundamental value based on standard financial models. So if you were to look at a financial model and try to understand AMC, you would come to a valuation of like $1. Like that stock is probably worth about $1 based on these models. But if you go to the market, it's clearly trading for more than $1. And that is why it's called a meme stock, because it's built on what they call irrational exuberance. There are other companies out there that are benefiting in the meme stock trend. For example, Trump Media. Trump Media, DJT, that's the ticker symbol, has gone up 100% in the last month, or it's actually doubled in the last month. This is a stock that, based on most research reports, is worth almost nothing. It's worth less than $1. And but right now it's trading at 54.83. And so a person who invests in the stock, you're not really investing so much in a company as much as you're investing in the belief that Trump supporters will always pump up his stock because they like him so much. So in a way, this has become a type of campaign finance for Trump, because he raised $2 or $3 billion by issuing these worthless shares to the market, and people are paying $54.85 for them. So if your goal is to bet on the loyalty of Trump supporters, then that might be an investment to make. But if you're investing in a company based on fundamentals, it's not a good investment in my opinion. All right. And by the way, if you have a question, put it in the Q&A section. I'm going to answer all the questions in the Zoom, in the Q&A. For those of you that want to be invited to the Zoom or invited to the Q&A, get on our text list, and I'll send you a link to join us. Just text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. Once you text morning to 87948, I will send you invitations to join us for the Portfolio Power Play and the Black Stock Market Program and all that stuff, so you can take a look at all the material. All right, so let's see. Zoe says, if someone came into the same capital of around 10K into some capital, okay, around 10K, would this be enough for a monthly income of 3 to 5K? That would be hard to do, Zoe. That would be very hard to do. I think a capital base of 10K, I would say a few $100 a month or something like that. I wouldn't, or maybe if you were careful and use margin, you could get to over 1,000 a month or something. But I can't make promises like that. I don't want to make those sorts of promises. But I could say that I've seen that happen. I've seen people take $10,000 in capital and really do a lot with it, where it bumped up their income quite a bit. And so, again, I think it's a great family business. You get that cousin, that relative that's got a little extra money sitting in their 401k. You tap into a little bit of that. Maybe somebody taps into a little bit of a HELOC. Not all of your wealth. I'm not saying all of your money, but a little bit of it. And then you get into the covered call writing and managing the portfolio properly, the stuff that we do in the Prime program, picking the right stocks. It's a game changer. It's literally a game changer. There was one family that came in and we did a one-on-one, and they had about 95,000 in a HELOC. And I sat down and I said, well, how much are your bills every month? And it was about 7,000 a month. And we figured out how to get almost 7,000 a month just in income. And I literally showed them my portfolio. I said, this is what I'm invested in. This is how I generate my income for my family. And they pretty much I said, but this is not investing advice, but if you want to copy, you can, because this is what I do every week. And it really changed everything. So this to me is the best way to make money that there is. I haven't seen anything. I've known for a long time about real estate and entrepreneurship and other forms of investing. And I just really think this is a great pathway for those that want to generate income and don't want to have to go to work anymore. Maybe you're a good saver. It works best for those that have a capital base, though. If you don't have a capital base, you have to figure out a way to get one. That might be where the family business and all that stuff kicks in. And those of you that are in the Prime program, say something in the chat about your experience. If you want to share with others what the experience has been like for you, so that they can go take a look if they want to. drboyceprime.com is where you can log in. drboyceprime.com. Okay, so let's see. Next question is Kamisha, Dr. B, are you going to put out a new Moneymaker Grid soon? Yes, Kamisha, I just did. So if you're curious about the stocks that I like the most for options, just log in drboyceprime.com, and there is the Moneymaker Grid. Chanel, I believe Chanel put it in there today. I sent it to her last night, so that is available to you. And I know Amani's here. Amani, I don't know if you're able to see it and you want to put the link where people can go log in and get the Moneymaker Grid, but feel free to share it in the chat. Let's see. King May says, okay, so King, you have a lot of questions. I'm going to answer two. I'm going to do the first two. And then if you have other questions, you can ask other questions later. I just want, just out of respect for everyone, it's hard to do 5 questions at once. But let's see. The first question is, what's late close opinions? Can you buy stocks on the weekend? Yes, you can buy stocks on the weekend. You have a 24-hour market for some stocks. Not all stocks are available to be purchased on the weekends, but there are stocks that have a 24-hour market. There is talk about making the entire stock market into a 24-hour experience. Let's see. Do you like the industrial sector? Yes, I like industrials. What sectors of stocks are my favorite? I don't really have a favorite sector. I kind of invest in all of them. But I think energy is good. I started buying stock in a uranium ETF. URA is the ticker symbol. URA. Again, not investing advice, but that's what I'm doing. URA I like because there is a high demand for uranium that's going to occur, according to most experts, because AI is going to take a lot of energy. And all this energy is going to require them to develop new grids and everything else, which is why uranium in the URA ETF is in my view, a good long-term investment. Now, remember, most investments that I make are more like 3 to 5, at least 3 to 5 years, some of them as long as 10 years. And so ultimately, you're not going to see things just sort of flip really quickly. Now, I like selling options because that is quick. You can make your money right away. Like so, in this, I think is a great plan. Like for your kids. Like so, for example, if your kid owned, I always like to use Meta stock as an example because it's a safe one. It's not one that I trade options on because there are better options out there. But let's say your kid owned 500 shares of Meta stock. They literally this month, like remember, think about like real estate and stuff, right? You go invest all this money, you do all this work, and then you make a little bit of cash flow after you pay expenses. Well, if a person owned 500 shares of Meta stock, which would cost about a couple $100,000, right? Which you can't even buy a house now for that much. The average house is now $300,000. But they had 500 shares of Meta stock. They could sell an option that expires at the end of the month for, let's say they pick a conservative strategy of let's say a big strike price is 20 points above the current price. They would make $5,000 a month, right? So they would make almost $60,000 a year doing absolutely nothing, like literally just managing an asset, just managing what you give them. So I would encourage you to build a capital base for your child. This goes back to our Black Wealth Master Plan at blackwealthmasterplan.com. The Black Wealth Master Plan for kids is 3 stages. One, every child should learn how to start a business by the age of 12 in case they can't get a job. Number 2, every child should own stock and have stock consistently bought for them by the age of 5. Number 3, every child should be in a position by the time they're 21 to make a down payment on a property, which they will be if you follow rule number 2. If you follow rule number 2, then rule number 3 naturally takes place. It naturally occurs because your child has that capital base. This is better and more important than any college degree they'll ever get, any medical degree, any BS, BA, or MAMS. There are parents that have enough of a capital base that their kids literally can make the same amount of money as a surgeon at the age of 22, even if they didn't go to college. And I'm not making this up. This is not me being dramatic. This is I'm a financial scientist. So I'm not a YouTube influencer. I'm not all these other things that people do. No, I'm a finance professor. So the math works out, but you have to invest and build that capital base. If you don't have a capital base, it's really hard to get capital. I mean, it's really easy. You've always known this, though. You've always heard people say it takes money to make money. Yeah, what they're saying is that you need that if you have a capital base, it's easier to make money. So build a capital base. How do you build one? Well, you do things like the $5 a day plan. Small amounts of money consistently purchased in the stock market builds up a capital base so that you're wealthy. In financial consciousness training, I explained to you guys, I said in 1924, we watched a video. Those of you that were there know what I'm talking about. We watched a video from the 1920s and saw how people lived and what people were dealing with and what people were thinking and everything else, what their cars looked like and what their planes looked like and all that. And I said, in 1924, the average income was about $1,250 a year. I said, if a person invested 10% of their income in the stock market in 1924 and did that for their descendants, then 100 years later, that family would be worth about $37 million. And so really what I am encouraging you to do is understand that capital bases are built through consistent investments by somebody in the family. Somebody's got to do it. If nobody plants a seed, then there is no harvest. But if everybody's planting tiny seeds, then you have a whole farm. And people who have big farms don't have a problem eating. You can eat forever. Let's keep going. All right, so let's see here. Let's see, Amani, can you please post an example of how to use our B1 affiliate link? Gail, talk to Amani. Amani, can you connect with Gail? Make sure she knows how to do the affiliate stuff. And if there's anything out there standardized that we can share that will help everyone learn how to be an affiliate of the Black Business School. Like, for example, if you're a member of Prime and you love it and you have people that in your family that want to join, we'd love to give you a commission and allow you to make that into a business. Like we really want to support you in that because it's an ecosystem. You win, we win, they win, everybody wins, right? So if that's of interest to you, email support@theblackbusinessschool.com. That's support@theblackbusinessschool.com. They can show you the link. They can get you started. Amani's right there. Amani's good. And Chanel is great as well. And so they can all help you. All right, let's see. Next, Karen Lomax says, I saw an alert that AMC stock is on hold. You can't buy it right now. Why is that? Really? No way. Is that true? Is that on Robinhood? Ooh, oh, no. Don't say that's so funny. Oh, wow. Let me see. I'm gonna try to buy like 10 shares. Let me see. Order received. Okay. Is the order gonna go through? Okay, it's still twirling. It's twirling extra long. Okay, I played. Wow. Huh. Wow, that's interesting. That's very interesting. And the reason that it's interesting is because I don't know. Here's the thing. I don't know what the situation is now. I do know that in the past, Robinhood was accused of basically what was a type of corruption. They have somehow they have a relationship with Ken Griffin, I think that's his name, who's a very wealthy man who runs a company. I think it's Citadel Capital, and he's so wealthy. People like LeBron James and stuff can't compare to him. This guy makes $2-3 billion a year. And anyway, so what happened was that when they were pushing AMC stock up and pushing up GameStop and all that, there were companies connected. There you go. You saw the Netflix special, Dumb Money. I think they might have brought that up then. So as they were pushing the stock price up, it was creating the squeeze on the short sellers and really causing them to lose billions of dollars. So there are some who accuse Robinhood of artificially restricting the ability to buy the stock so that the short sellers could get out of their contracts and stop losing money, to stop the bleeding. And some of these companies were connected to Griffin, if I'm not mistaken. I can't remember all the details, but that was kind of so it was basically the fix was in. People still wanted to keep the stock running, and there were people who artificially stopped the stock from running, and they did that mostly on Robinhood. Now, just so you know, this order did go through. I bought the 10 shares. So now I own an extra 10 shares of AMC. Let's pray for me now. And so it looks like the order went through. So I don't think it's all stopped for good, but I do see a warning here on Robinhood that says some stock exchanges, not Robinhood, have temporarily halted trading in AMC. Now that's interesting. I think the reason they say not Robinhood is because they know that people were very suspicious of their behavior when that happened the first time. And I don't doubt for a second that there might have been some corruption going on. Now, if you look at GameStop, there's another warning here that says this stock has recently experienced elevated volatility. So that just means you're kind of trading in a dangerous neighborhood when you mess with that stock. Right now with GameStop, it looks like GameStop is up 43% today, but that's also kind of cooled off. So again, I'm not touching GameStop. I did a little bit with AMC because it's cheap and it's easy. But even then it's kind of, you still have to be careful with these stocks. Okay. So there you go. That's my 2 cents. All right. Okay. Next question. Let me answer a few more questions. Then I actually have to run. I got to go to the DMV and then I got to pick up my wife from the hairdresser. And you know how y'all women get when your man don't pick you up. Let's see. I sold half of my AMC shares, so I already broke even. Good for you. Good for you. Not sure if you answered this already, but how do you feel about selling cash secured puts on GME? I wouldn't do it just because the thing about it is if you sell a put, maybe, I don't know. Let me look at it and I'll tell you what I think. But the thing about selling a put though, is remember that you're guaranteeing the price you'll pay. You're not guaranteeing where the price will be when you do pay. So the price is 41.76. So if I sell a put with a strike of say 35, That's fine if the stock price is only 35 or 34. But what if it drops to 14? Then I got to pay $35 for a $14 stock. So I kind of took a bath on that. So a good way to maybe balance that might be to buy a deeper out of the money put to protect you from the fact that that put price could actually drop. Now, if you look at it just from a logistical standpoint, if I was to sell a put on GME stock, the price is 41.76. First thing I would do is I would take advantage of the fact that put prices are incredibly high. So that means that I can go down pretty far in my strike price and get a little bit of a decent return on my money. So the price is 41. I can sell a put with a put that expires on May 17th with a strike of $29 and get $2.09 per share. So let's see what happens here. So this is cash money in my pocket. Let's say I did that for I don't know, let's say 500 shares. Okay, so 500 shares means that I have to be prepared to come up with 500 times $29, which would be about 15,000 bucks, in order to make this trade. Now they would give me $1,000 for providing this insurance. So if I did that, I could then go and get $1,000 in my pocket. So what I've done is I've actually sold insurance. I basically have told the speculators if the stock drops below 29, I'm prepared to step in and be a buyer at 29. So you have to ask yourself if you feel comfortable being that person. I personally don't. Now, if I did, though, the collateral would be the amount of money it will cost me to fulfill my obligation as basically the insurance company for this stock. So it's up to you. I mean, I wouldn't say it was crazy and stupid to do, but if somebody was okay with taking ownership of the stock at a lower price and felt like maybe the stock wasn't going to even hit the price anyway, then why not collect that, $1,000 payoff or whatever? But just remember, when they give you that $1,000 in your bank account, it's because you are giving some sort of downside protection to the investors in the stock who are worried about the price dropping below 29. All right, a couple more questions, then we're going to bounce on out of here. Let's see, one more reminder, by the way, speaking of like managing risk and stuff like that, I have a training on storm-proof investing, basically showing ways to protect your portfolio for what a lot of people believe is going to be a market decline in the second half of the year. There are lots of people that are predicting that certain catalysts may kick in, like the commercial real estate market, stuff like that, may push prices down. It was a one-day training. It's lifetime access. I don't know how much it costs, but it's not very much. So if you'd like to go take a look at it, go to stormproofinvesting.com. That's stormproofinvesting.com, and you can take a look at that. All right, so let's see. Brandon says, are you still selling options on Marathon Digital? Yes, I do. I like Marathon. If the price moves, I just manage my investment and roll down, roll up, do what I got to do, and that's a steady stream of income. I've probably made hundreds of thousands of dollars just from that stock alone in terms of income. I pay my credit card bills with my business that I do with Marathon. So yeah, I like Marathon. Let's see here. Do you think Tempest Therapeutics is still a good stock? And do you still own yours? Jake, if I bought it, I don't recall selling options on it, but if I bought it as a long-term investment, I probably do own it. I don't sell stock that often. I usually just buy and I just throw it in the bucket and I just leave it there and allow it to grow, allow it to do what it's supposed to do. The best way to grow your wealth is not pick at it. Like my wife and I owned NVIDIA because we bought it because our son told us about it in 2017, 2018. And we didn't touch it. We didn't even think about it. So when I saw NVIDIA shoot up, I said, oh, I wonder if I own any NVIDIA. And I looked and we'd bought like maybe, I don't know, 100 shares or something. And it was worth like, I want to say like almost $100,000 when we finally looked at it again. And we had bought it for maybe 4,000 or something. So yeah, so a lot of times just buy your stock, own it, and just, I'm a believer in leaving it there. Doc, do I need 50K to invest to get a couple thousand per month? Yeah, I think you can get more than a couple thousand. Depends on what kind of risk profile you take on. But yeah, I think I've seen people take 50K and make enough money to pay most of their bills with that. So yeah, that's doable. All right, so let's see here. Aisha says, I have 4 children. I would like to do the $5 a day plan for them. What's the best platform, and do I need to have a separate account for each of them? No, Aisha, I wouldn't overthink it. I would literally remember you're the boss, you're the matriarch. You're sacrificing for the kids, but I think you should also sacrifice for yourself. So that means that this money builds an asset base, a capital base for the family, not just for the kids. It's for everybody. And, the mama, my wife, I talk to my wife about this a lot. I'm like, you Black mamas, I love y'all so much, and I love what Black women do, but some of y'all sacrifice so much for everyone, and you almost leave yourself off the table in terms of who should benefit from all your sacrifice. And so what I told my wife is I said, keep being the same person you are, keep going above and beyond for everyone, because that's what makes you so valuable. But go above and beyond for yourself too. You know, like we'll go shopping and she'll buy stuff for everybody except herself. And I'm like, no, you deserve to have something nice too. Why can't you love you as much as you love yourself? So what I would say to you in that principle, in that spirit, with my own particular bias, is this is your money. This is your capital base until you decide to transfer that to the children or whatever. They don't even need to know it exists. They don't. They just know, like with our kids, we just tell them, look, don't worry about it. You're gonna be all right. If one of us dies, just know you're gonna be cashing checks and you're gonna have to get a financial advisor. But for the most part, when I say one of us, I'm talking about me, their mother, and their dad. I'm the bonus dad, and then they have a biological dad. All of us are good with money. And so with the kids, we don't give them specifics. We don't say, oh, well, in this account, we've got this much for you and we bought this for you. We don't do none of that because I want them to live life. I just want them to hustle and work and grow and learn and build. And then what we do is going to be kind of a bonus because I don't want to, money can corrupt you. Money can ruin a young person. If you give them $100,000 and they're 17 and they don't even have a purpose in life, a person with resources but no purpose is going to destroy every resource they have. They just are. Just like a person who has a car and they don't know how to drive and they have nowhere to go, they're going to drive fast and crash into a tree. So to me, let them build their purpose. So just make those investments for them. $5 a day per child is $20 per day. For a lot of you, that's affordable. That's $600 a month. A lot of you have car notes that are more than $600 per month. Over the course of a 20-year period, that's roughly $350,000 to $400,000 for the family as a capital base that will allow your children to be able to do things that other Black kids, other white kids cannot do. And by the time they're 30, you're talking about, that's when you're talking about close to $1 million. That's a beautiful family legacy. That means, what does that mean? That means we ain't got no problems with student loans that affect so many millions of people. We don't have big problems making a down payment on a house. We can own property whenever we want to. We don't have to go to work anymore. We can quit our job whenever we want because we have assets and we know what to do with them. It also means less financial stress and financial anxiety. Nobody's having to go sleep with somebody in order to get money or go to a Diddy party and try to earn or monetize their body parts. Everybody's in a position where they can make safe, free, healthy, happy choices because they can have a purpose that goes beyond money. See, the thing about it with money is that money is important, but money is not the finish line. Money only appears to be the finish line when you don't have any money. When you don't have any money, money becomes the sole reason for living. That's the sole purpose of doing anything. But then when you get money, what that does is that unlocks another level of consciousness where you're able to focus on all the things that are more important than money. People that have money don't sit around and just think about money all day. They protect their money because they're protecting their freedom. So really, they're not thinking about getting the money. They're really thinking about getting the freedom and getting the happiness and getting all the things that money can buy. Money can give you the ability to buy, right? Money does not buy happiness, but money gives you access to happiness. Money unlocks your life. It gives you the day off work. It gives you the ability to make decisions that will enhance your happiness without money being the constraint. So if you say, I would be really happy if I could just take a little break and a vacation, you're not saying, well, I can't do it because I can't afford it. You say, okay, let me go ahead and book that trip. You understand? So that's where you want to be. So anyway, let me keep going. How do you feel about LVMUY? I don't know that stock. Is that LV? Let me see. LVMUY. LVMUY. I don't see a stock with that ticker symbol. So I have to apologize. That stock does not appear in Robinhood, which means it could be a pink sheet or a stock that's off of the major exchanges. I don't mess with stocks like that, to be honest with you. When investing $5 a day, are we just adding it to the broker's account? Or are we buying stocks daily? If not, if so, which stocks do you suggest invest? Okay, great question, Audrey. I would start with an ETF or a mutual fund. The ticker symbols that I like would be perfect are SPY and VOO, Victor Oscar Sierra Papa Yankee. If you and the money needs to be activated so that the money is going to grow. So you can go in, buy SPY, you can do automatic deposit and buy $5, which $35 a week of SPY, and do that every week. Have that come out of your check, or you can do it monthly, $150 a month of SPY, and then set it and forget it. And then you're becoming what David Bach refers to as the automatic millionaire. He wrote a whole book about people that make little investments like that every week or every month, every time they get a check, and they become very, very wealthy because of it. I also, by the way, there's also a list of AI stocks that are like, there's a great AI ETF and some other stocks. So if you'd like to get that list, make sure you just text the word stock to 87948. Text stock to 87948, and I'll send you that as well as some other resources. So text stock to 87948, and I'll send that to you. All right. So put it all in one account. That's what I would do, Aisha. It should be in your account under your name. The kids don't have to know nothing until you surprise them when they're 25 years old and they say, "Hey, mom, I need to borrow $500." And you say, "Well, guess what? I've got 400,000 sitting over here for a rainy day." But now it's the Bank of Aisha, which means that if I don't approve of what you're doing with your life, like if you're going to take that money and go buy some crack with it, I'm not doing that. But if you are taking that money to go to graduate school, or taking that money to invest in real estate, or starting your first business, then guess what? You and mama can make a deal, right? But remember though, earning wealth is hard. Protecting wealth is just as hard. Most wealthy families lose all their wealth within one generation. They lose all their wealth in one generation because they don't have a clear plan on how to protect the wealth. So when you get money, you can't be flashy and splashy with it. You can't just throw it at every little thing that comes along. You have to have a process and a procedure that's really built on conservatism. Conservative behavior protects wealth. That's why wealthy people tend to be very conservative. If you look at Warren Buffett, he's super conservative. People say, "Why are you sitting on $180 billion in cash and you don't believe you have anything to invest in?" It's because he's conservative. He's careful. He doesn't flop his money around. He's not going to be at the strip club putting money in a stripper thong. He's not trying to show off. He lives a simple life. Now, he's probably got a little bit of a mental illness, to be honest with you. I think he's a hoarder, and I think he has a hard time enjoying his wealth. I think those are two things from a mental health standpoint that I don't agree with Warren Buffett. But man, those hoarders know how to stack them chips though, don't they? They know how to make that money. So he's very good at that, and he protects his money. All right, so two more things. Kim, or King May, how do you buy a piece of stock on Robinhood? If you go to theblackstockmarketprogram.com, all that's in there. Theblackstockmarketprogram.com, theblackstockmarketprogram.com. I think you can start for $1. So everything that you want to know about investing in the stock market is there. Feel free to go take a look. Amani's here, so maybe Amani, if you could put a link in there, I would appreciate that. And again, that first month is either free or $1. So feel free to go to theblackstockmarketprogram.com. The best day of the week, the stocks are the cheapest. I don't think any particular day of the week is better than any other day. There's no theory behind that. I would say the best time to make a move is now. Typically now, or if the market does dive a little bit, that's an even better opportunity to invest. But you got to be careful about trying to do what they call market timing. Most research says that market timing does not work. It feels like it works. That's why people do it. It just doesn't. Take it from a guy who sat through way too many seminars about this type of stuff in grad school. Jennifer says, "My Prime membership come with a private session with Dr. Boyce." No, those come with a fee. However, Prime members do get a discount. So if you'd like to get the discounted price, just reach out to email support at theblackbusinessschool.com, or Mani's right there in the chat, and she can link you up with a private session. So what's the discount code one more time? I don't know which one you're mentioning, Heather. However, if you want to go to our Black Wealth Mastery store at drboycebooks.com, that's drboycebooks.com. For today only, everything is 60% off. 60%. I hope I didn't say 70. Sorry, 60% off for everything in the store. That's for one day. So the code that you can use at checkout is literally today only 2024, all one word. Somebody type that in the chat for me. Today only, all one word. Today only 2024. It's all one word. There's no spaces. Today only 2024, and that's drboycebooks.com. You can get my books. You can get Dr. Claude Anderson's books. You can get our financial flashcards for kids. You can get our workbooks for children. You can get digital trainings. You can get all kinds of stuff. You can get my wife Alicia's workbooks. She's running our Black Financial Therapy Department. This is the first ever Black Financial Therapy Department created anywhere on any campus, anywhere. So we are the best on earth at Black Wealth. There's no place you can find that's doing it better than us. Last question. Do you suggest we get a financial advisor to set up the trust to our accounts? Yeah, I think it is good to have somebody to help you with a trust. I don't think you automatically need a lawyer, but I don't necessarily know if I feel like I would not say that I believe that doing it all by yourself is the best approach right off the bat, unless you're really good. So I would talk to a specialist or a financial advisor. Maybe reach out to your local bank. There are people that can do that. I did mine with an attorney. My parents did theirs with an attorney, but attorneys do cost money. And so if that's hard for you, there are people out there that can do trust that are not lawyers. So anyway, guys, I'm going to get out of here. God bless you. And it was great to hang out with you. And again, the platform for our Black Wealth Mastery store, where all that stuff is in there, you're going to love it. It's like a grocery store for learning how to become a rich Black person. So if you go to drboycebooks.com, that's drboycebooks.com, the code to get 60% off for today only is literally today only 2024. Today only 2024, all one word. Put that in when you check out, and the discount will pop up. Last but not least, if you want to get invited to our financial consciousness training every morning, it's like a money mindset kind of thing. It's really, really good. You're going to like that too. Just text the word morning, MORNING, to 87948. Text morning to 87948, and I will send you a link to join us. And then last but not least, for those of you that are Prime members, the Moneymaker Grid has been updated, so you can go look at that. There's some juicy stuff in there. There's some real nice stocks that just, I mean, I just make the list. I start getting excited. I start salivating. I like Pavlov's dog. And also, we're going to have a Prime class again soon. Those of you that are interested in taking a look at Prime and seeing what we do, feel free to go to drboyceprime.com. That's drboyceprime.com. Okay, guys, I'm out of here. God bless you. Have a great day. I will see you all.